Welcome back, everyone, to this virtual meeting of the Kentucky Board of Education. Welcome, members. It is a delight to see you this morning, and to all of our viewing audience members. A few notes to announce about conducting virtual meetings. This meeting must comply with the requirements of the Open Meetings Act. Accordingly, KBE members must ensure their video is streaming and that they can be seen throughout the duration of the meeting. Members, please mute your microphone when not talking. However, all discussions must be broadcast to the public. Therefore, be sure your microphone is not on mute when you speak. Every time you do speak during the meeting, please unmute your mic, state your name, and take a short pause. This will give the software time to recognize you. That's gotten a lot better, by the way. I think you guys are getting into the rhythm of that. And for any items that require a vote, a roll call will be necessary to record the vote of each board member. Please silence or turn off other electronic devices at this time that may cause disruption to your sound feed. And as has become our important habit over the last few months, I'd like to take a moment to revisit our July 10, 2020 resolution. Before we take roll call, as a reminder of this work that we consider to be deeply important, I want to take a minute to just revisit one line from the resolution. Quote, critical conversations about racial trauma and implicit bias are needed across Kentucky, regardless of the racial makeup in our schools, districts, or communities. So as we move forward into discussion today around our legislative priorities, I think you'll see that we are beginning to ensure that we are living up to our resolution by our actions as a board. This resolution solidified our commitment to focus on students' equitable access to excellent educators, on closing achievement gaps, and creating inclusive school climates to help students and educators learn how to deal with racial trauma they may have experienced. So as we consider these items, the items that come before us throughout the agenda today and always, let us not forget the importance of our commitment to racial equity in Kentucky schools. And I think, Jennifer, we are ready for roll call.
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I am present.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I'm present.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I'm present.
And Chair, I believe Mike Bowling is absent today.
Correct.
Elvis Johnson.
This is Elvis Johnson. I am present.
Cody Polly Johnson.
This is Cody Polly Johnson. I am present.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I'm present.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, present.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. I am present.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I am present.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I am present.
Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman. Chair, I believe she's going to join us here in just a little while and will be with us most of the duration of the meeting.
Excellent. Thank you.
And I believe we have Dr. Amanda Ellis on behalf of CPE President Aaron Thompson.
Good morning. This is Amanda Ellis. I'm present.
And Solianna Mesfin.
This is Solianna Mesfin, and I'm present.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. You have quorum.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And it is not easy to pull one over on the person who is in charge of everything to do with this meeting. But board members, as you know, our own dear
Chair, I'm going to interrupt you because I have 2 pages and Allison Sloan, don't you be angry at me. You were on the 2nd page and I would never forget you. We need to call
Jennifer,
Allison Sloan.
Oh, did we lose her? I'm so sorry. Allison, sorry.
This is Allison Sloan, and I am present.
Okay, thank you, Chair. You have quorum.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad we found her. We cannot lose her.
Never.
But as I was about to say, and let's see if we can make her sweat just a little bit. You guys know that this is Jennifer's last meeting with us, and it's really, really hard to let her go to you, Amanda. But I think it's appropriate that we would consider a motion to adopt a resolution recognizing Jennifer. So as we enter into internal board business, do I have such a motion?
Chair Young, you have such a motion from me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. And a second?
Uh,
Patrice McCrary, I'd like to second that.
Excellent. Thank you. Got a lot of seconds there. I think I heard Mrs. McCrary. So Jennifer, if you would call the roll, and then I will be happy to read this resolution.
Oh, you all are in big trouble. Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams with an enthusiastic yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt, yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. Please don't go.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson is a yes.
Patrice McCrary.
With an incredible amount of appreciation for all you've done, Patrice McCrary is yes.
Cody Johnson.
Cody Johnson is a yes.
Randy Poe.
Is a yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, a sad but enthusiastic yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and thanks for everything. Good luck.
And Lou Young.
Yes.
And this is Lou Young, and I vote yes. So we have amended the agenda, and I would like at this time to offer this resolution for the board's consideration, at which time we will then call for a vote on the resolution. So I wish we could see your face in that picture, but I think it's important to put the resolution up. Thank you, Joette. Whereas Dr. Jennifer Fraker, EDD, joined the Kentucky Department of Education in 2014 and has held various roles, including social studies program consultant, policy advisor, interim director of program standards, and executive director of the Kentucky Board of Education. Whereas Fraker has worked tirelessly to support the Kentucky Board of Education since 2019, ensuring its members are supported through training, meeting preparation, and policy guidance. Whereas Fraker's contributions as an intelligent, thoughtful, hardworking, detail-oriented, and dedicated executive director will be greatly missed by the Kentucky Board of Education. Therefore, be it resolved that the Kentucky Board of Education expresses its deepest appreciation for the outstanding service and contributions made by Fraker during her service as the board's executive director and extends its best wishes as she embarks upon the next step in her career. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be entered into the minutes of the Kentucky Board of Education this day, December 2nd, 2020. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
I make a motion to approve the resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Bloodworth. And a second?
Sharon Robinson.
This is
I
Claire
second.
Batt.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. And any discussion? Hearing none. Jennifer, please call the roll.
I think this is the real reason you all had me do this. Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams, and with all my thanks, I vote yes.
Thank you, Joanne. Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. Best of luck in your new job. Yes.
Thank you, Claire. Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. We'll miss you and good luck.
Thanks, Holly. Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes, and thank you for all you've done to help me out.
Thank you, Alvis. Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. You will be missed. Best wishes to you. I vote yes.
Thank you, Patrice. Cody Johnson.
This is Cody Johnson. I vote yes. And thank you, Jennifer, for everything. And we wish you the best of luck. You'll be missed.
Thanks, Cody. Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes, and thank you for everything, Jennifer.
Thanks, Randy. Sharon Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. With all good wishes, I vote yes.
Thank you, Sharon. Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and enjoyed working with you, and best of luck.
Thank you, Lee. Who am I going to call a ninja? You're my ninja, Dr. Todd. And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes. And Aaron can be your new ninja, I suppose. Thank you so much for all your service. I always jokingly called Kevin unflappable, and you're unflappabler. It is a real pleasure to work with you. The team at CPE is extremely fortunate to have been able to land that fish, and I am really excited for the future. Thinking about having you and Amanda on that team to further extend and develop the partnership and the continuum that exists between P12 and higher ed in Kentucky is really exciting. So it's bittersweet, sad for us, but exciting for the potential for the future. So we're excited. But before I do leave this notion, Allison Sloan, AKA Julia Sugarbaker, would like to add a word as well. So Allison?
Since I don't get an official vote that goes on record, I would like to go on record saying for the first time ever, I vote no. I go against the board. I vote no. You can't go. Sorry, Dr. Ellis and Dr. Thompson. No, Jennifer, you're awesome. Thank you for all the help that you've given me. And I will still probably text you questions. You know how I am. But they're very lucky to have you. And we do hate to see you go, but they are blessed.
Thank you, Allison.
Allison, I will just tell you, she's not going that far. I think we're going to be actually having her involved in a whole lot of stuff that the KBE is very interested in being involved with. So she won't be going too far.
Good. Thank you. And Dr. Thompson, we all still have her cell phone and she's on speed dial. So
maybe she'll call you back. She doesn't me. So.
Oh, please.
Yikes. Ooh, we better move on quickly. We will jump back into the remaining portions of the agenda at this point. Many thanks to the Honorable Todd Allen, who helped me figure out how we could get that in under the Fraker radar. And I would just add a quick note that tomorrow is Todd Allen's birthday. So we'll continue the celebration a little bit longer. I think he's going to be 13 or 14. I'm not sure exactly, but happy birthday, Todd. All right, the next item on our agenda is approval of summary minutes for the following meetings. October 6, 2020, retreat meeting. October 7, 2020, regular meeting. November 6, 2020, special meeting. And December 1, 2020, the meeting of the awards committee. These minutes were sent to you within the last few days. And unless you have questions, I would entertain a motion to approve these summary minutes.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Dr. Todd. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a second from Mr. Johnson. Any discussion about those minutes? Thank you. Thank you, Joette and Jennifer, for keeping up with all of those. Jennifer, if you would, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt votes yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
Cody Johnson, I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
This is Randy Poe. I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
And this is Lou Young. I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. The next item on our agenda is adoption of a resolution to establish the Commonwealth Education Continuum. The resolution is included in the agenda portal today, but before I read it aloud, I wanted to share that the Commonwealth Education Continuum has been a vision of one of our own members, CPE President Dr. Aaron Thompson, for several years. And I'm happy to involve the board in this partnership and future endeavor. As you will see, the Continuum is a collaborative effort of many partners across the state and serves as a commitment to the success of each and every one of our students by ensuring that all have access to a high quality education. Before I actually read the resolution, I thought I would turn it over to Dr. Glass to just offer a few words as the official press conference and signing will occur tomorrow, December 3rd. Dr. Glass, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Young. Thanks, everyone. While I don't want to steal the thunder that will come at the press conference or any words that Dr. Thompson wants to add, but I'll just say that I'm excited about the Board of Education passing this resolution of support for this effort and for the Kentucky Department of Education joining CPE and the Lieutenant Governor in this effort to make sure that every student that's growing up in Kentucky has the opportunity and is encouraged and supported in making that connection with higher education so that they get credentials, they get degrees, and they end up with successful and happy lives. So that's really the goal of what we're trying to bring about. And I appreciate the chance to speak just a minute about it. I won't say more again because I think there's a lot more fanfare and fireworks to come.
Excellent. Let the fanfare begin. I am super energized by the notion of the triad of Coleman, Glass, and Thompson, and this just moves that that relationship into a formal next phase of work. And I would also offer the same opportunity to Dr. Thompson. This is your baby this morning, Aaron. Is there anything else you'd like to say before I read the resolution?
Thank you, Chair Young. It's our baby. That's what I like about this, because if no one person, no one group owns this. This is exactly the way we should be thinking about education in Kentucky. I mean, it's exactly the way we should be looking at getting our students prepared for life, what I call that creative endeavor after school, and that's work. This is all about us saying that, in fact, along the way, we've had a lot of potholes along our pipelines, and that we are working together as a group to fill those potholes to make sure that all the way from pre-K through them going into a workforce, that we're working together to identify that. This, to me, is truly us not allowing artificial walls to hurt the learning of our young people. So I'm proud to be a part of this group. I do believe it is the right time. I believe the right time has been several times, but we didn't capitalize on it. I think of my good friend Randy Poe, and I've talked a little bit about this in the past. This is truly about stop pointing fingers and about actually, holding hands. And so for me, I'm proud to be a part of this. I'm proud to have people like Amanda and Jennifer leading this for us, though. I mean, that is a way that I think we can ensure that we have somebody who knows a little bit about a lot of things to help us to get this done. So Chair Young, I appreciate you being a part of the group too, the council. And let me just say that this council we're designing isn't a council in name only. You may remember the P16 council. I was on that. We talked a lot, didn't do much as I would like. I'll just say that. This is a different kind of council. This is about us doing. This is about us not just looking at data and analytics. It's about us using that to really foster a holistic way of helping that child holistically. So I will leave it there because there's a lot more to talk about at the press conference, but I appreciate y'all giving us the opportunity to present this to you. I am actually chairing the performance funding work group on my other computer here, and I've got it on low, so I'm going to have to get off fairly soon, or they're going to run me out of town. So I appreciate it, Chair Young.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Thompson. And I think in 2020, we have finally mastered the art of being in two places at once. So I am enthusiastically excited to share this a ringing commitment on the part of the Kentucky Board of Education. The resolution is as follows: to establish the Commonwealth Continuum. Lots of whereases. Whereas Kentucky is committed to equitable access to a high quality education to ensure the educational development and success of all students. And whereas, despite progress, too many Kentuckians lack post-secondary credentials and significant attainment gaps exist between underrepresented minority and white adults. And whereas, too few of Kentucky's high school graduates transition to and graduate from college. And whereas, early post-secondary opportunities such as dual credit help students earn low-cost college credits and prepare them for a post-secondary environment. And whereas all students need strong advising, mentoring, outreach, and support systems to navigate the sometimes difficult pathway between secondary and post-secondary education. And whereas Kentucky's teachers and school leaders need access to high-quality, innovative training and ongoing professional development to prepare students for college, academically, socially, and emotionally. Whereas the Council on Post-Secondary Education, CPE, set a goal to increase the percentage of Kentuckians with a post-secondary credential to 60% by 2030. And whereas it is in the best interest of the Commonwealth of Kentucky to meet or exceed this goal and increase four-year college degrees and create a highly skilled workforce. And now therefore be it resolved that the Council on Post-Secondary Education, the Kentucky Education and Workforce Development Cabinet, and the Kentucky Department of Education will join forces with other education policy leaders and practitioners to establish the Commonwealth Continuum. The Continuum will provide a forum for Kentucky's P-12 and post-secondary systems to work collaboratively to develop a high-quality, diverse educator workforce, provide student and family support for successful educational transitions, improve equitable access to higher education, strengthen preparation for career success, and improve awareness of post-secondary opportunities through a unified state-level communication and outreach campaign. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
I make a motion to approve the resolution.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson.
Randy Poe, I second that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Poe. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion of the resolution? Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Poe, you're muted.
This is Randy Poe. I'm just enthusiastic about this. I think it's, as Dr. Thompson said, there were times, but it's long overdue. And I will put, as Executive Director of the Northern Kentucky Education P20 Council, I am so happy to hear that the rest of the state and the leadership of Dr. Thompson and Dr. Glass and so forth is leading this effort, because it's well overdue.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Thanks, everyone. Jennifer, if you would, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, an enthusiastic yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
Cody Johnson, I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, an enthusiastic yes.
Sharon Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. Absolutely yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and a very enthusiastic yes, the time's right for this.
And Lou Young.
And this is Lou Young. I add an enthusiastic yes, and many thanks to all who worked on the resolution, and to Dr. Thompson and Dr. Glass for their leadership. All right, excellent. At this point, I'll turn it over to Awards Committee Chair Patrice McCrary as we discuss and approve the KBE Kevin C. Brown Strategic Priority Award recommendation from the committee. So, Mrs. McCrary. You are still muted.
Sorry, it's probably best because I'm saying give me just a moment to pull this back up and I am ready to go. On behalf of the awards committee, I would like to share that we met yesterday and we determined 2 candidates that best met the criteria of the award, candidates 5 and 7. However, after further review, it was determined that candidate 7 was ineligible. Accordingly, I would like to move approval of candidate 5 as the sole recipient of the Kentucky Board of Education Kevin C. Brown Strategic Priority Award. This award is given each year based on a priority topic determined by the board. This year, award is approved by the October board meeting, seeks to recognize a person, group, organization, district, school, or post-secondary institution who through policy, practice, fundraising, or philanthropy, and despite any challenges, has made it a top priority to provide for the well-being of Kentucky students and to provide them with high-quality educational experiences. Based on the review of the candidates during the award committee's December 1 meeting, we would like to ask the chair for the board's approval to recognize candidate 5 as the recipient of this year's Kevin C. Brown Strategic Priority Award at the board's upcoming February regular meeting.
Thank you, Committee Chair McCrary, and to Ms. Batt, who joined me and Ms. McCrary on the committee. And so I would like to offer the opportunity for that motion to Ms. Batt.
I so move.
Thank you so much. And do we have a second?
This is Holly Bloodworth. I second.
Thank you so much. Any discussion? All right, again, many thanks to the committee. That's a really fun process, but a lot of work, and I really appreciate the time that you put into making this recommendation. So we have a motion and a second. Jennifer, would you please call the roll?
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt votes yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary votes yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes. Thank you again to the committee, and we will be recognizing recipient number 5 at our February meeting. So again, appreciate all of the work on that, and we're hoping that the Honorable Kevin C. Brown will be able to join us as we recognize that honoree. At this time, we will move to approval of committee assignments for our new members, Dr. Randy Poe and Solianna Mesfin. Board members, you may recall all the way back to January when we established committees and each of us chose our committee assignments at that time. Now that we have these two new members, they need to be assigned to committees as well. Accordingly, I would like for the board to approve Randy Poe and Solianna Mesfin to serve on the Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment Committee. Do I have such a motion?
This is Sharon Robinson. I so move.
Thank you. I have a motion from Dr. Robinson and a second.
Claire Batt, I second.
All right, I think Lee beat you on that one. And so a second by Dr. Todd. Any discussion or questions? All right, thank you. Jennifer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt, yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary, I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
Cody Johnson, I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I abstain since it involves me.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes. And welcome to our committee, Randy and Soliana. We look forward to the day when we are meeting in person again, and we can actually hold our committee meetings in face-to-face settings. In addition, I would like for the board to consider a motion to approve Soliana Mesfin to serve on the awards committee. Do I have such a motion?
I so move.
Thank you, Holly. And do we have a second?
I second. This is Patrice McCrary.
Thank you, Patrice. We have a second. Any discussion? Jennifer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes. Welcome, Soliana.
Cody Johnson.
This is Cody Johnson. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
And this is Lou Young. I vote yes. Soliana, welcome. It'll be great to have you on the awards committee and in fact, in both committees, Soliana, to have the student perspective will be so beneficial and informative for us as we do this important work. So thank you and welcome. The next item on our agenda is
Chair
discussion.
Young.
Yes.
Chair Young, Patrice McCrary. Before you step beyond committees, I would be remiss by not officially saying thank you to the awards committee for the amount of time, Lou Young, Claire Batt, for the amount of time you have poured into going over the applications and the heartfelt discussion that has been held during those times, to Jennifer and Joette and getting everything out to us in a timely manner, and to Todd's team for redacting so that we can do this very fairly and equitably. So thank you to everyone. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. That it's really quite a fun task, actually. So, and a good team, and now we have Soliana. So we are 4 mighty awarders. So thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is discussion and possible amendment of our policy manual. KBE General Counsel Todd Allen and KBE Executive Director Jennifer Fraker will present proposed changes for your consideration. So take it away, Todd and Jennifer.
Okay, well, I'll start and I'll lean on Todd to jump in as he sees fit. So if you'll recall on the or in the October 6th board retreat, we made some kind of just grammatical cleanup changes to the policy manual, just making it more recent and relevant. But at this time, we're actually coming back. There were 2 things that we noticed, and you'll notice in the policy manual, they're underlined for you on pages 7 and 8, related to the regulatory process and public comments. And those are actually things that had been in practice by the board, but not in writing. So we took the opportunity to make sure that the public and everything was transparent that the board was doing. So they're now in the actual policy manual. One thing to note on page 7, about the regulatory process is, if you recall, legislation that was passed in the past kind of lengthened the time frame it would take to have a regulation in effect. And so conversations from you all led to putting in writing the possibility of only one reading. So certainly if there's something that's more substantive, or you all or the chair decides it should have a second reading, that could be done at any time. Otherwise, just really to make the process more efficient and the timeline a little bit more helpful to schools and districts, it's been put in writing that one reading could be standard practice for the board. With that, Todd, I'll turn it over to you for any other thoughts or comments.
I think you did a great job, Jennifer. The amendments that are proposed are just to clarify the process to the public in general regarding public comment. Of course, that's not a legal requirement under the Open Meetings Act. That's more of a policy decision that the board has made in an attempt to engage the public and hear feedback from them. But that just provides kind of the guardrails around how that public comment segment will occur. And then, as Jennifer indicated, also providing some clarity around the one reading versus two reading issue of administrative regulations.
Excellent. And I'll pause here for questions. One of the things that I don't want to do is to send some kind of message that we are trying to rush or cut corners when it comes to the regulatory process. Instead, because we meet every other month, this should help us expedite the work of the board and in turn the work of the department to move forward the regulatory process. But keep in mind, we always have the option to slow the process for a second reading. In fact, we'll be discussing that with an item later today. Any questions or conversations around this item, especially while we have Todd and Jennifer here to respond? All right, hearing none, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the KBE policy manual as proposed. Do we have such a motion?
This is Joanne Adams. I so move.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. And a second?
It's Lee Todd, I second.
Thank you, Dr. Todd. Any further discussion? With my thanks to Todd and Jennifer for shepherding this process to keep our policy manual timely and accurate. Jennifer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
This is Cody Johnson. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
This is Randy Poe. I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. And thank you, Todd. The next item on our agenda is to take action to suspend our standing committee meetings. As you know, our standing meetings are part of the KBE policy, but due to teleconference limitations in these virtual settings and for the sake of efficiency, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to suspend standing committee meetings this month. Do I have such a motion?
Alvis Johnson, you have such a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And a second?
I second. This is Holly Bloodworth.
And thank you, Ms. Bloodworth. Any discussion? Thank you. Jennifer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt votes yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson,
Alvis Johnson votes yes.
Patrice McCrary,
Patrice McCrary votes yes.
Cody Johnson,
Cody Johnson votes yes.
Randy Poe,
Randy Poe votes yes.
Sharon Robinson,
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd,
Lee Todd, I vote yes.
Lou Young.
Lou Young, I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. At this point, we will turn our attention to good news items. Several KBE members have been invited to share a good news item with us this morning, and we'll start with Patrice McCrary.
Thank you, Chair Young. I am excited to share this piece of information. The Kentucky Department of Education selected one of our local schools here in Bowling Green, in the Bowling Green Independent School District, Dishman McGinnis Elementary, to represent the Commonwealth in the 2020 National Christmas Tree Display. Dishman McGinnis joins 56 other schools across the country in creating a one-of-a-kind ornament ornaments for the National Christmas Tree Display on the Ellipse in President's Park in front of the White House. Those ornaments will adorn 56 smaller trees that surround the national Christmas tree, which represents each U.S. state, territory, and the District of Columbia as part of the as a part of the America Celebrates display. Mary Sansom, she is the Bowling Green Independent Itinerant Elementary Art teacher. And she said that her visual art students created a collection of 12 unique images of snowmen and women enjoying the best that Kentucky has to offer. The ornament design process began with Dishman McGinnis Elementary 4th and 5th grade visual art students researching images of iconic Kentucky landmarks, of historical sites of the Commonwealth, and of symbols. And from there, the students applied the knowledge that they had previously learned to, during that time, doing a drawing of snowmen. They did a snowman drawing unit, and they learned how to draw snowmen from various points of view. And the student's objective was to create a unique ornament design by combining an image of Kentucky or an iconic building of some sort or symbol, and interspersing that with a snowman or a woman of their choice within the ornament. The Kentucky Board of Education congratulates Dishman McGinnis Elementary for this achievement and this absolute honor. And I had the absolute privilege of visiting with the principal, Mr. Perkins, from Dishman McGinnis yesterday. I gave him a quick phone call to let him know how excited we are and how pleased that they are representing the Commonwealth on the lawn of the White House. And he very quickly gave a big shout out to his art teacher and all of the hard work she poured into it. I've had the good fortune of being in that building several times because I have supervised student teachers who have worked in that building. It is a miniature world. The diverse population gives you a sense of being absolutely in a complete world. And to know that these children have been highlighted in their accomplishments and their creativity and their talents on the lawn of the White House is exciting. I will go ahead and say too, well, that one's gone, that thought's gone, but I will say how proud I am of them and how pleased I am that the arts are being celebrated. Oh, the one little addendum I wanted to give. If you have seen the, on social media, the little clip of the Christmas tree displays at the White House, at the 51-second mark, you will see one of the Dishman McGinnis ornaments on display. There's a close-up on it. So check that out. It's amazing.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And congratulations to Dishman McGinnis. It's so wonderful to hear about. It's just a lovely thing this holiday season. So thank you so much, Mrs. McCrary. The next good news item will be offered by Solianna Mesfin.
Yes, so for the first time ever, a Kentucky teacher has been named National Language Teacher of the Year by the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages. Elena Kamenetsky, a Japanese teacher at Eastern High School in Jefferson County, is the 2021 ACTFL Award winner. Before winning this national award, Kamenetsky was named State Award winner by the Kentucky World Language Association and Regional Award winner by the Southern Conference on Language Teaching. The Kentucky Board of Education thanks Ms. Kamenetsky for her talent and dedication to students. Congratulations to my fellow Eagle on winning this prestigious award. And I would like to say, although I do not share a classroom with Ms. Kamenetsky, I have many friends who do, and they absolutely love her, and this award is well deserved. So congratulations.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Soliana, and congratulations to Mrs. Kamenetsky. And what an honor for a Kentucky World Languages teacher to be recognized at the national level. I would love to see that Japanese class in action. The next good news item will be offered by Cody Pauly Johnson.
I would like to take this opportunity to share about Emma Stevens, who's been beekeeping for a little over a year and a half. She's already brought pride not only to Greenup County, but the whole Appalachian region. The 16-year-old junior at Greenup County High School recently was named one of the nation's top youth beekeepers by the North American Bayer Bee Care program. The program aims to recognize the next generation of beekeepers and their efforts to give back to their communities through activities that support honeybee and pollination health. Like many younger children in her district, Stevens used to be terrified of bees. Now, as the vice president of Greenup County High School's FFA chapter, she's playing an instrumental role in fighting common misconceptions about bees in her community. The Kentucky Board of Education congratulates Emma Stevens on her incredible accomplishments. And I'd just like to say my husband grew up beekeeping, as he and his father used to keep bees, and he still speaks very fondly of all that experience. It's really rewarding and really interesting.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Cody, and congratulations to Emma. Again, national recognition for Kentucky kiddos is definitely on our radar, and we're so proud of the work that she's doing, and to the whole chapter, FFA chapter there at Greenup County High. Thank you. And good morning and welcome, Lieutenant Governor Coleman, who will share our next item.
Good morning. Good morning. You know, as I often do in our press briefings, I want to share some really exciting news that I recently made an announcement regarding the 2020 Recognizing Inspirational School Employees Award, which is also known as the RISE Award. Robert Walker, who is a school safety and wellness coordinator in Harrison County, and Shelley Thomas, who is a family resource center coordinator in Barron County, were both selected to represent Kentucky for this national award. The new award, which recognizes classified school employees who have displayed excellence in serving students, was passed by Congress and is overseen by the U.S. Department of Education. Mr. Walker and Ms. Thomas's names have been forwarded to USED for consideration to be the National RISE Award winners. So the national winner will be announced by the U.S. Secretary of Education in spring of 2021, which I guess we don't know who that is yet. There'll be a new one. They also will receive the Kentucky 2021 Education Support Staff Professional Award, which was created this year at the state level by the governor and myself to recognize our state's classified school employees. I often say that when I speak of teachers, I don't just mean the people in the classroom. I mean every single person in a school building, because every single one of them helps teach our kids. So it's great to be able to give school employees an extra boost with this award. So the Kentucky Board of Education, the governor, and myself, I want to thank Mr. Walker and Ms. Thomas for their exceptional service to our students in Kentucky.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor, for promoting and shepherding and coordinating this award. And congratulations to Robert and Shelley. We'll be rooting for you in the 2021 selection. So go Team Kentucky and good luck in that process. The next item I'm delighted to share. You may have seen this story locally and nationally, and many, many thanks to Tony Constatman and her work to disseminate this really delightful story. It's just too good not to share. Ana Reyes and her family immigrated to the United States when she was 5 years old. She doesn't recall much about her life before coming to the U.S., but she does remember how difficult it was to assimilate into a new culture without speaking the language. After moving to Louisville in 1979, Reyes began her education at Wilder Elementary in Jefferson County. She was struggling with the language when she entered first grade, but her teacher at the time vowed to help her learn so that she could catch up with the other students and so the teacher began to come in early to school to offer that one-on-one assistance. Reyes said, "That was life-changing. To this day, I don't know how far behind I would have been if no one had done that." By fourth grade, Reyes found herself in the Gifted and Talented program and went on to graduate from Atherton High School in Jefferson County in their IB program. On to Transylvania University in '96, and after taking a year off, she attended Harvard Law School and graduated in 2000. In 2014, she earned her master's in international public policy from Johns Hopkins and is now the co-head of the International Practice Disputes Practice and a member of the executive committee at Williams & Connolly LLP, a law firm based in Washington, D.C. With all of those accomplishments, Reyes often wondered whether her career would have been possible if someone had not spent that extra time with her early on to help her learn English. Over the years, she made efforts to contact the teacher, but she had a problem. She was only in first grade and she couldn't remember her teacher's name. After she posted on Facebook, however, within a day, Pat Harkleroad she realized was her teacher at the time, and she would finally be able to thank her for helping her early on as she and her family came to the U.S. Harkleroad recalled that when Reyes walked into her classroom in 1980, she knew she needed to do something to help her catch up with the other students, but wasn't quite sure where to begin. With support from Reyes' mother, Harkleroad began meeting with her early for one-on-one lessons. In quoting here, her mother brought her every morning, and we met in the classroom before the rest of the children came, Harkleroad said. Once I taught her a few words, I even got her started in our reading program. She caught on really, really fast. She was just like a sponge. Everything that I handed out to her the next day, she would know. In addition to Reyes' immense gratitude for the time and effort on the part of Harkleroad, she goes on to credit Kentucky's public education system as a whole for where she is today. Kentucky public school teachers have definitely shaped my life and shaped my ability to have the career I have. I just don't think it could have started off any better than the lessons and compassion that Mrs. Harkleroad gave. With Thanksgiving just behind us, the Kentucky Board of Education would like to take this opportunity to thank Mrs. Harkleroad and all of Kentucky's teachers for the tireless efforts and steadfast dedication you exhibit day in and day out for all of our students. Congratulations. I always hate to end that segment, but the next item on our agenda is a report from the President of the Council on Post-Secondary Education, and I believe we will receive that from Associate Vice President Amanda Ellis.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Young. Just a few updates from CPE. Obviously, we are extremely excited about the resolution that was passed today and are so grateful for the leadership and the collaboration with Dr. Glass, of course, Dr. Thompson, and Lieutenant Governor Coleman. We're just super excited about the energy around this and what we can accomplish together. So that's a big piece of what we've been talking about at CPE. A couple of other things I want to share with you is at our last meeting, we did report to our board that 1920, during the 1920 school year, bachelor's degree statewide increased a little over 0.5%, and associate's degree about 0.2% despite enrollment declines. However, short-term certificates increased by 10%, which is a huge increase. Overall production of undergraduate credentials rose 3.3% compared to the prior year. So even with COVID and issues going on, students are still achieving their goals. It's not easy, but they're still achieving, and it's something that we are really pushing on and encouraging really students to hang in there, and our universities are working very hard to meet their personal needs and their academic needs. But we also attribute that to our partnerships with K-12 and counselors and the work that we, I think, collectively in education are trying to do to take care of our students. So we feel good about that. We are on track with the 60 by 30 goal, the 60% with a degree or credential by the year 2030, and more information actually will be shared with the update in January at CPE. The other things, just to keep you updated just briefly, is you know that Dr. Thompson was he'll be in 2 major meetings today. Right now, the performance funding work group, this is their last meeting. And so that's why he absolutely had to be on there. This group will reach consensus on its recommendation for the General Assembly, which will be in a detailed report that will be released during legislative session on how to go forward with some of the recommendations on that and how COVID's impacting that work. Of course, as we mentioned last time, CPE is working with KCTCS on a campaign to promote the Work Ready Scholarship. If you've been on Spotify, you may have heard it over and over. I know when we listened to it in the car, we could hear a lot about taking advantage of the Work Ready Scholarship. That was an adult promise grant that was provided by the Lumina Foundation to really push digital media, radio, to really bring in adult learners or those who may have started their pathway and did not complete it. And so we really are promoting that and hopeful for good things. And just the last thing that I want to make sure and share is this past month, U of L and CPE co-hosted the annual Higher Equity Symposium, which was held virtually. We were really happy. We had over 300 individuals registered and attended, had great feedback. The theme was "The Urgency is Now," NOW, which stood for No Opportunity Wasted. And so this featured President Bendapudi, Tia Brown McNair Brown of the Association of American Colleges and Universities, and Dr. Thompson. So there were breakout discussion groups, there were plenary sessions, and then some breakout sessions. And it was very positive, very timely, and we got great feedback on that. So we're really pleased to have engagement and the interest around the focus on equity. So just wanted to share that with you. We'll be meeting again in January for the CPE board meeting, and would be glad to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Ellis. A lot of great work going on. I love to hear the updates. The next item on our agenda is a report from the Secretary of Education and Workforce Development, Lieutenant Governor Coleman.
Thank you very much. And I want to echo what Amanda just shared about the continuum. My top priority when I was named Secretary of Education and Workforce Development was to create a cradle to career continuum at the state level and to make sure that our education system in Kentucky mimics that. And so this is the first gigantic step towards making sure that we can make that happen. So I always say that now is the time. We have what I like to refer to as the superfecta of education. We have a governor who puts education first, and I'll include myself in the governor's office. We have this Board of Education, which I would put up against any Board of Education across the country. That board chose Commissioner Glass to lead the department, and he has been a great partner since he has hit the ground. And of course, we have Dr. Thompson at CPE, and his experience and his leadership has been absolutely foundational to this work. He has a vision, and he has basically the record to put behind it that can really help us to move things forward. And so I am so grateful for all of your partnership, especially the enthusiastic yeses. I appreciate that. But also the partnership from all of these agencies, because we all know that we tend to lose kids in the gaps when they transition. And so our goal is to close all of those and to make sure that we work together to do that. And so I really look forward to this work. It's going to be absolutely pivotal for kids in Kentucky. So I'm very excited about that. Second up, we have restructured the Kentucky Workforce Innovation Board. It has a new executive director, and his name is John Lyons. John is a former administrator who has done remarkable work in every school he's worked in to improve graduation rates, to improve transition readiness, to bring in programs that will help his students graduate and transition into post-high school life, into secondary opportunities. And so he was the perfect person to bring in to help us run this Workforce Innovation Board. It is, in a way, laid a little bit dormant in the last few years. And so I see this as really being a cornerstone of our cabinet. And so it's going to be central to the work that we do. And in doing so, we expanded the board to make sure that we included, first of all, the emerging sectors in Kentucky's economy. So we added representatives from areas like IT and engineering and healthcare, because those are the areas in which we're going to have to build a stronger workforce. And most importantly, and I think this is where it helps to have an educator at the helm, but also running the KWIB, is we have also balanced it with representatives of educational programs to help us build that pipeline. So often we refer to the pipeline and we look at the outcome and we fail to look at the foundation, which is those education and training programs. And so by giving those folks representation on the Workforce Innovation Board, we are truly committed to building a pipeline from education and job training into the workforce. We are exploring a school nurse pilot program with the Kentucky Nursing Association and the Department of Education. It's something that we all, I'm sure all of you have been working in schools and you know the benefit of having a school nurse on site for our students, not just for physical health, but for mental health as well. And so we're exploring a pilot to see if we could potentially start to build essentially a coalition of school nurses across Kentucky. So that is in the very beginning stages, but it is something that we are committed to doing for our kids. Next, we have committed to reigniting the Kentucky Academy for Equity in Teaching. I know that is a priority of this board, and as the Secretary of Education, I am willing to commit funding from our cabinet to that program, but also to seek private partners in getting this program going again until we can get another budget that funds it. We have also been committed to empowering both of our HBCUs in building a strong and diverse education community. I think it's integral for those institutions to play a role in helping us to create a more diverse teaching workforce. And so I look forward to those partnerships as we form them and get this program back up and running. In the workforce arena, we are currently taking an inventory of all of our workforce programs, initiatives. There are tons. We are finalizing the new opportunities that we are preparing to fund. And we are utilizing the Workforce Innovation Board and KY Stats, who, if you guys are not familiar with KY Stats work, there's not a better organization in the country than what we have here in Kentucky. We're gonna utilize those two organizations to identify any gaps that we may see in our workforce. And we will be prepared to roll out a workforce, education, job training, upskilling infrastructure at the beginning of the new year. Given where we are in this pandemic and the situations that so many families are in and folks who have lost jobs that may not come back, folks who have lost jobs that are becoming increasingly automated. We want to stay on top of that and provide as many opportunities and create as much awareness around these opportunities as we can. And last but not least, the vaccine rollout is coming. Praise the Lord, there is light at the end of the tunnel. And so I want you to know that the governor and I have, like many other states, are trying to make decisions about priorities as these vaccines roll out. Unfortunately, we're not getting as many in the first round as we were told we would. But I think that's kind of how it goes. But we are going to prioritize long-term care facilities and healthcare workers, and behind those two groups, we are going to prioritize our education community. Teachers, school employees, professors, you name it, because that is absolutely key to getting back to school. We want to first make sure that our teachers and school staff are protected. And I know they are all chomping at the bit to get back in the classroom and be among people and be with their students. And so this will help us to be able to do that at a quicker pace. We've seen how much people in Kentucky now realize how much they value the schools that their kids go to every day. And so we want to make sure that we take care of the people who are in them. So those are just a few updates. There are a million things going on, but those are the big ones that I thought you all might be most interested in hearing about. So we're excited.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I can't even imagine how you're keeping all of those spinning, but we really appreciate your continued focus on the needs of school personnel. Educators, paraprofessionals, all the folks it takes to run a school system, and then coupling that with the work you do around workforce innovation and workforce writ large is really important, and we appreciate the gift of your time and attention today. So thank you. We've also got a report today from the Commissioner of the Kentucky High School Athletics Association, and keeping in line with our theme around birthdays, this fella has a big birthday tomorrow, but we won't go there. I'll cut him a little bit of slack, and welcome, Commissioner Tackett, and thanks again for your willingness to keep us apprised in a timely way about what's happening around the Commonwealth with Kentucky High School athletics. So an update on fall sports, and then what the plans are for winter. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Young. I hope you can hear me. I've enjoyed listening to your all's meeting this morning. A couple of details, and I will, in the interest of your extremely long agenda, I will keep this very brief. But one of the things that I have not done with you all is remind you of the composition of our board of control. Our board of directors is a board of control. So real quickly, there are 14 members who are elected who must be full-time school employees in their district. And most of them right now, the majority of them are superintendents. And then we have a smattering of other positions. We have principals, athletic directors, and a variety of other positions. So I think that's important. There's also 4 that the State Board of Education appoints, Kentucky Board of Education appoints. And those are, right now, it's an odd composition, because of those 4, 3 of them are educators or retired educators. So that is, I just want you to know that when you hear the board said something or the board consented to something, they are boots on the ground. They are in communication with the schools all the time. So I had not really detailed that, and I want to make sure, as I talk to Commissioner Glass and other staff, I'll just make sure you all keep that in mind. Fall sports, I'll do this as briefly as I can, has wrapped up in all but 2 sports or sport activities. We did finish golf and cross country and soccer and volleyball, and not without challenge, as you would expect. And then we are halfway through the completion of our football championship. It's unusual in that it gets a lot of publicity, but you think about it, this week you're down to just 24 game sites, and that cuts in half again next week. So we're just finally going to the end of the tunnel, so to speak. And we are pleased with how the fall season has gone. We are very complimentary of the way our member schools have put their arms around the mitigation strategies that were put together. Could not possibly thank the Department for Public Health enough for their constant consultation, as well as we've always exchanged ideas with the department staff and tried to keep everybody informed. We know that our school administrators had to make some difficult decisions that weren't necessarily popular in some areas, and they've made decisions the other way. And that's what you get when you have local authority. I was on a meeting this morning with the 8 states that comprise what we call Section 2. West Virginia, Virginia, and Ohio are our closest neighbors, and then Pennsylvania and 3 others are involved. And we're all experiencing the same thing. Right now, our fall went very well. We really, a lot of us have local autonomy, and yet we're starting to hear, as we talk about winter sports, we're starting to hear about from some that maybe would like to be told what to do because they don't want to face the local pressures. Others want to stay out of their lane because they're more than willing to make those local decisions. So I don't think we'll find anything unanimous in this. And it's the exact same thing that I'm pretty sure Lieutenant Governor Coleman and her staff are seeing, as well as Commissioner Glass and his staff. We do plan to finish up. One of the things we've been very happy about, thankfully, we are playing our championship event at our largest venue, which certainly has an already approved plan for social distancing and very limited ticketing and things like that that the UK has used for their games. And we do anticipate the ability to cross the finish line, but we are constantly monitoring, what goes on and schools. We have had one of our semifinal or 3rd round schools pull out of competition this week. They had a quarantine come up. That's always unfortunate. I think our winter sport coaches, Jerry Young, are kind of looking forward to maybe the quarantine period only being 10 days instead of 14 in the winter, and maybe it won't be as disruptive. We'll have to see how all that shakes out with the CDC and their guidance, because we certainly will not go by anything that's not approved by CDC and our Department for Public Health. We did have one activity that we've not mentioned much that you would think could go on uninterrupted. And that is our sport activity of esports competition. But even that has been a little interrupted. We had a partnership with the University of Kentucky and their new facility. We will not be utilizing for this fall early winter championship. We'll go ahead and do that totally remote, which brings about issues of equal access because some internet platforms in some communities are certainly not as robust as others. So, but we're going to try to finish those 2 and be done with the fall. As we move into indoors, we have released the guidance documents for indoors. Dr. Stack and Dr. White worked with us, and we did accept and put out their recommendation for an attendance restriction of 15%, including all participants. That's extremely restrictive when you look at wrestling and swimming. So we have also really governed down, so to speak, the amount of teams that can be together the first part of the season. And then our board took the very difficult step in November of approving that we delay everything for the start of the winter competition. That's the actual games until at least the projected restart of allowances for education. And we're closely monitoring what news is happening and what court cases are happening and all kinds of things, and keeping in touch. I know we have a scheduled conversation with Lieutenant Governor Coleman and some of the governor's office staff later this week. We're staying in touch with everybody, and we're trying to keep you informed. We do have Commissioner Glass and David Couch, who does a great job as our direct liaison with our meetings. They're informed of everything our board's informed of, and I know they're sharing more and more information with you all. And we totally support that. This is a lightning rod designation. We know that. That's why there's not a lot of people lined up outside the door to do it, because you instantly you make a decision, you displease half. So we're kind of figuring that out. But so far, the mitigation strategies have gone. Give you one real quick capsule of a couple of things that came up in our national discussion even this morning. We're continuing to see issues reported in the 15 or so states that have deferred all competition after the first of the year. They're continuing to do significant mental health research, and as a matter of fact, they're looking even at suicide rates and everything. So we realize that we are skating on ice with tennis shoes. I mean, it is very there is no clear path. We're trying to balance the health and welfare of the students and their need for some of these activities. The fact that they're your biggest dropout prevention program. The fact that they are a lot of times an incentive that you don't want to admit, but it is certainly a reason why kids do a little better in school, because they know they have to meet certain thresholds. We know that is a sacred trust. And we're having the same exact discussions that I know that your schools are having regarding education. We're watching the data coming out from other countries. The data article yesterday, some data points from France and others about the restart of school and the safety of that have been mirrored in some of our schools that have had in-person education. And we know they've got a lot to decide at the local level. None of these are easy. So we're just trying to keep up with that data as well. We know that several states in our area have not necessarily announced anything, but they are looking at similar delays to what we did. For the edification of any of the board members that didn't know, previously we would have started regular season competition in sports last week, and that was deferred until at least January 4th. And right now it's scheduled for January 4th, and on December the 10th, our board is to meet and review any additional information that they get and see if there's any alternative decisions. Lots of things out there in discussion, trying to navigate these issues in the era of social media where you can hide behind a keyboard and put out false information pretty quickly is a challenge for everyone involved. And it has been for us. We know that we have been asked to look at logistics for trying to have events. Our board continues to prioritize where, if it is at all possible, a full season for our spring championships, including for spring play, including championships, recognition of the loss of what those students lost in 2020. That has been a #1 priority. So we've really tried not to do a lot of overlap, but they'll have further discussion on that on the 10th and either revise or reaffirm the path that we're going to take with school-based sports. And we realize that whatever decision is made, there will be schools opt in or out based on the needs in their local community. And it's a little different. I have said to you before, Chair Young, you know, when something comes up with the Southeastern Conference and the commissioner can send out a memo to 14 schools, it's pretty easy to navigate. When you're dealing with 280 across nearly 200 districts plus our non-public schools, there's a lot of local decisions that have to be made. We try to give them as good a guidance as we can. So with that, I try to keep that as brief as I can. If there's anything particular that either the commissioner or any of the board members would like to ask, I will either commit to get you an answer or try to give you one when the question comes up.
All right. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And just so you'll know, that was 9 minutes of Julian Tackett. Nice job. So board members, we are doing well on time. And so if you have questions for Julian, we have time to take those now. As he said, he'd be happy to answer on the spot or get you any information that you may need. So feel free to unmute if you have such questions. All right. You better ask him today before he gets really old tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow I become vulnerable. I have to be careful.
There we go. He becomes a member. He's joining those of us in the more vulnerable populations. Let's just leave it at that. All right. Thank you. Again, we really appreciate your willingness to join us, to answer questions, and to keep us well informed and apprised of the work that you and the Board of Control are engaging in as we navigate this this pandemic. So thank you for that.
All right, thanks, Terry.
The next item on our agenda is a report from our own Commissioner of Education, Dr. Glass, and members of his team. So I'll happily turn it over to you, Jason.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. And I think there's a PowerPoint to accompany my remarks. So Joette's going to bring that up. And while she does that, I'll just go ahead and jump in. As you know, Governor Beshear suspended all in-person instruction in Kentucky schools last month. And a decision like that is not easy. And it was made after many tough conversations and about the safety of our students, our schools, and our staff. The announcement came following another record-breaking week of COVID-19 cases. The positivity rate announced by the governor earlier this week stood at more than 9%. And I want to thank all of our schools and districts for the great job they have done so far in managing COVID-19 in their buildings and by following the Healthy at Schools guidance that KBE produced in collaboration with the Department of Public Health. But even with the good work that they've done, the rapidly increasing virus levels in our communities are making school operations difficult. And we have to consider those escalating risks. When you look at the COVID incidence rate map across the state, nearly the entire state is in the red, and that's of major concern. While the executive order suspends in-person instruction, it does allow schools to provide in-person targeted services to small groups. And I encourage all of our schools to think about how they can use this option to reach their students. Elementary schools, specifically grades K through 5, are allowed to reopen for in-person instruction beginning December 7th, as long as the school is not in a red zone county and the school follows all the safety expectations found in that Healthy at School guidance document. Middle and high schools, grades 6 through 12, will transition to non-traditional instruction, NTI, and will not resume in-person learning before January 4th. Of course, we should remember that while we all hope that our schools will be able to return to in-person instruction in January, that's going to be dependent on our infection numbers heading in the right direction. Right now, we're not heading in that way, and the holidays are concerning as we look ahead. COVID-19 is causing us to do some complex calculations on a regular basis about is the infection rate too high to risk exposing our students, our teachers, and our staff. And I understand the disruption that all these stops and starts create, but all the decisions are done with the intent of protecting all of the Commonwealth's residents. We will have to continue to evaluate data and look at the best available guidance from public health organizations to determine how education looks in the new year. The governor intentionally did not extend the effect of this executive order beyond January 4th, ostensibly to allow for that deliberation and looking at data. And with a vaccine on the horizon, as the Lieutenant Governor discussed, it's also my hope that we'll be able to go back to in-person instruction in the foreseeable future. But until that time, it's so critical that we continue stressing the importance of social distancing, wearing a mask to protect our families, friends, and community members. If we want to get our kids back in school, we have to practice these safety precautions. So stay safe, be thankful, be optimistic, and I'm confident that better days are ahead for all of us and the students and families we serve. I now want to shift gears and welcome some new staff to the department. Of course, we haven't had the chance to meet them in person, but we are already working with them. Everybody here at the Kentucky Department of Education is putting in a lot of time, energy, and efforts, all working remotely. There are a handful of people that come into our building every day that practice social distancing, that wear masks, that spread out, but most of our staff is working from home. The following staff members have joined since the October board meeting, and I want to recognize them. We've got Regina Dawson and Laura Heslop joining the Office of Continuous Improvement and Support. We have David Wickersham joining the Office of Special Education and Early Learning. We have Diane Guyen joining the the Office of Education Technology, along with Christy Graham and Jacob Greer. And we have Dr. Thomas Woods Tucker joining as our Deputy Commissioner and Chief Equity Officer, and Lisa Oakes joining in the Office of Career and Technical Education. And we'll get to hear a little bit more from Dr. Woods Tucker a little later on. He's going to update you on the work that we're doing as far as a scan of anti-racism and equity practices that we're doing at KBE. Other new staff are Hillary Morton in the Office of Educational Technology, Sarah McIntosh in the Office of Continuous Improvement and Support. And I wanted to update you on the communication survey results that we conducted with you board members following our retreat when I first came on. Gosh, I think it was way back in October now. We asked you to complete a survey around the communications that you were receiving, how those were going, and really use that as a baseline to inform Did we need to make any changes to our communication practices going forward? So of the surveys, the results that we received, 73% of you said that you were extremely satisfied and 27% said very satisfied. All board members who responded to that survey, 11 of you said that the amount of communication that you were receiving was just right. 90% indicated that they preferred email as the main form of communication, and 10% indicated phone calls were preferred. So I've taken into account who our phone call preference folks are, and we'll communicate with them accordingly. We did ask for some specific feedback on ways the commissioner I could improve communication, and it included these responses: be proactive as possible, so try and inform you early about things that are coming or that are underway. Continue the same excellent communication skills shown currently. Provide more information during the process and not at the end. And that goes back to that be proactive comment, I think. Address complex issues and promote a proactive stance on policymaker rather than allowing the board to be reactive, take a backseat approach. And that, I think, again, is in keeping with that be proactive statement. And take the time to know the board members individually, which has been difficult in this era of COVID, but I also have appreciated the individual interviews that I've had with all of you and the time that we've had to spend having conversations around what things that you admire and appreciate about Kentucky's educational system, and what are some of your aspirations are for your time on the board, and getting to know all of you as people just as we do this important work together. Okay, I'm going to turn things over to Tony now to talk. I'm sorry, this is Dr. Woods Tucker's slide. So Thomas, I apologize. I had you a little out of order in the presentation. If you're able, could you come on now and talk through, update the board on the work that we've been doing around anti-racism and equity? And I apologize again, Dr. Woods Tucker, for having the order wrong.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Glass. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Well, good. Thank you. Good morning again, Commissioner Glass, KBE, Kentucky Board of Education members, my colleagues here at KDE, and other guests who are listening. This is great work. I'm excited. One, and two, I'm really excited because Commissioner Glass has given me a few more minutes to talk about the work we've done here in the first 30 days or so. On October 27th, had an opportunity to co-present and to co-address, if you will, the Commissioner's Student Advisory Committee. And as you know, we have Solianna on, and she's a member of that committee. And we talked about a sundry of things, including racial trauma, implicit bias, explicit bias. I had an opportunity to share some of my experiences as a 55-year-old African-American man and a child of the South, and my experiences in different places. And so that was a great conversation. And as I said then, and I'll continue to say, our student members are outstanding. They're really outstanding. Dr. Damian Sweeney also took part in that meeting as well, which then carried over on November 5th, a meeting that I had with Dr. Sweeney, primarily was to look at how can all members of the village, because we're all villagers, support this issue of racial trauma, explicit, implicit bias, and ridding our schools of discrimination, because it's going to take everyone in the village to do that. And how could we leverage our support? And in my conversation with Dr. Sweeney, I asked him, while he talks with and communicates with our counselors across the Commonwealth, how can we utilize them in this endeavor? And I know they're doing a great job, as well as our school psychologists are pitching in and helping out, as well as our social workers. Again, it's going to take everyone, including our business and our political folks, to assist in this effort. So I'm really happy about trying to be a conduit in really marshaling in all the resources that we have. A huge game changer that that KDE has been involved in is the Council of Chief State School Officers. There are a couple iterations of that. One that I'm really excited about is the instructional cohort. As some of you may know, the CCSSO is a group of 13 states that are working extremely hard, among other things, to bring high quality, bias-free, if you will, instructional materials to students and to staff as well. Because I believe first and foremost that access to high quality instructional materials resources is an equity issue, but it's also a civil rights issue as well. And so we need to endeavor to ensure that every student in the Commonwealth has access to high quality instructional materials, high quality standards, and our folks in teaching and learning are doing a wonderful job. And you're going to hear more about that a little later in revising our current standards and so forth. Another thing that I'm excited about, had this conversation with Commissioner Glass in talking with him about what are some of the initiatives that are happening already in the Commonwealth around equity, because I didn't want to come here thinking that we had this all fixed, and I didn't want to come here thinking that there were major holes, major gaps, and there are some school districts in the Commonwealth that are doing a great job right here in Frankfort. I had an opportunity last week to speak with the educators in Allen County, and some of our folks are really committed to this work, and I'll continue to say what a bold statement by the Kentucky Board of Education in its resolution, and certainly want to thank Lou for you in your earlier comments in reminding us of our commitment to all students and to stamp out racial trauma and explicit and implicit bias. So thank you for that. And again, we do have educators across the Commonwealth who are committed. A lot of our folks need support, and that's part of our job here, is to provide additional support. I'm also working with the Teacher Advisory Council. I've met with Stacy Noor, and that's, again, one of the commissioners' councils. And these 20 or so members are really interested in this work. They're interested in racial trauma. They're interested in equity. They're interested also in the mental health needs of our students. And on December 10th, I'll have an opportunity to engage in a conversation with these outstanding educators. But also, again, back on November 10th, there's a link to the equity scan that I sent out to all of our superintendents to try to get a feel of where we are with equity in the state. What are those things that are working? What are those things that are not working? And what type of support we need? And certainly I want to thank Tony for assisting us in that. On November 12th, I had an opportunity to have a briefing on the Kentucky Academy for Equity in Teaching. You heard the Lieutenant Governor speak of that. And folks, I can talk 2 hours on this, but Jason gave me a little additional time, but I won't take too much. Folks, that is a real game changer. As I mentioned to some of our colleagues, I did some work similar to this at the Ohio State University back in the early to mid 90s. And what I see happening, that happened there, that's happening right now, we're committing resources. And we're changing minds, because it's one thing to say we want to change these numbers, but we need to provide resources and opportunities for our young people. One of the things I said when I was a local superintendent, when folks talked about the workforce and how can we diversify the workforce, I would say, come into any one of our high school classrooms, and I'm going to show you the future workforce here. And our folks here at KDE who are working with Kate are doing an outstanding job in trying to get this up and going and really trying to improve it. If we're successful with Kate, it's going to be a national model, I guarantee you, because of the different avenues to diversify your workforce. There's no one size that's going to fit all. When you look at the teacher recruitment, you need to look also at your staff your student body and future staff that you already have, which gets into a teacher academy program that you have through your CTE program. What do you have in terms of your paraprofessionals? What do you have in terms of your relationships with your HBCUs and your institutions that draw a more diverse body? And what I do like about this new iteration, I should say, of Kate, is that folks are going to have an opportunity to create their own, grow your own, and I think model to increase the teacher workforce. And I really believe that's probably the most effective way that we can increase our teacher diversity workforce. As I said earlier, I'm excited about the work and the materials that are coming out of the CCSSO. November 29th, I participated in a conversation again with the Allen County about equity and how we can support that district. And that really had me thinking about how we can support these efforts with all of our educators across the Commonwealth. And then again, on December 10th, I'm excited about the conversation that we're going to have with the Teacher Advisory Committee. So a lot of great things that are happening, a lot of very supportive folks in this initiative, because we know that when we work hard to meet the needs of our students now, that the Commonwealth is going to be better off later on. Commissioner Glass, did I stay within my time?
You did. Thank you, sir.
Thank
and
you.
I kept,
Absolutely.
we were texting this morning about how much time Thomas would have with you, and I was reminding him to be brief, and he was pushing back, saying, "This is important. We need to engage in this work." So I think you hit it just right, Thomas. Thank you. Thank you, just as a quick update on Thomas coming on to the department, I know that when the State Board of Education passed that resolution this summer, there was some skepticism shared around the state as to, was this just hollow? Were these just words? The hiring of Thomas Woods Tucker as the department's, really the state's chief equity officer is a tangible signal that this is real, and you hear the work that is underway. So and it's taken off like a rocket since Thomas has come on and joined the department. I'm proud of the work that he's doing. I'm proud that the department is engaged in this work, and I'm proud of you board members for passing that resolution and showing us and directing us to take action on this. So thank you for all of that. I'll shift now to Tony Cons-Tatman. Tony's going to do some quick updates on communications.
Sorry, thank you, Commissioner. So back in October, there was a survey we did sent out after the board retreat, and I'm just going to share with you in the issue of transparency the results of that survey real quick. The goal obviously is for communications between the Commissioner of Education and each member of the Board of Education to be timely, consistent, and focused on the needs and expectations of both with mutual respect. And we wanted to kind of have the goal here was through NSBA's key work, a culture of transparency and collaborative leadership to build upon success is necessary.
And
so
Tony,
going
if I
back,
might interject just quickly, just so you're aware, I know that you've been having some computer issues the past couple of days. I did briefly cover this with the board, so they have had some background information, but I know that there were some additional points that you wanted to raise also through this. So that's what we can do with this time.
perfect. So these are just the current issues that we had, that ways that we are communicating with the board and the commissioner. And these are the results from the survey from the retreat. So overall, board members are very satisfied with the communication level that they are receiving. And just as we continue on going forward, just wanting to be proactive as possible, continuing same excellent communication skills, and providing more information during the process, not at the end, and addressing complex issues, as well as taking more time as you have getting to know more members individually. So that information is in your packets, and that's all I have to share from the survey.
Thank you, Tony. And now if we can move on, just some quick updates on the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind. So I think we've got back to Joette's PowerPoint for that.
Yes, I'll look back. Hold on one second. We're going back to the PowerPoint there.
Just while that's coming up, I'll go ahead and just start updating us just in the interest of time. There's a lot of information on that slide that I won't read all of that to you, but the School for the Blind and the School for the Deaf are continuing to provide virtual instruction to students across the Commonwealth. While both schools have developed reopening plans due to COVID-19 cases, the state schools continue to remain closed with only essential personnel on campus. Staff at both schools continue to review individual student level data to determine additional supports if those are needed for students. And based on these determinations, the admissions and release committee meetings have been and continued to be convened. The ARCs determined that some students need face-to-face instruction in addition to virtual instruction. Based on the Kentucky Department of Health's recommendations, the state schools are providing this small group instruction to students within their county of residence. Staff at the schools continue to be focused, although it has shifted to a virtual model, and teachers are using multiple platforms to support students as part of virtual teaching and learning, focusing on continuous improvement. Furthermore, both schools continue to offer multiple virtual supports to students and families, and will continue to offer these supports through the rest of the school year. And I'll shift now to the ATC updates.
I don't think we have slides on those ones.
Okay, thank you. On effective November 23rd, the ATCs are also adhering to virtual instruction for students through January 4th, in keeping with the governor's executive order, with targeted small groups available in accordance with our Healthy at Schools guidance document. Information has been shared with ATCs and the local feeder districts, and the ATCs will continue to monitor the Department of Health metrics dashboard on a weekly basis and the self-reported data by each school required by the Department of Public Health. And with that, Madam Chair, that concludes my report, and I'll hand things back to you. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Glass and Dr. Woods-Tucker and Ms. Tatman. It's great to hear from the team. And throughout that, I just kept thinking about a threaded message around optimism with determination and urgency. And I really am delighted to hear how that's coming together in such a coherent way with your team, Dr. Glass. So thank you for the updates. Any questions, board members, before we move on?
Chair Young,
Yes,
if I may, it's Sharon Robinson.
please.
I really would like to ask if there is a way we can be aware of the social emotional impact of isolation and the uncertainty and anxiety that we know students are experiencing, and how we can prepare ourselves and fortify our educators for the return of in-person instruction, and what bridges we can create to help students stay on track and help educators not feel so overwhelmed by what we all are going to face, having experienced a pretty traumatizing dynamic living through a pandemic. So I worry about that for all students, but certainly for the early adolescent and young adult students in particular, where school is an important social dynamic. So just how can we know, and how can we help ourselves be better prepared?
Thank you, Dr. Porter Robinson. I think that's a wonderful question, because it asks us to be proactive and think about what's coming next. And what's coming next is honestly, I think, something that we should be excited and optimistic about, but it's not without its challenges. We know that we have students who have struggled through this period of virtual or NTI learning, who continue to struggle with that, all of the disruption, the disconnection that's been associated with this period. And we should expect some social emotional challenges, some trauma to appear back in our schools on the other side of that. And there, honestly, I think will be significant logistical planning, scheduling, structural challenges for our educators as we go from really what's been a very fractured model of education, where we have some schools that are in person for students, some schools that have been, or some experiences that have been virtual, all sorts of hybrid in between that. If we transition to an all in-person model as a vaccine becomes more available, that requires significant restructuring of schedules, and that's a complex undertaking. That will add additional stress, time, energy on our educators across the state. I think in terms of gathering this information, we don't presently have a student level data collection that's out. We do have a student advisory that we meet with on a regular basis. And so I think that is one way that we can collect that information, really perhaps in a way that's more authentic and deep than a survey could provide. Well, that student advisory is a large and very engaged and active group. And so that's one way we can collect that information and talk to them about what are they experiencing and what would be supports for them on the other side of this. And then I think we have regular meetings and outreach with superintendents and school leaders across the state, and can start thinking ahead around what guidance and supports can KDE provide on both the logistical challenges of coming back on the other side of this pandemic, as well as what supports can school districts pull together and the department provide for those mental health, social emotional learning challenges that you mentioned. So I think it's a wonderful question because it is proactive. It's starting to look ahead. We can look ahead and foresee that we're about to go through another change, and we need to start thinking about that. So I appreciate that.
I just want to add, it's both. It really is both ends, social, emotional, and also academic. Because I mean, we do know that some gaps have gotten larger. Some gaps have appeared that weren't there before. So I know we have an enormous task ahead of us. And we'll be talking about accountability and just being aware of what our actual performance is so that we can be aware of necessary interventions. Thanks for that response.
Excellent, and thank you for that question. I heard on the national news this morning that the Brits were saying that as they begin to vaccinate this week, that today marks the beginning of the end of the pandemic, and that lifted my spirits this morning. And I hope that as we plan proactively for life after COVID, that we will be able to rally a team that will take a really comprehensive approach to supporting every kiddo through every one of them has experienced some level of trauma. Doesn't mean that they'll all be traumatized, but they've had an experience that will mark them as they go throughout their journey moving forward. Any other questions?
I think Patrice has her hand, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It is showing up on my screen now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner, with the vaccine coming out, my understanding is teachers, faculty, staff, school personnel, they have been placed at a 1B level, which is pretty high up in the list of when individuals are to be vaccinated so that we can get our children very safely back in schools. And my question is KDE spearheading this process along with our state health resources, or is this a district by district process? How is this being handled for our school personnel?
Some of those discussions are still in development. We heard just yesterday that the CDC had released their guidance to states on what order they thought individuals should be prioritized in terms of the dissemination of a vaccine. It will be up to states to determine how those guidelines are used, although the CDC did expect that most states would follow them. We had Dr. White from the Department of Public Health on with our superintendent webcast yesterday. She provided some information that those conversations were underway right now in Kentucky. In fact, she had to leave leave our webcast with superintendents early so that she could go join in. So I think this is these discussions are happening in real time right now. We will certainly follow the Department of Public Health's lead on what the appropriate ordering of that. We're encouraged that educators have been elevated in that process, but we have lots of needy groups. I know that there's a consideration to start with individuals who are in resident care facilities and healthcare workers and other first responders, because they're really at the front lines of combating this virus, or the most vulnerable people when it comes to this. We also have individuals with comorbidities or other underlying health concerns who are more vulnerable that have to be considered as well. But then I think our educators and teachers are right in that mix of conversation, because we know it's so important that we get school back open for our young people. So I think most directly, Board Member McCreary, is that the conversations are underway presently. We haven't heard anything firm on that. Just during this meeting, I got notice from the governor's office that he's requesting a conversation with us tomorrow, and then a meeting with superintendents on Friday, ostensibly to discuss this very matter. So I don't have anything new to update you with right now, but the conversations are happening in real time, and they're happening right now.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. The next item on our agenda is an update on the Jefferson County Public School 2018 settlement agreement and the 2020 management audit. You have a staff note and the management audit report in your portal, and I will turn it over to KDE Associate Commissioner Kelly Foster, who will present the update.
I actually think Dr. Glass was going to start off.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Dr. Foster. Well, this has been a lengthy journey, and I just wanted to provide a few remarks just as we got started. This effort to perform this audit with Jefferson County Public Schools really dated back to Commissioner Pruitt's tenure, continued forward into Commissioner Turner's tenure, and the work has gone through Kevin Brown and now to me as commissioner. And so one constant through all that has been Kelly Foster in leading this analysis and this work, and going through the process of gathering data to determine if Jefferson County Public Schools had made the kinds of improvements that were necessary in that settlement agreement that was agreed to them between the Department of Education, the State Board, and Jefferson County Public Schools. We really appreciate the collaborative and honest approach that Jefferson County Public Schools took in undergoing this audit. They made themselves available to us. They provided access to records, to staff, and I think did a commendable job of taking this very seriously and leaning into the hard work and efforts that needed to be done, changes that needed to be made in order to get where we are now. I don't think with any district you're ever in a place to say that you're finished or that you're done or everything is perfect. And that's certainly not true in Jefferson County. But I want to commend Dr. Polio and the work at the Jefferson County Public Schools for all that they have done in getting to this place. I will turn things over to Dr. Foster now to update you on that process, where we stand right now, and then what's on the horizon with this work.
Thank you. And I will just echo, a huge shout out to Dr. Polio and his leadership team at JCPS, the work that they have done over the past 2 years under corrective action and the settlement agreement. It has been a lot of work in a short amount of time. I would also like to thank all the KDE cross-agency team members that have been working directly with me and JCPS the past 2 years, providing professional development, monitoring the work of JCPS, providing high quality feedback. So there have been a lot of people that have been working on the KDE side as well as the Jefferson County side. So really appreciate everyone's help in this process. I'll just walk you back quickly just to kind of give you a little bit of context. But the last management audit before the one that was recently released was released in April of 2018 under Commissioner Lewis. and JCPS did not agree with all the findings in the audit, which could have led us into a hearing, but a settlement agreement occurred between the Kentucky Board of Education and the Jefferson County Board of Education, and that was finalized in August of 2018. And I would just like to take a minute to go through the highlights of that settlement agreement. I will also say when this started in August of 2018, I didn't have to have reading glasses for small print, but now I do. So just to take a second to talk about what's in that settlement agreement. When that was finalized in August of 2018, we had 15 working days to develop what was called the final cap. And so that was KDE staff and JCPS staff sitting down, going through the management audit, identifying the areas that needed to be a part of that final cap. We also, in the settlement agreement, there were monthly updates to the commissioner and his or her designee. So if in January I met with Dr. Polio and the commissioner to talk about the final cap, then in February a cross-agency KDE team went down for 2 to 3 days to spend time going through the cap and giving feedback on that. Also, they were required to hire an internal auditor that could conduct any internal investigations. They were also required to create a cabinet level position that would have an ECE coordinator, Exceptional Child Education Services. They call it ECE in Jefferson County, but raising to the level of a chief, someone that would be in charge of special education. Any policy or procedure, a board policy or procedure that dealt with the cap directly, or any just district policy and procedure that dealt with the cap correctly, came to KDE for approval. Every Monday for the last 2 years, I've had a noon call with Jefferson County Schools, and that's when we would talk about those policies and procedures, and then I would funnel those out to the different areas in the department, and we would give feedback on those. And so they have completed that piece over the last 2 years. And also, as part of the agreement, Dr. Polio presented to the KBE board at each meeting over the last 2 years an update. And the way we broke that down is each time he came, he focused on 1 to 2 areas. Also, let's see, the student assignment, they have, part of the settlement agreement is that they had to revisit their student assignment plan and make adjustments, and they are continuing to do so, but they've taken some major steps in the last two years. So at this point in time, all pieces of the settlement agreement have been finalized and reached, and we feel very confident that they did everything in the settlement agreement that they agreed to. A piece of the settlement agreement was that we could not go back and do another management audit until September 15th or after September 15th of 2020. And so lots of work in those 2 years, but those 2 years sure did go by fast because beginning on September 21st, we conducted a management audit that went on for 3 weeks in Jefferson County from September 21 to October the 9th. And we interviewed over 1,588 interviews during that 3-week time period. And so you all received a copy of the audit, I believe, 2 Fridays ago. And I have met twice with JCPS leadership since the audit was released. And I also listened in on Dr. Polio's press conference last week and thought he did an excellent job of, recognizing the hard work of his team, but also recognizing that they still had recommendations from the Kentucky Department of Education and that they would be addressing those in their weekly cabinet meetings and in their district improvement plan. So I really feel very positive about the work that has occurred there the last 2 years. The management audit indicated that there was not, let me find the exact language here. The evidence collected during the audit established that neither state management nor state assistance is necessary at this time to correct any inefficiencies and ineffectiveness within the district. And so at this point in time, as indicated in the staff note, the settlement agreement referenced has been fulfilled, and JCPS is released from any further implementation of formal corrective action at this time. So once again, I feel very confident that they will continue to move forward with the continuous improvement process and that they will take our final recommendations from this management audit. One thing I'll have to note that, not only has Dr. Polio put together a very strong district leadership team. And he always talks about when he became a superintendent, it was a school. What does he say? It wasn't a district of schools. That's for sure. It wasn't a school district. It was a district of schools. And they are making a lot of progress to where it is actually a school district, and they have a clear vision, mission, focus for all their kids. And one of the things that I think is worth noting to this group is that in the last 2 years, they have developed an office to focus directly with their low performing schools. And that's something the district has never done. So they have an assistant superintendent who has an office with support staff. And then, of course, KDE's education recovery director and education recovery leaders and specialists also work there in that district. But I think that also shows the direction that they want to go in, that they're making their low performing schools a priority. So that's all I have at this time. I'd be glad to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Foster. And just quickly, I want to correct the record. I misstated Commissioner Lewis's name in my earlier remarks. And I also want to underscore the work that he did in getting us to this place, really setting up the structure for this audit, and the extensive time that he spent on the phone with me, briefing me on this matter. So just a correction and a note of appreciation. So back to you, Chair Young.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Glass and Dr. Foster. Kelly, in particular, thank you so much for the hard work and devotion you offered to this process, along with all the members of the cross-agency team. It's a good outcome. It's not a perfect outcome. Districts aren't perfect places, and there is a lot of work ahead. I do have a quick question. I know we had talked a week or so ago about your opportunity to talk with Chair Porter at Jefferson County, or any of the board members. Were you able to have that conversation?
I did send an email to the chair and also copied the superintendent. I have not received anything back at this time. So I'm sure it's probably just with the holidays taking a little bit of time to go through the audit, but that is something that I definitely offered up.
I appreciate your being available to them for this same kind of conversation about the road ahead. Thank you. Board members, do you have questions for Dr. Foster or Dr. Glass about the Jefferson County final audit?
Chair Young, I don't have any questions, but
yes.
I just want to say I really compliment Dr. Polio and his leadership team for the amount of work they put in. I mean, it was just massive amount of work they put in to get to the place where they are now. So my congratulations to Dr. Polio and his leadership team.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, Lou, Randy Poe, I would like to echo what Mr. Johnson just said, because Dr. Polio, I think, is doing a very good job there leading a complex system.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Poe.
Chair Young, I really would reinforce those comments. I associate myself with those comments. I think the board members and board chairs, as well as the district leadership, have taken this engagement with the State Department very seriously. I've been appreciative of the takes a lot of humility to engage in continuous improvement, because it really requires addressing and seeing what is not being done as well as you might want, and being committed to unpacking those issues to understand where the opportunities for improvement, how those opportunities might be leveraged. No school district is perfect, that's for sure. And JCPS continues to have a great deal of challenge associated with special learners, with low-income students, and with a very diverse student population, as well as a large student population. So it's really my hope that we continue to view our role as one of a partner in support of what I believe to be a sincere determination to see all of the student outcomes improve, especially for those students that we know we've somehow got to prioritize and support with extraordinary effort in order that we might realize our hope of a peaceful community in which these students will be contributors as full citizens. So while I think we've reached a really important milestone, I believe we all know that our work is not done, and just urge the department and this board to view itself as a continuing partner in this determination to improve outcomes for all students.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Robinson. And I will echo the congratulations for Chair Porter, Superintendent Polio, and the entire team in Jefferson County, and echo that support on behalf of our board moving forward. Once again, I hear our theme today is optimism with determination and urgency, and that certainly applies to the work ahead in Jefferson County. But we sincerely appreciate the commitment, the earnest commitment that Dr. Polio and his team shared over the past 2 years as they addressed these monumental challenges.
Chair, I have a question. This is Lee.
Sure.
At what point in the process did Dr. Polio come into this position?
I think he's in year 4 now, Kelly, right?
So he was actually a principal when the first initial audits so under the statute, you have a management review, and depending on what you find in the management review, then it could push you into a management audit. So he was a principal during the management review, and then was the interim when the management audit first occurred. And so, I mean, all of this work has been done under his leadership. And I think back to one of the first times we met after the audit came back, and he made it very clear to everyone in the room that, JCPS would do exactly what the state was asking them to do because it was the right thing to do. So, his leadership and the people that he has surrounded himself with, they are the key players that have really made some tremendous change in that district.
Was he a principal in Jefferson County at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he was. He was a principal at Doss High School when the management review occurred. He was also a principal at J-Town High School. He may have been principal before somewhere else too, but I know those two for sure.
Mm-hmm. I've only met him once when he appeared before us, and he was very committed and very articulate, and seemed like he had his hands around the problem. So congratulations to them. But I agree with Sharon that that's a big system down there. It still has work to do, but congratulations on getting to this point.
This is Allison Sloan. I'd like to speak for just a second.
Sure.
As I've said on this board, and we've heard the reports over the last year or so, I'd just like to say that some of these issues, especially in the special education world in JCPS, as a special ed teacher, I often saw some of the issues and heard those remarks and thought, these issues exist in a lot of other districts as well, maybe in a much smaller way, not quite as large, because we all know and understand that JCPS is a beast of its own. But I just wanted to say that the teachers there, as I talked to them over the last year, sometimes expressed that frustration that they felt they were being singled out, and that the district was being shown as that they were the ones having the issues. So I hope we take this opportunity to learn from the great work that has happened in JCPS, and that they continue to grow and develop in the area of special education with those students and the diverse needs of other students, and share those learning opportunities with other districts so that we can all learn from that, because we have issues other places as well. Special ed is a different situation in a lot of ways, and those students have a lot of needs. And I just hope we take this opportunity as what it is, and learning for all of us across the state.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Sloan. Yes, Lieutenant Governor.
Let me just add, I think it can't be overstated how important the leadership team that Dr. Polio has assembled it has been for this district. It is such a large district. To give you an idea, my first teaching job was in Bergen. There are more schools in Jefferson County than there were students at Bergen High School. to give you an idea of how large that district is, so that leadership team I know was assembled and hit the ground running, and they have really been hands-on supporters of the teachers and the students in that district. And I think it's just it's proving what we all know, which is especially in the education community, leadership makes all the difference. So kudos to them, and good luck on the work that they continue to do, because we know it's a never-ending process.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right. Again, thank you, Dr. Foster, for all the work and for the report, and Dr. Glass for moving that to closure at this point in time. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is approval of consent agenda. As a reminder, this item allows the board to approve the consent agenda as a group of items in one action, as opposed to hearing each individual agenda item. Our KBE staff identified these items as those that are typically non-controversial and routine in nature. The items contained in the consent agenda with KBE context, if needed, are as follows. The first item, approval of new district facilities plans. Those are included there in the portal. And I'll turn this over to Associate Commissioner Robin Kinney and Director Che Ritter. If you want to add anything on this item, Robin. Perhaps I don't think
I'm sorry, I was having a little problem finding my buttons like other people.
That's okay.
We really don't have anything to add.
So
yeah,
any of these that you want to touch on, Robin, on consent, we can do that at this point.
Yeah, we really don't have anything to add. Of course, the board is familiar with DFPs and amended DFPs and tax rates levied, and these are fairly routine. We've brought these before you many other times. So, but we are available to answer questions if you have any.
Excellent, thank you. And you will also see the other staff members that are listed there: David Horseman, David Cook, and others. So, board members, do you have any questions or items on consent that you would like to pull off?
Chair Young, after review by our staff, I move that we approve those consent items.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We have a motion for approval of the consent items as presented. Do we have a second?
This is Joanne Adams. I second.
Thank you so much, Ms. Adams. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on any item under consent? Thank you. Hearing none, would you please call the roll, Jennifer?
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
This is Cody Johnson. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
This is Randy Poe. I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, unmuted, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. We have two really great items coming up, and I am proudly yielding the floor to Dr. Glass to share the next two items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my distinct pleasure to be part of recognizing our Kentucky teachers and receiving the Presidential Awards for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. These are the highest honors bestowed by the United States government specifically for K-12 math and science teaching. This was established by Congress in 1983, and this program authorizes the president to bestow up to 108 awards each year. Awards are given to mathematics and science teachers from each of the 50 states, the District of Columbia and the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and the Department of Defense education schools, or the U.S. territories as a group. Awardees serve as models for their colleagues and inspiration to their communities and leaders in the improvement of STEM education. The recipients of this award are integral to ensuring our students are equipped with the necessary critical thinking and problem-solving skills that are vital to our Commonwealth's success. The awardees here today serve as models of this and as an inspiration to their communities and leaders in the improvement of mathematics and science education. So please allow me to recognize a couple of these award winners. First, we have Tori Martin, the Mathematics 2019 winner from J. Graham Brown School in Jefferson County. And just a couple of snippets from the recommendation that Tori had. Ms. Martin forges personal relationships with every student in her class. She teaches students to love math and to believe in their ability to do math. Her joy in teaching and learning is infectious. And another snippet is, as someone who cares deeply for students, Ms. Martin is constantly finding ways to raise up all of us who see this work, to see them succeed. She constantly looks for opportunities to learn and grow. She contributes greatly to the development and growth of her colleagues. And I think we have Tori Martin on with us to say a few words. Congratulations, Tori.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here and to be recognized in this way.
Excellent. Thanks so much. We also have Carrie Metter, who is the Science 2019 winner from Central High School, also in Jefferson County, and a few snippets from her recommendation for this award. As a citizen and educator, Carrie is an exceptional exemplar of class, professionalism, integrity, and respect. Carrie is in a shrinking category of people who are truly outstanding at a particular skill while remaining humble and hungry at the same time. And from a student said, Ms. Metter's passion to teach biology is powerful and remarkable. She puts her heart into each activity and lesson she teaches. She fights for what she believes in every day out of work. That is what makes her an exemplary teacher. She engages diverse students in an urban setting in learning the science of the world around them, making their lives richer. And I think we have Carrie Metter also on to say a few words.
Hello, thank you all so much for having me. Oh my goodness, this pandemic has my emotions heightened. That's the first time I've heard those words and I'm all teary. Oh my goodness, those are so beautiful. It's always so nice to hear yourself through the eyes of other people. And I'm just so appreciative to have this opportunity and to represent our great bluegrass state in science education, and know that there's so many great teachers out there right now, and I'm just one of them. So thank you so much. I appreciate y'all having us.
Well, thank you both. We are so proud of both of you and excited that we were able to share this with you. Thanks for everything you do for Kentucky's kids. Congratulations again to you both. And I think I saw Dr. Polio come on. These are a couple of your employees. Dr. Polio, is there something that you'd like to say to them as well?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate the board. I want to thank all of you for your kind comments earlier as well about JCPS, and the true mark of excellence in JCPS has really little to do with me or central office. It really has to do with our teachers and educators, as shown by Ms. Metter and Ms. Martin in math and science. We're so proud of both of you. Both of you are at two great schools. And so thank you for your hard work. This shows that dedication, and I'm sure they're right in the middle of teaching right now. So thank you so much for that hard work that you all are doing right now. And I'm proud. This has been an award season for teachers in JCPS. We had Middle School Teacher of the Year. We had National Foreign Language Teacher of the Year. And now we have Science and Math Teachers of the Year here, all in Jefferson County. So congratulations. We're really proud of you all. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Dr. Polio, and congratulations again, Ms. Metter and Ms. Martin. We are so proud of you and honor the work that you've done. And thank you. Chair Young, should I continue right along?
Yes, I'll just add my congratulations to Ms. Metter and Ms. Martin as well. Congratulations, ladies, and can't wait to hear about all the great work ahead in your classrooms. Thank you. And then, yes, Dr. Glass, please go ahead. The next item is the presentation of the 2020 Kevin M. Nolan Marianne Miller Award.
Okay. The Kevin M. Nolan Award was established in 2009 to recognize Nolan's 18 years of service. In 2017, the Kentucky Board of Education added Mary Ann Miller's name to the award to honor the many years of service that she provided to KBE. Nolan is unavailable to be with us today, but sends his respects. Retired from the department in 2008 after beginning a career with the department in 1991. Kevin dedicated his professional career to public service and support of education, and was a career defined by integrity, compassion, leadership, and scholarship. And Mary Ann Miller, who we are fortunate to have with us today, is a former special education teacher who served in various roles at the department. Ms. Miller retired from the position of Chief of Staff in 2017 with approximately 31 years of service to the Commonwealth of Kentucky. During her tenure at KBE, she committed to making Kentucky public schools better with the goal of every child becoming college and career ready. Ms. Miller is also a 2013 recipient of this award, previously known as the Kevin M. Nolan Award. Mary Ann Miller, are you on to say a few remarks at this time?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Dr. Glass?
We can. Thank you so much.
Okay. Hello to many friends and colleagues I have at KBE, and I'm very happy to be honored to be here today, and especially to honor the person that is going to receive this award. Am I at liberty to say her name, or do I need to not say her name?
I think you should go right ahead and make that announcement since this is your award.
Oh, okay. I was apprised that Greta Hilton, Associate Commissioner, is the new recipient of the Kevin Nolan Marianne Miller Award. And I would say, since I have worked with Greta for many, many years and been supported by her leadership in my role as Chief of Staff, she certainly exemplifies significant service to Kentucky schools in providing inspiration to education. And when I think of Greta, I think of the words competent, dedicated, and making decisions based on what's best for students. So in my eyes, that's a very high level to be in. And Greta, if you're there and can hear me, congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. And I'll just add that Greta Hilton is the Associate Commissioner in the Office of Special Education and Early Learning here at KBE, and she makes decisions every day that affect the lives of exceptional children and their families. Greta carries a heavy burden, often straddling the divide between what is required by the federal government and what is simply best for students, because both of those are important. During this pandemic, Greta has had to lead an entire state into uncharted waters, trying to make the best decisions possible with impossible situations. And she's done so with a positive outlook and a focus on what is best for students in the Commonwealth. Greta also serves as the School for the Deaf and serves the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind. She understands this special circumstance, the circumstances facing those students, and the added complication of a resident setting. Even though the initial emergency shift to NTI that occurred last March is over, the work is not finished for Greta Hilton. She's leading the charge to gather partnerships to help provide supports for parents who are struggling with virtual learning in this virtual learning setting, and who are not always, they don't always know how best to assist their children. So she provides that support. Greta understands the need and knows that guidance from her office and from KBE is a great benefit to many families. She is a visionary for our Commonwealth and is very much dedicated to the best services for our exceptional children as a whole. Greta, we are proud of you. You're a true advocate for students with disabilities in our state and a great ambassador for KDE across the Commonwealth and the nation. You absolutely deserve this recognition. And if anyone understands that legacy, it's Kevin Nolan and Mary Ann Miller. And we have heard from Mary Ann here today why you're so deserving of this award. So we'll pause here. Greta, if you're on and able to pick yourself up off the floor after all of these adulations, we'd love to hear from you.
I'm here. Thank you. The only thing that I really can say is that words are insufficient to express my gratitude and how honored I am to receive this award, particularly from Mary Ann, whom I've worked with for a number of years and highly respect and admire and contribute. So if my staff are watching, they joke me about my editing skills, and so I will give Mary Ann the credit for that because she was such a great editor to so many of the things that I've worked on over the years. So, folks, if you want to blame somebody, blame Mary Ann. But in all seriousness, I'm honored and shocked and surprised, quite frankly. So y'all did a really good job with that. But I'll stop there to just really say that words really are insufficient in expressing my honor and gratitude. So thank you.
Congratulations, Mom. Congratulations.
So there are family members lurking around your house who are in on this surprise.
We wanted to congratulate you. You deserve it.
Thank you.
Say hi, Gigi. Say hi, Gigi. Hi.
Hi. And that's the most precious part of my life right there.
Oh, you keep it Friday night.
Well, congratulations again, Greta, and thanks to Kevin Nolan and Mary Ann Miller for all the work that you did contributing to this award, but also for being role models for the excellent service and leadership that is known at KDE today. Greta, we're so proud of you and appreciate all of the work that you do. And I think that ends our award period here, Madam Chair, so I'll turn things back over to you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. What a morning of celebration. I loved the little voices. The family members being present today just adds a level of warmth to the experience. So congratulations, Greta, on your behalf and for your whole team and all the work you're doing there at KDE. Thank you so much, Mary Ann, for joining us today. We were honored to have you here. It's a treat to hear from you again. And many thanks to Kevin, if he was able to join us. I don't see him on the list, but Kevin, if you're here or eventually listening to this recording, thank you so much for being the person, one of two people responsible for this great award.
And Madam Chair, if I might interject just briefly,
yes,
I want to acknowledge the department for their tremendous ability to execute both these surreptitious and clandestine operations that we pulled off this morning. So we've been able to surprise two people that are difficult to hoodwink. So kudos.
Excellent. It's been a stealth kind of day. Nice job, team. All right, thank you so much. And also in honor of Jennifer Fraker's last meeting, we're going to take a long lunch because she paced it so well. I'm probably making her nervous even saying that, but we're going to take 40 whole minutes. Don't squander them. Just in honor, just have a little piece of cake or something in honor of Jennifer as we take 10 extra minutes for lunch today, friends. And so that'll put us back on deck at 12:10 Eastern time. And then we'll pick right up with our agenda at that point. Andy, Megan, we will break. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed a little bit longer break than usual. The next item on our agenda is public comment. Included on today's agenda is a dedicated public comment segment. Although this time will look slightly different than it does when the board meets in person, public expression, as stated on the board's publicly announced agenda, was accepted in writing via email, or written request was permitted via email in order to speak before the board. The board will only review information and feedback about matters listed on the board's agenda. Please note that public expression is not a question and answer session, and it may not be possible for the board to read every comment submitted during today's meeting. The order of public expression will be based on the timestamp on the email received, and the public comment period will be limited to no more than 30 minutes. I'm pleased to say that we do have one item of public comment submitted for today, and that has been shared. It's related to the item on today's agenda regarding changes to the assessment and accountability regulation, and that item was submitted by email from Mr. Donnie Wilkerson of Jamestown, Kentucky, also of Russellville Schools. So thank you so much, Mr. Wilkerson, for your comment and feedback. That has already been turned over to the team in assessment and accountability, as well as the commissioner for review. And thanks to Jennifer and Joette for monitoring public comment there as well. The next item on our agenda is scheduled to be approval of the 2020-2021 local district working budgets. Jennifer, is that the one that needs to be postponed a bit?
That's correct. But the next item, the new regulation for 704 KAR 8110, the Kentucky Academic Standards for World Language, KDE Division Director Krista Hall and team are ready and available if that's your desire.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And please just, I've made a note here, but don't let me forget to go back to item 16A. In the meantime, welcome Krista and team. If you would share with us about the new regulations regarding world languages.
Thank you so much, Chair Young. I am Krista Hall, and I do serve as the Director for Program Standards. And with me today, I have my colleagues, Thomas Klaus and Aaron Chavez, who will also be sharing more details along the process. So we are bringing before you today 704 KAR 8110 as a new regulation to establish the Kentucky Academic Standards for World Language. Currently, academic standards for world language courses or programs are not in Kentucky law. So this proposed new regulation will incorporate by reference the Kentucky Academic Standards for World Language, which will establish for public schools that offer a world language course or program to meet these minimum content requirements. So the revision process was outlined in KRS 158-6453, and this called out specifically reading, writing, mathematics, science, and social studies standards development, but we generally followed this process for the World Language Standards revision as well. So the advisory committee and the review committee, which was made up of Kentucky World Language teachers, worked in support of each other to develop these world language standards, being sure to address these following requirements. So it was important that they focused on the critical knowledge, skills, and capacities needed for success in the global economy, that it resulted in fewer but more in-depth standards, that the expectations were communicated more clearly and concisely to teachers, parents, students, and citizens, as well as being based on evidence-based research while considering international benchmarks and ensuring that the standards were aligned from elementary to high school to post-secondary education so that students could be successful at each of those levels. So this is the game board that we follow for the standards revision process. And so while world language was not named in KRS 158-6453 as having to follow all of these prescribed steps, we did honor as many as possible. So once the educators were selected to serve as the writers for the standards, public comment was sought through surveys to inform the writers of the proposed standards and recommendations. As you can see, we've made it to the last column of bringing the standards before the KBE, and we're excited to share more details about this document. So to do that, I'm going to turn it over to Thomas Klaus, our branch manager.
Thanks, Krista. And as Krista mentioned, this process began last fall with an independent third party putting out a survey of our Kentucky Standard for World Language Proficiency. In January and February, our AP and RC teacher writers were brought in And from that moment until October, they were working on the draft document that you have before you today. Really, the impetus for this, or the foundation for the Kentucky Academic Standards for World Language, the draft document, the writers laid out a vision statement. And so they wanted to ensure that students had the opportunity to not only use knowledge of language, but also use knowledge of culture or people who speak that language. The teacher writers wanted to ensure that these standards provide rich exposure for students to understand both people, places, and practices of the target culture. And the writers really wanted to empower students to become individuals who were empathetic, who were deep thinkers, who were thought and inquired about the language that they were learning. Furthermore, the writers really wanted to intentionally push the focus of culture to the core of language learning. The writers saw these things as it's not separate, and they wanted to ensure that as a student's learning about something like French, they're learning about the ways that culture shapes and is shaped by language. So understanding that the way that the French is spoken in Paris is a little different than the way that's spoken in Haiti or Port-au-Prince. So understanding that culture is part of the plan or part of the learning was an intentional focus for the writers. Some highlights, as Krista mentioned, these standards need to be based on evidence. And so one of the things that the teacher writers really wanted to show was that when they talked about and they showed proficiency levels and understanding a student's movement from novice to intermediate to advanced in language acquisition, they highlighted proficiency learnings that were based out of ACTFL and accessible and ACTFL national standards. The writers really wanted to ensure that students are not only practicing with verbal, but also nonverbal uses of language. And furthermore, again, they really wanted to showcase the idea that culture is at the forefront of language learning. Furthermore, the teacher writers wanted to provide sample learning targets that got at other aspects of the standards, including connections, comparisons, communities. And really, the writers wanted to ensure that this document aligned to the American Sign Language standards. I will turn it over to my colleague now, Erin Chavez, who will talk a little bit about the architecture of the draft Kentucky Academic Standards for World Language.
Thank you, Thomas. So I know this is very tiny to see, but this is actually an example of what the draft Kentucky Academic Standards for World Language, what it looks like. And so really the writers wanted to make sure that there were key components included in the architecture. So they wanted to include the goal areas, standards, guiding questions that really helped ensure what language learning looked like for students and for the teachers. They also made sure that the proficiency benchmarks were included from novice to intermediate to advanced, and then they were subdivided into novice low, novice mid, novice high, and then the other respective subdivides. They also wanted to include that sample learning targets were available. Now, ensure that this is not an exhaustive list, but the teacher writers really want to just have examples for teachers to brainstorm and build off of. All right, Thomas, if you'll skip to the next one. And again, this is just another example of what the Kentucky Draft for World Language Standards looks like. This is another goal area with intercultural communication with those key components.
Thanks, Erin. So a second public comment period opened with a third-party independent third party sending out a survey that kind of addressed the Kentucky Academic Standards for World Language to the draft document. So as you can imagine, most people who replied to that survey were world language teachers, but we also received a smattering of other education stakeholders. Some big takeaways. So from that group that participated in the survey, 74% of that group accepted the draft standards as is, and then 26% added additional comments. The teacher writers were brought back in to address those comments, and this included streamlining and simplifying the document to ensure that it was easier to read. As Erin mentioned, placing the intercultural communication standards before communication, just as a way to showcase again that culture is at the forefront of this document. And then the teacher writers also wanted to do more with kind of showcasing a framework for getting teachers to look at the investigation and interaction standards. And they did this by utilizing the lens of really focusing on language and behavior, and then products and practices, again, kind of drawing from ACTFL and accessible. Here we have a list of advisor groups and focus groups that we elicited additional feedback from, including a very awesome focus group with some high school world language students in Lexington. So now just wanted to turn it over and see what questions you all had for us about this process.
Chair Young. Chair Young. Can you hear me?
Oh, finally, I was wrestling with the mute button. I don't know why it wasn't letting go. Yes, Mrs. McCrary, please go ahead.
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I am absolutely thrilled to see that the approach of world languages is for steeped in culture. I love that holistic approach. Job well done.
And that was all the teacher writers. You know, I think we're very thankful in this state to have such a dedicated group of people who are, you know, world language teachers in the state, and that was a huge emphasis for them in this process. So kudos to them.
And Thomas, what are the next steps with the promulgation of the standards?
Well, Krista, do you want? I think you're best suited to answer that.
Yes, I can jump in with that. So after today, if we have approval to move forward, then it will begin the LRC process. And so at that point, it will go before our subcommittee. Well, let me just say, we will have another 60-day public comment period to review these draft standards, at which time we will do statements of consideration that we will then bring back to the board based on that final 60-day public comment. Then we will begin the LRC process. We will go before the administrative review subcommittee, and once that is approved, then we will be looking at adoption for use in our schools. And we definitely hope that that will be ready for the 21-22 school year.
Excellent. Yeah, it sounds like the timing is good.
I have one other question, Chair Young.
Please.
What do you anticipate the professional development needs will be for teachers as these standards are adopted and then implemented? And when will that process be initiated?
That is an excellent question, and it's a process that we've gotten quite a bit of practice with lately, as we've had several sets of standards go through adoption. And so one of the very first things is we've got to have our world language teachers dig into those standards and know what the expectations are. So our very first step is we start with creating a document on getting to know your Kentucky Academic Standards for World Language. We produce this document so that it can either be facilitated by instructional leaders in a larger district, if you wanted to pull all of your world language teachers together and participate in this, or if you are in a small district and you're the only world language teacher, you can go through this on your own, because we recognize that will occur. So that will be one of the very first things. We actually, in that module that we create, will have investigations for teachers to dive into those standards to see what does that really mean and look like in a learning experience. So really, that's their very first step, just understanding what those expectations are. And then the next step that will be vitally important in the district is to look at that continuum in their K-12 program. So depending on how fleshed out their program is, it will look very different in all of our schools and districts. But once they understand the expectation, then it will be identifying how is that going to look from K-12, depending on when they offer it.
Chair Young, this is Lee.
Yes, Dr. Todd.
Our daughter is big on languages. She speaks French and Arabic, and she said to me one time that you really don't learn the language until you start learning the culture. And sometimes it takes 2 to 3 years to get to that point, because you're learning all the dry stuff. And she even went so far, she did her doctorate in global competence, trying to develop a survey to measure global competence and how do you really get people prepared for this world. And I'm an engineer, so I speak nothing but barely English. But when I speak to students, I always tell them, you're going to be working with people all over the world. you need to get into language, you need to get into it early. And then best comment I heard from one of my former students, he said, when you go to Germany or Italy, you want to get a meeting with someone. If you go up to their assistant and you speak in their language, the probability of you getting a meeting with a higher up is probably 75% stronger than if you go in and speak English. And so there are many reasons for this, and I'm extremely impressed with how you've gone about it, and especially the continuity of the incorporation of the culture, because it does make it deeper. So thank you so much to everybody.
Excellent. Thank you, Lee, too, for those very kind of wise and pragmatic applications of world languages learning. And your daughter didn't fall too far from the tree, because we know that computer programming, for example, relies on the symbolics of information, much like learning a second language does. So there's a lot of brain research that would support the fact that your daughter is also a good linguist. So thanks to the whole team. Board members, if you didn't have a chance to look at it, these standards are very proficiency oriented. You won't see Spanish 1, German 2, French 3 in the program. It's really based on the actual proficiency standards and following a learning continuum of a second language learner as she gains the multiple skills and cultural abilities that span the curriculum. So I think it's well done, and many thanks. You can see on page 52 all of the contributors to the process, in addition to Aaron and Thomas and Krista and their team. And Krista, before I forget to mention this, a little Fraker bird told me that we should add our congratulations to you, that you've announced your retirement and that we will be losing another one of our amazing leaders at the department mid-December. So congratulations. We wish you all the best in that endeavor as well. And good for you. You got the standards to this point of approval today. So that's going out on a high note, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That Fraker bird's a little dangerous.
You got to watch out for her. And I'm telling you, and she texts you right in the middle of stuff too. You just never know. Any other questions from board members? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the proposed new regulation 704 KAR 8:110, incorporating by reference the Kentucky Academic Standards for World Language. Do I have such a motion?
You have such a motion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Porter. And do we have a second? Dr. Robinson, and do we have a second?
Second.
Adams, I second.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Jennifer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
This is Cody Johnson. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
This is Randy Poe. I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote C. Yes. The world language teacher.
There you go.
Okay, I have dad jokes. All right, thanks again, team, and congratulations, Krista. At this point, I think we're ready to step back to the item we just postponed, item 16A, approval of the 2020-2021 local district working budgets. And I'll turn it over to Associate Commissioner Robin Kinney and Division Director Che Ritter for this item.
Thank you very much, Chair Young. We are before you at this time for the staff note for the 2020-2021 local district working budgets. Each year, districts submit local working budgets to the department by September 30th. And we have as an attachment to your staff note the list of each district and their budget amounts along with their contingency amounts. Part of their submission is to show to us that they have a minimum contingency of 2%. And we have 170 school districts that are in compliance with both the statute and the regulation, which is 702 KAR 3:110. I also want to bring to your attention that we do have one district that has not yet submitted a working budget, and this is Ashland Independent. Out of an abundance of caution, we do have some language in House Bill 352, which was the prior budget bill, the existing budget bill that we're operating under, and it allows the board to approve a working budget that is less than 2%. However, at this time, we don't really have a submitted working budget by Ashland Independent. So we have invited Superintendent Sean Howard, who is the superintendent of Ashland Independent, to appear with us today to just kind of explain to us where he is on the local working budget and to share anything that he has with the board at this time. We would also recommend that the board allow staff to request that they submit a report of the financial position of the district within 30 days. That is in compliance with House Bill 352. We're kind of in between the statute and this House Bill 352 provision. So we're just out of an abundance of caution, want to make sure that we're in compliance with both of those provisions. So Superintendent Howard, I believe, is on the call.
Yes.
If I could invite him to make any remarks he'd like to make at this time.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Thank you for having me today. And certainly, I'm in no way, shape, or form pleased with the situation that we've found ourselves in. But we are working as diligently as possible to correct some of the things that must be corrected. I have approached our board to approve the hiring, which they did last Monday night, of a financial consultant to come in and help us get our things in working order so that this may be submitted.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I think we may be losing your internet just a little bit. Sean, can you still hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Do you have any reason to anticipate that the contingency will be below 2% for Ashland Independent?
I really can't answer that at this point.
Okay.
I honestly can't.
Okay.
Certainly hope not, obviously, but I really don't want to say something that would be in error.
I understand. I appreciate the caution. Todd, are you available? Do we need to amend the motion or consideration in any way in light of Robin's request that we include additional information by way of report?
Yeah, if I understand Robin's request appropriately, it is to approve the budgets of other districts, but for this one district in particular, I think she's also looking for the board to take action to require them to submit the financial report within 30 days. Is that accurate, Robin?
Yes, that's right.
So the motion should reflect both of those, the approval of the working budgets that she has presented to you, but then that separate action with regard to this one individual district.
Excellent. In two motions or one, Todd?
One, I think, would be sufficient.
Got it. Board members, do you have questions for Robin or for Superintendent Howard?
If I understand the request, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the budgets for those who have been submitted and require the Ashland Independent System to report back to us within 30 days with the action they're taking with regard to their budgets. Is that sufficient?
I think so, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second to Mr. Johnson's motion?
I second. This is Holly Bloodworth.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bloodworth. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Jennifer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth, I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
This is Cody Johnson. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
This is Randy Poe. I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Robin and team. And I really appreciate you sharing with us in person today, Superintendent Howard. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to review items, team. Item 17A, and that is the amendment to 703 KAR 5:270, Kentucky's accountability system. This is first reading of this item, and as always, we're happy to hear from Associate Commissioner Rhonda Sims and her team in the Office of Assessment and Accountability. So, Rhonda, take it away, please.
Good afternoon, Board. Glad to be with you. We have a number of things. The first item on our list today is to talk about the accountability regulation. I want to remind you of a few things that you have in front of you and in the portal. I think they've also been emailed to you in advance. We have a PowerPoint that we're going to use to kind of walk through the information that's happened since our last time together in November. We also provided a draft regulation, and that's a little hard to read because it has a lot of strike through in it to remove items that are no longer compliant with 158, as well as the additional new text. But because that's a little bit hard to read, we think the summary becomes helpful in the PowerPoint. And as we work through this topic, the summary is a little side by side. It gives you the overview of the change in the section and the reason behind the change, whether it's a compliance with 158 issue. You also have in front of you the summary from the LSAC meeting, and actually we had two opportunities to talk to the local superintendent's advisory council around this regulation. And, you know, one thing to keep in mind is the way the structure is with LSAC reading regulations before they come to the board. They have not had the background time that the board has had in this discussion, because we've had some opportunities just to kind of parse out information around 158 and then specifically around accountability. And we had our very helpful work session in November. So I know we have a discussion around that as well. So we'll just see if you have any questions as we get started about any of those materials. And Jennifer Stafford is on with me, and Kevin Hill. I think we have some other folks such as Jenny Larkin running the PowerPoint behind the scenes, and with Joette's assistance probably. And so we'll see what your pleasure is, Chair Young, and we can move forward if you don't have questions.
Sounds good.
Okay. So let's kind of remind ourselves where we are in this process. You know, we're on kind of a long journey together with both assessment and accountability. And so this is what I called this is the map of where we're at today. And we've added a reference here to the tracks, because several times we've talked about a triple track approach, and not every board member has heard that conversation, but under the direction of Dr. Glass, he's helped us kind of envision that we have ongoing change that we need to take care of right now. That's that track one, working on the accountability, getting it aligned to 158. Then in addition, we want to begin to the discussion of assessment. Are there some more immediate things that we can do with assessment that we should discuss? And then obviously moving forward to a more future design of what we think can support instruction better and maybe get us to the outcomes for students that we'd like to see more. So as we walk through this, you see we're here in December, and we're going to do two pieces today. We're going to talk about track one and where we are with the regulation, and then we will do an introduction following that around just the base assessment requirements as they exist today. So that'll start us down track two. As we move to the next slide, I want to highlight for you the summary of changes that we bring back to you in the reg. and a little bit of information around those, and then we're going to look at some slides that will further define these. Obviously, a key change in the regulation is to align with Senate Bill 158 from the 2020 session. So that had a significant impact on accountability. There is also a change under the dual credit language where we talk about collecting course information, not our information. And that has to do with our process of what can we actually glean from the collection abilities that we have and looking at transcripts. And we do have our partners from CTE on the call today and the board meeting should we have questions specifically in that area. We also want to remind you that we had brought 4 items for your conversation in November, and we want to go back to those. We felt the board directed us to bring back some recommendations to get some feedback on those recommendations. And so we do want to go through those 4 outlined here. We'll look a bit at status and change and the color chart, as well as combining the measures together. We did not give you additional information on the English learner progress indicators because that has been the win-win conversation. Everyone wants us to take advantage of every flexibility possible for students in those particular conditions with English learners. So that is a matter now of developing the value tables that would give them credit and accountability, and those have to be approved with our interactions with the U.S. Department of Ed. So those tables will actually sit inside our state consolidated plan since they have to go through that approval process rather than in the regulation itself. And the minimum in count has obviously been one of the topics that has had the greatest discussion as we've been in front of groups. And then finally, in section 5, there is some language around long-term goals. And those goals are a reporting requirement, not a specific direct impact on accountability, because 158 does not list that goal performance as part of the exclusive list of components for accountability. So we have put some language in there to direct that to the state consolidated plan. Then that could come back for discussion with the board as we file that plan and with the commissioner. So those are just kind of the general overviews around those particular topics. And then we want to kind of walk through really primarily those 4 that we have worked with in the past with you and to tell you a little bit about those recommendations we bring forward. So as we move on to, as we move on to 4, let's start with our colored charts that we spent quite a bit of time talking about. Now, these charts will not exist within the regulation. They are charts that will kind of guide the standard setting work when that is developed with our stakeholders. We'll bring in a group that has teachers, administrators, a variety, and remember those cuts of actually the numbers behind the lines will move forward as part of that standard process, and LSAC will have an approval of that and KBE, and then we'll have discussion with the board. But we were asked to bring back a recommended table. And we have produced one here, and we have been out with a recommended and an alternate version with several groups for feedback. The recommendation that we're bringing forward gives more detail in the medium level. So if we look, remember status is on the left side and change across the top. So if I look at the row that's titled medium in the current year, if I decline significantly from the prior year, I'm in an orange. So a real kind of warning as I'm dropping toward red. If I decline from the prior year, I'm orange. If I maintain from the prior year, I'm a yellow. And then an increase from prior year and significant, I'm green. So we have, you can see by looking at this medium level that you will see that there are multiple opportunities for the green, even in that medium level. We also thought we heard the board say they were interested in a symmetrical look that would allow as much opportunity for those higher levels of color, the green and the blue, as there is for the red and the orange. And as you look at this table, you can see we have achieved that symmetry. There are 5 opportunities for green, 5 for orange, 4 for blue, 4 for red. And then those in the center are those yellow zones. So this recommended change was brought forward to a multiple group, and we also proposed, we brought an alternate forward. So let's go to the next slide and just look at the alternate, and then we can talk in a little more detail, and Jennifer's going to join the conversation as we put them side by side in just a second. So the alternate that we brought forward achieves quite a bit of the same thing, but there's less opportunity for green and less opportunity for that orange color. You can see there's one less ability. So the real difference is that row that's labeled medium in the current year. So there you see a lot of that row is yellow. So not quite as much information or detail to schools as the recommended version. We were able to talk with SCAC about this particular set of tables. Their recommendation, they like the recommended best. In fact, we've had no group that we've discussed that preferred the alternative colored table. We've been with our DAC advisory, SCAC. Jennifer was able to be with the Title I practitioners group, and we have some upcoming meetings where we'll have more discussion in December with some other advisory groups that are in place. So the next slide, we're just going to put them side by side, and you can't see them quite as much in detail with the wording, but remember status on the left side, going vertical, and horizontal change. So you see the difference is in that medium row. The other rows are very similar. Now with LSAC, we had some discussion. Again, this was their first opportunity to see this information and talk about it. And with LSAC, we did have at least one superintendent that would like to have seen an ability to have green show up potentially if you were improving significantly but were low in the current year. And there was quite a bit of discussion and debate around that topic. LSAC did not take a position on it, but that was one of the comments. So I'm going to pause here and let Jennifer add a little more detail around the colored tables and a little more around the feedback. And then we'll pause here and see if you have some questions for us on the table themselves.
Thank you, Rhonda, and good afternoon. As Rhonda mentioned, there is symmetry in the tables. You can see that there's an equal chance for high performing or high number colors as well as the lower performing colors. Now, as we've talked with different groups, they've talked and questioned the colors. For example, we're getting questions about what is the meaning of yellow? And other than the fact that it's just a universal cautionary color, you really have to dig into the details of the charts to look at and see where the school or district is performing. For example, if you look at box C is a very high performing school, but has decreased significantly. And if you look at box D, which is also yellow, it has a very different performance and outcome for the school. So you have to dig deeper into the details of the charts to determine where the performance is and what the status and change are in relation to the performance of the students within that school and on those different indicators. So as Rhonda mentioned, there's in the middle row, that middle level performance on status are the changes from the recommended table to the alternative table. And it really does focus on where they've either declined from prior year and increased from prior year. So that's, again, the feedback that we've got is that the groups that we've talked to really liked having that additional detail of the different colors between those medium performance and status and the declined from prior year or increased from prior year. So let me pause there and see if there's any questions or comments from the board on the recommended table. So I'm seeing a hand raised by Randy. Randy?
Just a comment. I love the fact, as you just pointed out, on the recommended change in the colors. because it requires you to dig deeper. I think, you know, one of the things of Senate Bill 158 was that you don't want one measure to you know, communicate how a school is doing. And this requires anybody, whether it's a newspaper or anybody else, to dig deeper into that school score to get a holistic picture of what is occurring. So I really like that.
Thank you.
And labeling that box C and D really was eye-opening for me. And I did have a call from a superintendent that triggered my thinking in this regard. So, so I really have one comment and two questions. Box C and box D are both yellow. Like Randy said, and you indicated, Jennifer, it takes a lot more understanding of the color yellow, but those are two very, very different school stories, box C and box D. And unfortunately, a lot of folks who try to make data easily consumable are going to miss the fact that there's a lot more about the color yellow, frankly, than meets the eye. So that's my comment, and would love to hear your all's reaction to that. And then my question is, I don't want to go into the weeds, just a general idea here, but when we're talking about declining significantly, are we talking about the statistical definition of significance here? And will we be applying a standard error of measure or other statistical analysis that will help school folks understand what we mean by the significant decline?
Okay. Good questions. One thing I would say to start with is, because there are multiple ways to be a color, I think is a way to think about it. There's a way to be C and box C and a way to be D. I think you have to, as the first step of narrative about what's happening with this indicator to school, you have to look at that label that's on the axes. So you have to say we're very low in the current year, and we've increased significantly. And that's why we're in box D. If we're in box C, it's a different story. We were very high in the current year, but we've had a decline. And so I think the first part of your narrative is probably going to be lifting those descriptions that go along with the chart, the 5x5. Because remember, those categories are spelled out in statute. So how those are labeled, and there isn't a 5x5 color chart in the statute, but the description is what leads us to this 5x5 look. So that would be, I think, the first thing. I think the other, in terms of what is significant, the first thing I would say, you know, that will be part of the standard setting process, where we'll have to determine what is the actual score that moves you from, if we take that very first row of very high in the current year, that moves you between those colors. And there's a number that will make that move happen. And remember, SB 158 also says that we have to consider percentile, that we have to look at like the performance of all schools related to that as well. Now, whether or not we apply a standard error or statistical measure on top of that, I think is some research we'll need to have with our psychometricians. It certainly would not be uncommon to have some sort of statistical sort of confidence band around some of the cuts. You know, we have not talked in terms of it being something like a t-test or a z-test or something like that at this stage. So that's the kind of detail we'll have to come back with, and that'd be part of what we would put in our plan as well around that statistics. And we do have a couple of our psychometric staff available today. They're not scheduled to present. So in a moment, we'll see if one of them would have something they would add to that. Or Jennifer, would you have something? And I think I see Randy has a follow-up question. Jennifer, do you have something to add to those questions from Chair?
Yes. I would add to the first question or comment about the 5x5 tables. And just a reminder that there's going to be a table, a similar 5x5 colored table for each indicator. So we're going to get very used to seeing these different colored tables. So this is a contextual comments, and we're getting that feedback from both the board as well as our shareholders in the development of the system. So all these are really good comments to take forward. There will be a different colored table for each of the indicators, and they could look very different. How students perform and how schools perform in the state assessment results for reading and math in that colored table will be vastly different than the colored table that we'll have for graduation rate. So these, again, are contextual conversations that to take forward to the other tables as well.
And I was able to, Brian Gong and Bill Oddie are listening in today. And so I've had some communication for my psychometricians. You know, you talk about call a friend. Well, we call our friends that are psychometricians. One of Brian's comments was obviously, you know, the cut scores are approved by KDE and LSAC, and, you know, we'll be informing and discussing with the board. We'll need to agree on the criteria, what is significant decline, and that obviously should be informed by technical considerations as well as communication and policy issues. So I do think we would run some data and look at that as part of that impact of standard setting.
And before I turn over to Randy for his follow-up question, my follow-up question there, Rhonda, is, do you remember back in the day we used to have some notion of hold harmless or safe harbor for the box C folks? And I'm not trying to, you know, overly protect box C people, but it is a hard message to communicate to family members and other stakeholders. So that might have some application in the standard setting process as well.
Right. And so I've made note of that, Chair Young. And yes, I do remember those days of both confidence bands as well as in No Child Left Behind, as well as a hold harmless approach. So we will pull those into our psychometric thinking and how the standard setting could be structured. So again, from our feedback, this has been one we've gotten very consistent feedback to date, and that people preferred the recommended over the alternative of the two that we brought forward. So I'll pause at that. Jennifer, I don't believe you had any different feedback from anyone on this.
I did not. It's all been positive toward the recommended chart.
Right. And again, we don't envision this going technically into the reg. That's why you don't see it in the regulation, but it becomes an important policy piece as we develop out the work of the system.
And California has a 5x5 too.
They do. And they use the same description. So even though there's not a color chart example in the statute, this is certainly the intent of the language in the statute, is to generate this 5x5. And as Jennifer reminded us, it's one for every component of the system. So each one of the state indicators would have one of these color charts. So, you know, you really get a broad sense of what's occurring at the school by these particular areas that are part of accountability, the state indicators.
Thank you. And Dr. Poe, thanks for your patience.
Okay, that's okay. Rhonda covered it basically. I think the reg stated that that it's cut scores determined by KDE and LSAC. So the significant difference that you talked about, significant difference is going to be debated within those groups on the cut scores. But the cut scores are by reg determined by KDE and LSAC.
That's correct. Thank you so much, Mr. Poe. Okay, any other questions or comments on this piece that we had in front of you in November? Okay, let's move on to then how do we put it together? Because again, to identify that bottom 5% of schools with more precision, Kentucky does have the ability to have an overall designation. And what our recommendation coming back to you based on conversation in November is that we use a color system as well there. Here, what you need to keep in mind is because we've already combined status and change together in each indicator, when we get to the overall, we would no longer need to combine status and change, but rather we would work with LSAC as part of that standard setting to say when we put everything together with the weights, that generates an overall number at the end, then what color would we place on that? And then it would be along that scale where we could do the identification of the bottom 5% of schools. And again, I think the statute is very clear that this will be done by a percentile process. And again, the discussion with LSAC and maybe a standard setting group with bringing those finally to LSAC would be looking at where do those cuts occur? When do I leave green to be blue? And when do I leave yellow to be green? At what level? And obviously we're a level-based system, so we'd be looking at that elementary, middle, and high rather than all three put together. So let me pause there to see if you have any questions about that. This is one we didn't really get any additional feedback from any group that we've been with on that. So this kind of combines what we've used for many years in Kentucky, as well as while we're showing more of a profile look with the 5x5. Okay. Let's move on then to how we kind of put these together with the weights. And we had quite a bit of conversation with you in November on weights, and we have proposed some weights for you. And we have gotten quite a bit of conversation back on the weights, as you would expect, because that's something people are very familiar with in Kentucky. Keep in mind, we have some federal rules that we have to meet. When we look at high schools, for example, the first column, that is reading and mathematics, plus the last column, which is graduation rate, needs to be at least 51% of our system. Now, could the 45 and the 6 shift? Yes, they could. You could increase graduation rate and lower the reading and math, or you could leave it with this arrangement that we have now. At elementary and middle, a significant part of your system needs to be reading and math plus your English learner progress. And we did recommend, because of the variety of school sizes of English learners, that we stay at a 5% across the board on English learners. We did feel that we had a directive to try to equalize the content areas, at least everywhere except elementary. We felt that at least one or two board members mentioned elementary maybe having a stronger focus in reading and math. So again, what we've put on the table for proposal, you can see is at 51 for reading and math, and science, social studies, and writing at 40. And then you can see how that varies. It goes down a bit to be a bit more equalized in middle school and high school. Now, it is not a true equalizing of each of the 5 content areas. For one reason, we have that federal push that we have to have reading and math at a particular level. So that would make it quite difficult to equally have reading, math, science, social studies, and writing all exactly the same weight. And especially we would need to pull out English learners. And right now we have the quality of school, climate, and safety, which is a survey, in at 4% and post-secondary at 20%. So I'm going to pause there for a second. And we've given you some other slides in the PowerPoint, but they are really just for a point of reference so you can see what we've had in the past system and compare it. And we can obviously pull them up if we have examples. And then I do want Jennifer to share a little bit about some of the feedback we've received on the weights, because we have had some comments on the weights. And as you would not be surprised by, there is not, in many areas of assessment, total agreement. And so we have people who've expressed quite differing opinions around the weights as well. So Randy, would you like to go ahead with your question first, or do you want to hear a little bit more about the feedback? Go ahead.
Well, probably the feedback will cover it, but the question that I have, and hopefully you can address the feedback to that, is the question on post-secondary readiness. We've had in the past 30%, and we also just passed the continuum today earlier about our post-secondary success and our partnerships about transferring from the 12th grade into that 13th grade and blurring those particular lines. My concern is with the drop in the post-secondary readiness scores, we're kind of going against what we're trying to do and gear up and getting our students as the ultimate measure of success is how are we doing at the end of 12th grade and having those kids being post-secondary ready. So I would like to, if you could address that, why we would be placing less emphasis on that, as we were just voted earlier today. And we had great comments from the Lieutenant Governor and Amanda on how successful we're being at post-secondary readiness. And I would hate to see us go back in that, because we know that that's what's going to really spur Kentucky's economy, is getting our kids prepared for post-secondary.
Sure. And I do know we did have some comments related to post-secondary. I will tell you that as we brought forward some recommendations, part of the sort of balancing act here that we tried to establish is at the same time we were talking about post-secondary readiness and its importance. And obviously we didn't hear today's conversation before these recommendations started being talked about. But the state assessment results in science, social studies, and writing, we felt we had a bit of a directive there to move them higher. And by moving them higher, we can't remove much from reading and math unless the board would like to increase graduation rate. Because again, reading and math plus graduation rate has a federal restriction. So that means a lot of our movement at high school is across those other four categories. How do you want to value science, social studies, and writing versus post-secondary readiness versus English progress and safety? So, you know, we have English progress as at a relatively small amount at 5. We think it would be federally acceptable at 5. We'd probably have to talk and get some information if we dropped much lower. We certainly, I think, have the ability to move climate around a little bit, even though 4 is not a very high number. So I think our initial thinking on putting the recommendation together, Randy, was trying to balance that increasing a focus on science, social studies, and writing versus post-secondary. And that is a place where we've heard feedback that is kind of competing with each other, where the feedback is quite different. And so I'm going to pause there and let Jennifer add some context and a little bit about the feedback we're getting, and then we'll come back, circle back to it and have a little deeper discussion.
Sure. One other comment on the post-secondary readiness as well. In the previous system, it was at 30%, but it was also combined with our English learner progress. So in the previous system, we had English learner progress at elementary and middle was combined with growth, and at high school it was combined with transition readiness. With Senate Bill 158, it elevated the English learner progress into its own indicator. So as Rhonda mentioned, there's just a little bit of room there to balance the percentage out. So by removing the English learner progress from the transition readiness into post-secondary readiness, that's part of the movement of the percentages of weight from that transition readiness over to its own indicator for English learner progress. So that was just a little bit more of context there for the weight for post-secondary readiness. As Rhonda mentioned, we have gotten a bit of feedback on the weights, the proposed weights, and these are starting points for our conversation. One of our comments was on the fact that our state assessment results in science, social studies, and writing is almost equal to reading and math, especially there at the middle school level. And the comments have been on the fact that we only test science, social studies, and writing once per those grade spans. So it seems that the comment is that we're only testing those content areas once, and it's almost equal to reading and math, where we test those every year in grades 3 through 8. So there was a little bit of concern there that an assessment given once per grade span is almost equal to the assessments that are given multiple years over those same grade spans. Another comment that we've heard is the fact that graduation rate is not valued as much. It seems that 6% of this total weight is not as valuing that graduation and the diplomas as much as that should be. So there is conversation about increasing the graduation rate and the percentage there. And as Rhonda mentioned, if we do that, then we would have to take that and balance between the writing, or excuse me, the reading and mathematics with the graduation rate at the high school. And then as you mentioned, Randy, we have heard, at least from one superintendent, that the post-secondary readiness measure could be increased as well. So those are the big topics that we've heard in relation to the proposed weights.
Thank you. One slicing and dicing question in the separate academic indicator when we're looking at 3 content areas, science, social studies, and writing. Have you thought of, are you thinking that that would be some division by 3 or sub-weighting inside the category? Okay.
We had seen them as just an equal weighting across the 3.
Okay. And at the high school level, those take place when? Sorry, science, social studies, and writing.
All 3 of those are at grade 11.
Okay.
And reading and math at grade 10.
Okay.
So 2 grades. So obviously, you know, the board you're in discussion of this regulation at this point. So if there are some directions that you see here that you'd like us to see explore something a bit different or to look at, and again, you know, we've kept in mind those federal rules that are at the bottom of the table there. We're more than happy to look at these numbers differently and the weights differently.
Other comments from board members? I know the graduation rate comment resonated with me. I'd love to see increased incentive to march them all across that stage, but I also know we're at the place now where we're tinkering around the edges with these numbers, team. So I think we have to be realistic about how we get into compliance with Senate Bill 158.
And again, because of the balancing of the first column and the last at high school, if you did want to increase graduation rate, if you wanted to move that up to say 10%, then we would need to take 4% off probably of reading and math, which then would maybe equalize the content areas a little bit more. And then the feedback, also, Dr. Poe, you put a question in chat at the November session about checking the legality of having 2 courses in post-secondary readiness and dual credit. And remember, students can do a combination, almost a menu of things. And we have had the legal office look at that and feel that we are legally compliant to have that at 2.
Yeah, and I think that reads much better than saying 6 hours. So I
Right.
think that's a much better change too. So I thank you for checking into that.
You're welcome. I wanted you to let me know that we'd had Todd and his great folks doing some work for us there.
Yeah, I'll just, you know, on back to post-secondary readiness, I agree. I mean, after you explained, it's very tough to balance these numbers out when you have the limitations that you do. I just know in reading that 158, we were trying to balance post-secondary readiness with the, you know, results in the subject matter. And the way it goes now, unfortunately, because of the federal mandate, you know, the weight is 65% towards subject matter, but only 20% towards post-secondary readiness. So what this is saying is you could basically get kids to go through school, but they're not ready for the secondary thing with too much measurements one way versus that post-secondary readiness. So but I see how difficult it is with the requirement of being 51% with graduation rate and state assessments, because it's just difficult to make it all work there with those categories. So thank you for the explanation.
All right, you're welcome.
Other comments before Rhonda and team goes on to the recommended in count discussion? Anything on colors and weights? Okay.
All right. Well, let's move on to in count. That's obviously a topic that's had quite a bit of discussion as we've been out in groups. And again, we had those extra slides there for you in case you need a point of reference. So what we're bringing forward to you as a recommendation is really trying to utilize sort of 2 looks for different purposes. We are recommending we move more on the side of reliability of the number and the bigger in count, and that for accountability, we look at 30 per school. Now, again, the difference that we report by level, by school level. So if you are a K-8 building, you get an elementary report and you get a middle report. But most schools are one level. So most schools are an elementary school and they're just an elementary school, and that's only the elementary level. Just to be clear that we say school here, but we're talking about school level and reporting. So we would recommend that we move to a 30 in count by school, but that we continue to report for public transparency at the level of 10 students in public reporting. Now, Kentucky is one of those states that we've always had the same number for both reporting and accountability, but many states around the country have not taken that approach. They've kept the count lower for public transparency and reporting and a little bit higher for accountability. And so our recommendation coming back to the board is to do sort of this two-look, that the 10 level would have public data so you could see how groups are performing on whatever assessment is available. You know, we will still have to use some FERPA rules around, you know, if you only have 10 students and every student scores the same score, we probably can't report that publicly because you can figure out the score of the student individually. So we have some rules from FERPA that we have to apply, but for the most part, this would be a straightforward, if you have 10, it's a public report, but it takes 30 to include that student group in accountability. So let me pause there and see if we have some questions or comments. Now we did include in the slides the examples again. So if you'd like us to go through those examples of how this actually adds up for 30 and 10, we'll do that with you. But we did provide those, and Jennifer's prepared to talk about those. I do think I saw a hand, maybe Chair Young, I think it might have been Patrice.
Oh, please go ahead. I'm sorry. Raised hands are not showing on my side today, you guys. My apologies.
Sometimes I'm not seeing them all either, but I think it's Patrice. Patrice, do you have the hand?
It is. Thank you. I continue to have some concerns about this. And so my question is, when developing a CSIP, schools always use their data to develop the CSIP. Would they be required to go with that 10 per grade data to determine their level of need in the school, or would they be given license to go with either?
That's a very interesting question. We've certainly not talked about that in terms of the CSIP. The 30
I
would
feel
be
strongly that they would absolutely go with the lower end, Patrice, that they would want to ensure at the school level that they're planning around results at the 10 level.
I would like to think so, but I also wonder if there should not be some guideline put in place for that.
Hi, so this is Kelly. I'll jump in this conversation. CSIPs and CDIPs come out of my office. And so, you know, we have a solid continuous improvement process that starts before even the release of data, and we take them through different phases when developing those. And, you know, one of the early stages is the needs assessment. So I think what we would do is we would make sure that the questions, you know, I don't necessarily think that needs to be in regulation. I think that what we could do in our guidance around the development of the CSIP and the needs assessment process and in our trainings, that we could ensure that they're using that 10.
I would agree with that because, you know, again, you would want that to come through Kelly's work in guiding that development of the plan process rather than that being housed in this particular regulation, since this is very focused on accountability reporting.
I have this feeling that there would be children who might slip through, and that's the last thing I want to see happen.
Sure.
Yeah, I can definitely assure you that we wouldn't want that in my office as well. And we would make sure that in our training materials and actually the process that they go through, that we're looking at that 10, if that's the desire of the board. I think that, to me, that's common sense, but we could definitely do that through our training materials and our monitoring.
And what about feedback from LSAC and other field partners on the in-count questions, Jennifer?
So we've gotten quite a bit of comments, and it's been mixed. Some people, and it depends on the configuration within the district or the school configuration, and whether it's large or small. Some people like the 30 per school. Other people like the way that we've done it in the past, 10 per grade. A notion that has come up is layering on these two different approaches together and having a conjunctive model that both criteria would be required. So, for example, suggestion from LSAC and also our DAC advisory came to say that why don't we look at 10 per grade and 30 per school? So that would put in both of those criteria on that in count and that student group and inclusion into accountability. So that's another direction that the board could discuss and decide upon as well.
And we have reached out on that one a little bit to some national folks, because we're not absolutely certain. We've seen no other state in the U.S. who's done that combination. And so we want to be sure that that's something we could get approved through our federal plan. It certainly would mean there would be fewer groups potentially reported.
Yeah.
Because anytime you have a conjunctive situation where you have to meet two of something, you're going to have less reporting coming from that than a single one. Even on that issue, we had, again, at LSAC, a number of superintendents who said, no, I don't like that idea. So really the feedback has been a bit all over on this one. There are folks that, and again, the bigger impact is at high school, where you have typically bigger populations. We have some small high schools, but the bigger impact is where you have a single test in a grade, or at the high school level where we're where we're only testing one thing each time. At elementary through 8 and middle school for reading and math, there's not a lot of difference between the 10 and 30, but with 30, because we're dropping below 10 in a grade, we do pick up a few groups for reporting, particularly in the special ed area at the elementary level. LSAC did ask us to look at some different configurations and to bring back, by that I mean school level configurations like a K6, a K8, how would this play out in those areas, and to bring back some data for them. So they requested just some impact data to look at in their next conversation.
Yeah, the conjunctive model causes me heartburn when it comes to the notion that what I would be after here is unmasking the system in order to be able to analyze the performance of students of every ilk while maintaining the confidentiality and privacy of individual students in that group. So I wouldn't want to identify fewer schools in the process as a result.
And, you know, again, our district assessment coordinators are very familiar with the 10 and how the 10 applies and using that number at a grade base. And so as Jennifer shared, that has come up in multiple groups with the using the conjunctive notion. You know, we're not quite as certain how that would be received federally as we are if we said 30 or 10. There would not be much, we're quite confident there wouldn't be a federal pushback on either of those. But by putting a conjunction in there, we might at least get some questions around that.
So when we were talking in November, we really talked about the fact that it's this balance between inclusion, reliability, and simplicity. So that's really what we're trying to gain here, as well as take that focus on student and school performance.
Yeah, I would add the privacy of individual students as one of the corners in that model too, Jennifer.
This is Lee. I'm new to this. So you got a class of 30 students. You're going to use scores from 10. Do all 30 take the test? Or do you select 10 students who take the test? I just need some clarification. How
Sure.
this works.
You want me to, let's go to the next slide
Yeah,
and let's talk through
let's do
the,
the
just
slide.
an example for you, Dr.
Okay.
Todd.
And Jennifer, while you're pulling that up, let me kind of mention a couple of just general things. Every student that is enrolled in a Kentucky public school is expected to assess. Kentucky does not have an opt-out process for choosing whether or not to assess. And so every student enrolled would assess. And really this number is about, do I have enough students in a particular group to report them in accountability? So that's what really a minimum N means. Do I have a minimum threshold in terms of counting students that at that point, when I've overcome that threshold, I can report you as part of accountability? And historically, we've always used 10 in Kentucky, and we've done that by grade. But there has been federal level with ESSA said you could do a count of 30, but we couldn't do 30 by grade. If you did 30 by grade, you'd end up with 90 for a school, and that would not be acceptable federally. So it's really an issue. Do you apply a higher number and look at it at a school look, or do you remain with the 10 and look at the grade look? And then Jennifer's got some great examples here, I think, that'll help a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Todd.
In this example that you're seeing here on the slide, it's by whole school, and that's the recommendation that's being made, that we move to the whole school group in total number of 30. So if we look at that, we're looking at the total number of students within a grade band. So for elementary schools, that's 3, 4, and 5. Middle schools, that's 6, 7, and 8. And then for high schools, obviously 9 through 12. The assessed grades at high school are 10 and 11. So we would look at the total number of students within those grade bands. So with the indicators, and you can also talk about an individual student group, is that they have a total number of 30 in that whole entire school. So if you can see the example both above and below the lines here, that one above the line doesn't have a total number of 30 students within the entire school, and so that it would not be included in accountability. Below the line, that you would see that the total number of students in that school would be would not be included in that accountability, because it's less than 30 below the line and above 30 above the line. Okay. So you can see that. So if you take that by group, so if for example, if we didn't do it by indicator, but we talked about a student demographic group, say for example, our special needs students. So our special needs students are, if they're in this example, if they were at, we had 3 special needs students at grade, 5 students with special needs at grade 3, 10 at grade 4, and 25 at grade 5, then that student group would be included in the identification of TSI and ATSI. So our targeted support and improvement and our additional targeted support and improvement. So when we're talking about total number of students, it's inclusion of the indicators as well as that student group in those identification of those federal classifications. So it's a two-way application for this in count.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so Lee, you probably wouldn't be surprised to know that there are lots of schools in Kentucky in tested grade levels that wouldn't have 30 Black students, for example. So trying to find that sensitive sweet spot where we can ensure that the performance of all students is included in the accountability model to the extent possible without identifying individual students, and opposite, without masking the performance of students in a subpopulation.
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you. I think Patrice has her hand up again.
Oh, good. Thank you.
I know this is going to involve the minority of the number of schools across the Commonwealth, but the circumstances where the 6th grade is still in an elementary school, how is that configured into the middle school rankings when you're looking at a school-wide 30 total students.
Patricia, you kind of cut out just a little bit on mine. You're asking about an elementary that's a 6, that has a 6 included, a K6?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That, no,
And
you're fine.
so it's not necessarily identified with the middle school. So how is that 30 total students?
Right. We have the standard configuration is a 3, 4, 5 at elementary, but we do have a number of schools in Kentucky that are K6 elementaries. And they would be, the 30 would be applied to the 4 grades that form that K6, the 3, the 4, the 5, and the 6. And so, Kevin Hill, I know, is on, and he is our expert on all things configuration oriented for Kentucky schools, so he may have something to add here. But if you were a K6 school, you would apply that rule of 30 across all 4 grades that form that K6 in accountability.
And that would be true for
K5 school, it'd be true that you would be the 3 grades.
Or K8 would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Well, with K8, we report them separately.
We do middle, that's right.
Yeah, because we would do an elementary level for K8 and a middle level for K8. The 6th grade has been traditionally a little bit of a floating grade because most schools, the standard configuration, the 6th is part of middle. But we do have a number of rural districts that the 6th remains tied to the elementary programs. Not many of those, but in fact, one of our superintendents on LSAC has K6 schools, or at least some number of them. So he had several questions very similar to Patrice's and has asked us to come back with some numbers showing how that works with the configured schools that are K6s. And Kevin, I'll pause there. I know you're online. I don't know if you would have anything that you could add to that.
Sure. I'll expand a little bit on the percent of schools, of elementary schools that are K6. It's around 15%. Majority of schools, 80% or so, are K5. So that's just kind of the breakdown of the schools. So there are schools that do fall in that range. And currently, with 10 per grade, their counts basically are 40. So that's the difference, I guess, as we look at now moving to a 30 that would standardize across the levels.
Thank you. I asked that because Warren County, which is a sizable size district, is still through 6th grade.
Any other questions for Rhonda or Jennifer or team on this particular reg? And based on the LSAC discussion, Jason, if you want to share about what our timing is going to be on further consideration of this amendment.
Sure, thank you. The LSAC did meet last week and yesterday to talk about this regulation. I wouldn't say that they had any concerns that were different than the ones that you have processed through board. It's the same sort of decisions and trade-offs they were weighing through and discussing that you've had the opportunity to discuss as well. They did recommend that this regulation be moved to a 2-reading process. And the reason for that being that it is a complex, contentious, and weighty decision that affects every school in the state. And they just felt like we should slow down and go ahead and have that second reading, both to allow the state board to receive any other feedback and have time to deliberate and process any comments or thoughts that could possibly emerge, would have the opportunity to come forward. And the LSAC would also have the opportunity to process through it and provide you with a firm recommendation on it. So that was what they determined yesterday. They really didn't take a position on any of the substantive policy decisions around weightings or the color coding or the in size or anything like that. But they did recommend that this be moved to a second reading. So what procedurally what will happen is you wouldn't take action on it today. You would simply, this would be the first reading. We'd bring it back to you in February for that second reading with action. And that will allow the LSAC to have that additional deliberation time, and then you would be asked to act in February on these.
And so you see, board members, that this is in fact a review item and noted as first reading. In terms of the end of the process, Dr. Glass, where does that put us regarding the potential that we would actually be administering state assessment in the spring of 2021?
Well, it's a little different. We have a couple of different processes, one around assessments and one around accountability. So because of the disruption that we may experience with the administration of any assessment, who can take it, how it's taken, when it's taken, and the need to ensure some procedural consistency around the administration, we may not be able to use any data that comes out this spring for accountability purposes because it would be inconsistently applied from one school to the next. There's just a lot that we don't know. Right. So I think that we're making in this discussion around the accountability these accountability decisions, these are longer range impacts. And so I don't think it doesn't jam us up or create any problems for us to slow this down, move it to a second reading and take more time with it.
Excellent. All right, any other questions or comments about 17A? Rhonda, do you need anything else from us?
No, if you have any thoughts, of something that is troublesome in the recommendations, obviously we would, it'd be helpful to know that because we can go back and do more work. I will say that one of the things that did get some conversation is the fact of the survey, that we have a survey of students we've administered once that's in there at 4%. So LSAC had several comments on surveys, and we had some contact from other superintendents who don't particularly like the idea of putting perception data in the accountability system. So we can certainly do a little more research, maybe try to get a little more clarity on the statutory language, but the survey we feel from our prior conversations legislatively was what was intended, but we certainly could have Dr. Glass and other appropriate folks revisit that. But that was another topic that got brought up. And I think that's all the topics really that we've had reaction to. It's mainly the ones we've brought in front of you that we've had the long-term conversation on, but then survey did come up a little bit with LSAC and a few other superintendents that's reached out.
All right, thank you everyone, and thanks very much Commissioner Glass and team for working diligently with LSAC to position them to be able to make the recommendation for us, and then hopefully preparing the way for us and for them to move forward as the remaining details fall into place on the accountability model. The next item then, shake off accountability and think the other A, assessment, pivot. This is the introduction and discussion of Kentucky's assessment system, and another review item. Back to Rhonda, Jennifer, and team.
Thank you, board. Just to remind you of what you should have in the portal, obviously there's a staff note. We also have developed sort of a quick little chart that's a comparison that gives you the requirements in federal law under ESSA, what's in Kentucky statute that pairs up with that, and then what's in the current assessments. So it's a very quick little 2-pager that Jennifer's team developed, and I think you'll find that is just a handy little reference. And we're actually pulling information from that side-by-side comparison to kind of walk you through what are the current federal requirements, what are the current state requirements, and then we also want to talk a little bit about what our current testing plan is, and some upcoming assessment work, and a little bit about spring 21 with you to have some general conversation there. So several kind of big topics. Obviously, what's in state statute has a little bit more ability to change more rapidly. If you build some coalitions and work with our legislators, what's in federal law is a little bit more complex. So we just want to make sure you have an understanding of what's currently there. And obviously, we don't yet know who will be leading the U.S. Department of Ed and how they may approach some of these issues. So if we could bring up the PowerPoint, I'm not sure who is operating that behind the scenes, but our magical people are doing that. We can go ahead and walk through what's federally required.
Rhonda, I'm having some difficulty with that. I've been trying to work on it here. It's not pulling up for me.
Okay.
Jenny, I
Well, we
can get it.
Okay, thank you.
You got it, Jennifer? Okay. All right. We will, I'll say I appreciated Kelly's comment today about needing reading glasses because I now am taking mine on and off, and I just noticed Jennifer used hers. So all of us, as we're working through this, are finding we're needing our readers more. So I think Jennifer now is getting ready to share that screen. And so we want to first just give you these are just a very high level introduction. So we're really starting track 2 today. We've been on track 1 and we're chugging along on that accountability system. But now let's move to track 2 and start talking about at least what the basis is right now for assessment and about some upcoming assessment work that's already kind of on tap to get started. So federally required testing, the Every Student Succeeds Act, does require, obviously, focus on reading and mathematics, and it requires that there is an annual administration. It also requires that assessments meet quite a set of criteria on quality standards, industry standards, and have to undergo a federal peer review. So just any test won't necessarily work. To meet that federal requirement, there are some very specific kinds of things in place. There needs to be a measure of your blueprint, your state standards, as well as the other things in the system federally. It also requires that there is the identification of schools that need support and improvement. So from the federal level, remember in accountability, we talked about there's the CSI schools in the bottom 5%, then those that are having particular challenges with groups of students, which are your targeted support and improvement and your additional targeted support. So federally, there is a focus on how are we doing in reading and mathematics. We must give science at least once per grade span. And that when we look at our systems of accountability, they need to differentiate and help us identify schools that are in need of support. There are indicators that are required to be in every state assessment system. And as I mentioned before, 158 does align with those ESSA requirements. They are in the ESSA language is listed here on slide 4. They use terms such as academic achievement and other academic indicator. Now remember, from a federal level, academic achievement has a reading and mathematic focus. So in Kentucky, those of us who've taught other subjects, I was a social studies person, I think of social studies as an academic measure. But in the federal law, academic is very tied to reading and mathematics. But in addition, you can have another indicator, such as things like individual student growth or science, social studies, and writing. And at elementary, middle, you have to have graduation rate at high school, English learner proficiency or progress. It isn't really proficiency, but how are we growing toward becoming proficient users of English language? And then school quality and student success. And the school quality student success measure is a broader federal term. So some of what we do under post-secondary readiness around achieving AP, ACT scores, some of those measures are actually a part of that student success indicator federally. So as we go to the next slide, on slide 5, we do go through a process annually where we submit for approval of the U.S. Department of Ed a state consolidated plan. Now, ours has been sort of an annual process because we've had so much change in our systems and with our state legislation. Typically, you put your plan into place, get it federally approved, and it may stay in a place for several years until you have a change in your testing program or in your accountability. But again, we've been in a series of very rapid change, so we've had really kind of a yearly process. If there is a risk that if you're not in compliance to federal requirements, and that is a negotiation process. It's not just a yes or no, but we have a concern about these 3 things. How can we, reach an agreement where the federal level is okay with how Kentucky is following those through? So it's a back and forth negotiation process, but non-compliance does put at risk or put in restrictions for our federal funds we receive to support schools and student learning. So obviously it's to the advantage of our Kentucky schools as well as our work at the department that we have a compliance system federally. ESSA does, let's go back just a second to that number 5, Jennifer. That last bullet, ESSA does provide for some assessment flexibilities and some innovation assessment demonstration grants and programs. And those can be negotiated and approved with USED. So as we talk about a future work to assessment, we will be paying, I think, more, we'll have more interaction on that bullet, that third bullet. And there are some options that states can work with USAID, but they all require some negotiation approval from the federal level. And let's go to our last one in this set. So ESSA then does require that reading and math annually 3 through 8, once in high school, science once at elementary, middle, and high, which is what we're doing in Kentucky. Our English language proficiency assessments are administered annually. We use what's called the Access Assessment from the WIDA Consortium, and many states in the U.S. use that particular program. That's been Kentucky's for many years. And it is designed, students that are English learners also, after their first year in Kentucky schools, do take our content assessments as well. But this test is particularly designed to say, how are you attaining English skills? And eventually students exit from the program when they become what's designated fully English proficient. So as we go to the next set of slides, I think Jennifer's going to kind of share with us what are those state requirements? How does this look in the state area, and what are additions to that federal look?
Thank you, Rhonda. So what ESSA does is it sets the course for states. It sets those big parameters of what must be tested federally. But then it's up to the states to decide the pathway in which to get there. So with our state statute, the General Assembly has provided direction on the types of assessments that should be given within the state of Kentucky. At elementary and middle schools, it's very clear that a criterion referenced assessment in reading and math should be given every single year. Now, a criterion referenced assessment is different than possibly a norm referenced assessment. The purpose of a criterion referenced assessment is to give information about the student in regard to the standards the assessment is aligned to. The state statute 158-6453 requires that Kentucky state assessments must be based on Kentucky academic standards. So the criterion referenced assessment is aligned to those and reports on how students perform in relation to those Kentucky state standards. So those reading and math standards are Kentucky standards that the criterion referenced assessment they're based on. In addition to reading and math, the state statute requires science, social studies, on-demand writing, and editing mechanics. Now this is where the state moves beyond the required ESSA assessments. So for social studies, on-demand writing, and editing mechanics, those 3 content areas are state required assessments, where reading and math and science are federally required assessments. In high school, again, it's criterion referenced assessments in reading, math, science, social studies, on-demand writing, and editing mechanics. Kentucky goes another step forward, farther than the ESSA requirements, in that it requires a college admissions exam. The college admissions exam went through the procurement process, and ACT won the bid for this college admissions exam. So it's given at grade 11. In the statute, there is a requirement that the college admission exam is given at grade 10. However, the funding has not been there for that additional assessment at grade 10. So Kentucky continues to administer the ACT at grade 11. As I mentioned, the criterion referenced assessment goes on. The Kentucky statute requires that the criterion assessment is composed of constructed response and multiple choice items. So when you think about a constructed response item, that's anything that the student creates themselves. It could be an open response, it could be an extended response item, things of that nature where the student is actually coming up and creating the answer themselves. Again, it must be based on Kentucky standards, and it shall be based and developed by Kentucky teachers. So we go through a very inclusive process to bring Kentucky teachers and Kentucky educators in as we develop the items for the assessments in both our alternate assessment as well as our state summative assessment. The statute continues on to require that the state assessment be given in the last 14 days of the district school calendar. Now, there is a little bit of flexibility in that piece because we were moving to possibly an online, or any innovative assessment systems, that the regulation or the statute says that it can go beyond that or outside of that parameter of those 14 days. So Kentucky's current testing plan aligns to both the federal requirements as well as the state requirements. You can see here that we've marked very clearly what's required federally, which is reading, math, and science. And you can see the grade levels in which they are administered. And then our social studies, on-demand writing, editing, mechanics, and college admissions exam that's required by state statute. So these are, again, the required testing content areas to meet both federal and state requirements. We do have an alternate assessment that is required, and this assessment is given to students with the most severe cognitive disabilities. This is less than 1% of the population, but it must mirror our regular population assessments. So the students that are in our alternate assessments, they follow that same testing pattern that was just demonstrated in the previous slide. Rhonda, do you want to take us through the additional district?
Sure. I will mention that in addition to what is federally required and state required, which is quite a lot of testing every year, we do have districts and schools that have testing on top of that. And part of that is related to formative assessment processes. Sometimes it's more performance-based, but many times it's a commercial product or something that's been developed at the local level. A lot of state schools use things like NWEA, STAR, iReady. There's lots of products on the market that are more diagnostic in nature, whereas the state system has been traditionally designed to be more a school look and gives back some information for students. So there is language in Kentucky statute around those formative pieces. It does require that you develop a policy that minimizes the reduction in instructional time to administer the assessments. Obviously, now that we're in the midst of our COVID experiences, at no point has instructional time been more precious than it is right now. And I think this statute just brings into play that, obviously all of this is about, yes, knowing where students are and having some common measures, but how do we do that and protect and maybe support better instructional time as we move forward in the future. So I just wanted you to be aware that, there is quite a lot of assessment on top of what the state requirement is. And sometimes it's not necessarily spelled out well that what is being required by the state versus what's being required by the school. And parents particularly may think that all testing is state required testing when in fact it may not be. Now, we do want to share with you that we've been talking with our vendors as well as with Dr. Glass around some options potentially for spring of 21. And so I'd like to move to just a little bit of conversation to make you aware as a board, and certainly get your opportunity for conversation and advice and direction around this. But in spring 21, we're obviously not yet sure we can even administer an assessment. We're obviously monitoring COVID very closely as you are as a board and what's happening instructionally with our schools and districts. We, however, are under a directive still at this point from the federal level to say prepare to administer assessments. As we've made some conversations with our contacts at the U.S. Department of Ed, knowing there will be a leadership change coming quite soon in that area, we have talked about can we sort of look at assessment differently. We feel like there is some flexibility there on what might be able to be accomplished if we have to continue to assess in the spring, and that's the direction we continue to have federally. What can we do to maybe make that a more responsive assessment, a less intrusive into those precious instructional minutes that we have? And so we've been working through, again, this process of the commissioner, USED, as well as our vendors to say, what could we do in terms of a time frame, a format, administration time? We are very concerned of whether or not we could reach the standard that's required federally of 95% participation. We obviously, all states are very concerned about that. And we're already, encountering that some with some assessments that have already been administered. Like we did manage to finish up ACT in the fall through some targeted instructional time. But now that we are not in person, we have a number of assessments that are purely in person types of administration. So let's kind of go to the summative next slide for K-Prep and talk a little bit about what we sort of have in mind for spring 2021 and what we've been working toward. We'd like to see a shorter form of the assessment that would take less time for administration, that it would be populated with testing items that are previously used items so that we have some historical performance data on how have students in the past performed on these items. We also, because we now have a change to content standards, and this would have been our first year of testing those content standards fully, we need to make sure whatever items we are using in a short format of assessment would code both to new and old content standards. And we would think it's very important that we could report student performance, that idea of novice, apprentice, proficient, distinguished, using the old scale and the standard that we've had continuously. So there's more of a look back rather than a look forward based on where we are in our COVID situation. We also could do normative kinds of information of how students are doing compared to other students in the state based on normative 21 results. And we have our psychometricians such as Bill Oddie working on that with Pearson as our prime vendor. So looking at raw scores, school district scores, state percentiles, giving some normative information. And then we do think we could take the survey questions and enhance them to maybe get at a little bit of instructional impact around COVID. That would also help with the interpretation of any scores that might be available. Now, I want to be upfront that this does not meet all the federal assessment requirements. Remember at the beginning, we talked about that there are a number of requirements around peer reviews and those kind of items when you use a state test for accountability. But we also believe there's an openness to do something different with your assessment in the spring of 21. And frankly, we think it's the right thing to do for our Kentucky schools, and what we hear is occurring as people are meeting this challenge to help educate our students and move that important work forward with them in the midst of what we're experiencing now. In addition to looking at spring 21 differently, we also want you to be aware of some more future work that's ongoing, and then we'll pause here in a moment to get some comments and feedback.
Well, maybe
yes,
maybe
you want to
before
go?
you go on,
Yes, please.
maybe before you go on to the future.
Yes.
Yes. Let's talk about spring 2021 just for a second. I'm feeling really guilty now about putting Dr. Glass on the spot, but I think I'm operating under an assumption that if in the next 6 to 8 weeks, the feds say no required testing in the spring of 2021, that we would be happy about that and we would say thank you, right?
We would.
Okay. So how much time do we have with our vendor
I'm not going to speak with Dr. Glass for Dr. Glass on that, but I mean, I think we would accept that like all other states would accept that.
Lou and Rhonda would be happy about it.
Lou and Rhonda would be happy about that. Now, that doesn't mean that we wouldn't move forward, with working toward the future.
Right.
We obviously would do that.
But how much time do we have with our vendor for 21?
Well, our vendor, and I will say, Pearson is a very large company, but we have a team that's worked very consistently with Kentucky, and they have worked with great flexibility because they understand what every state is confronting with the COVID situation. So we have to, here's what I think is the interesting thing. We can't just turn an on and off switch and have an assessment. It's a great amount of work to get to the point of an assessment, and it's work that we have to move forward with because at this point we have the only federal direction has been don't expect to have a waiver from assessment.
Except now they've suspended NAEP, so that's a harbinger.
I do think that is a signal. I do think NAEP is a signal.
Agreed.
And our vendor, our base work, what we would have been doing if we don't have something special in spring 21, has to continue to move forward, and it has. And we've worked with teachers, and those things will be in a bank and usable in various ways for us. But they're working. They really need to move forward with a particular kind of plan. We would recommend that we move forward with this more simplified spring 21 plan, knowing full well we might not be testing in the spring. And I'll pause there. I may have gotten out of my lane a little bit, but let's let Dr. Glass weigh in on his thinking as well.
I think both of you have covered some of the concerns, but really we just don't know what the spring is going to look like. So I think our best strategy right now is to go ahead and take steps to be prepared for spring administration in some form. We know that's likely to be a disrupted period, and we may have limited time with students. And so I think the due diligence around trying to shorten the assessment and provide ways that it can be administered flexibly are the right steps based on what we know right now. But I think with the unknowns around a change in administration, change in what attitude or perspective a new Secretary of Education may have, unknowns around timing of vaccine distribution, return to some sense of normalcy for school. There's just too many variables right now to make any predictions around what that might look like. So I support the work that Rhonda has done in preparing for that, but also building in a lot of flexibility and acknowledging that all of this may change at some point.
Absolutely. And, we haven't talked about the accountability piece. Obviously, we would want to try to, I think, build a case that I don't think would be that difficult for us to give evidence of, that, this has been a very disrupted experience. And, again, we think we will have trouble getting a high percentage of students tested, even if we are testing in the spring, that we will have trouble getting 95% and up. So we will continue, I think, to push on the accountability side of this as well. And I think, we'll see how responsive in the process that the U.S. Department of Ed might have in place for that. Because we're not in a different position than other states in the country. We're going to be all on the same path together.
Thank you. And pardon my interruption of the flow. So I'm excited about moving into the future. So let's go there.
All right. Well, let's talk about the future, because I do think it's exciting work. And as we,
Karen, I have my hand up.
Oh, sorry, Randy.
That's okay. Rhonda, in the former life before I retired, we were waiting on from our different schools of getting the different subsets from the vendors and so forth, so we could look at that particular data, because you're now talking about looking in the past versus forward. And I know at Boone we had purchased a commercial test so we could take on the side of that. And I know you brought up about districts having to take additional tests, but in order to get that data, we had to do that.
Right.
Because of COVID and that, and I know, it's kind of changed things, but since I retired, I guess back in July, have districts received that, or are they still shooting in the dark on the past tests, so that if they do have to take an assessment this spring, they have an idea of what that criterion information is, because I know as districts, we were waiting for that, but like I said, I never received that prior to retirement. So I was just wondering if they did, if you could bring me up to speed on that.
Sure. Randy, are you specifically talking about like released items?
Yeah, it was supposed to, I thought back in when prior actually to 158, or it might have been 158 because I get the years messed up now. It was supposed to be released items, you know, by the students and by the school, so that they could actually look at the performance that they did, so that they could make curriculum corrections, you know, moving forward.
Right. Gotcha. We have released some, they're not live operational items. There was a communication back with the legislature of waiting till the standards, the new test was in place with standards, which we should have started at the beginning of COVID. So the test that we would have been administering would have had that component tied to it. So in lieu of that, we have brought back up a number of sample items as well as some practice assessments to be able to give a little bit more information about the assessment. So I think really what the diagnostic piece that you're talking about, we've really not fully done that yet. But as we've played out with, you know, not testing last spring and then not quite knowing what we're doing this spring, we've not fully met that legislation, and we communicate back with the legislatures the plan for that.
So if we do, hopefully, as Lou, we don't have to test in the spring. It would be, you know, just ridiculous if we do. But let's just say that they do require us to do that. Is Pearson then in the contract set to do that, or will schools be getting another year delay, since we were talking about looking backward versus forward? And I agree with you on the looking backward for this period of time versus forward. But, you know, that's a kind of a question that you know, I still get from schools in relationship to where they're looking at for that.
Sure, absolutely. If we are to the point that we would give a spring 21 assessment, if we are told to do that, and we go with this plan of a shortened assessment, then we would be able to give some normative kinds of information. Now, it won't be as big of a test. It'll be a smaller assessment. So we'll have to look at what pieces of it, but we should be able to, you know, convey some information to folks. And the key to us is that even if the look back is more about making sure we're consistently using the definition of novice, apprentice, proficient, distinguished. We want to make sure that we're covering both the old standards and the new, because there is quite a bit of overlap of standards coverage. So you'd want to make sure that we are assessing new standards as part of this spring 21, because that's what people have been moving toward and working toward. But we want to make sure when we say a student is novice, proficient, apprentice, and distinguished, that we're able to link that with what that definition has been in the past. Because we would really be at the point of having to have a whole new definition of novice, apprentice, proficient, distinguished if we were able to administer the fully new assessment. And that's where we think that it's too disrupted for that. We don't think that would be fair to anyone. So I think, Randy, the normative information we mentioned on the slide would get to some of what you're talking about. I'm not sure it purely meets everything as it's spelled out, but that is something we will go back and work with Pearson on.
Yeah, I know that, you know, the normative, because some districts are doing normative and criterion reference. And I just know that I know that hundreds of thousands of dollars were being spent in Boone. So I know across the state, we're spending lots of money in addition to the state testing to try to get that information that I know that can be provided in the state test, which would save us, you know, lots of dollars. That's all. That's the reason why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, no, and I think it's a good thing to bring up. And I think as we talk about this future work, there's a lot of conversation around that diagnostic component, because I would describe what you're kind of talking about as being more diagnostic and being more connected to instruction. So as we talk about the future plan on assessment, which is slide 19. There we go. We have begun to explore this notion of some performance-based assessment work, and we have a project planning beginning formally in mid-December, and we have some, I think, critical partners to that work. the Center for Innovation and Education, and many of you will recognize that name, Jean Wilhoit, who's their executive director. The Center for Assessment, Brian Gong, who's worked with us in lots of things accountability, and Scott Marion, who's worked a lot with other states who are looking at some performance options. And then also the Division of Innovation, that's out of Kelly Foster's office, and David Cook, who works directly with those districts of innovation, would be some partners moving forward in this work. Obviously, OAA would be involved with it as well. But to just begin to take some steps forward to say, could assessment be different, be more authentic, be more connected to what instructionally we want our students to do? Now, that is one mode forward with future, but I also want to mention, and I think this moves forward to some comments from Dr. Poe, there is also some pre-filed legislation in the Kentucky legislature. It's a joint resolution for 176. It was discussed at interim joint on December, on their most recent meeting, I believe. But it is a resolution that asks for the Commissioner of Education to convene an assessment accountability committee. And it also gives some composition of who should be part of the committee and the duties of the committee, and to bring forward a report. The goals of that legislation and that resolution, and we'll go on the next slide, and it's a little bit smaller print, but we wanted to make sure we just copied these forward for your reference. It is about assigning a value in the opportunity of accountability to opportunity and access and diverse learning opportunities. So that is familiar with some things that we've heard in recent accountability conversations and in the last system as well. It also looks at, could we replace the summative assessment with a series of interim assessments that would have more individual focus, more diagnostic focus? Is there a way to reduce the emphasis on high stakes testing? Because we know that that does have a big role in district level planning and school planning. It also asks for us to incorporate, determine whether a single measure, if we could have these different performance measures as well as a single summative. And it lists several other things there. I won't read all of them to you, but that is another piece of a more future look that's ongoing. Tina Bowanjowski is the main sponsor of this legislation, and it was also filed last year. She has met with Dr. Glass and with me and is open to our working together with this. So I think what you see kind of coming together here is a lot of conversation about looking at assessment differently in the future. And, you know, we've talked about the accountability system as our track one. Obviously, you know, depending on how the new evolves, you could go back and tweak track one if needed, but that would also require some 158, maybe potentially some changes there, or it could fit within what we already have with 158. So let me pause there and see if others would have some comments about the new. Obviously, Randy, we'll take your comments back on the 158, and probably our partners at Pearson are listening a little bit as well. Around that diagnostic piece, if we are administering an assessment in spring 21. And again, I just want people to be aware it is not meeting all those standards that federally we would be expected to meet, but we do think it's the better approach for Kentucky if we do need to administer, and we need to sort of argue that point federally. So let me pause there and see what comments, questions. Jennifer, if you have other things you'd like to add, or other parts of our team that are on, feel free to.
Just one comment in regard to Randy's comment on the diagnostic piece and the cognitive connection. We are working with Pearson and have in some process of finalized version the science and example items that have been used previously and the performance level of each of the students within the school. So I think that that's going to meet your expectation, and those will be the first ones to be released to our schools and districts. because we do have those new standards and they have been operationalized in science. So as we move forward with the new standards, new assessments, our plan is to provide those pieces to our schools and districts so that it would support instruction within the classroom on those new standards.
Jennifer, I appreciate your bringing up the science piece. I had forgotten that was getting pretty close to release, so thank you for bringing that up. And then in addition to that, we do have some practice assessments and some other pieces of information out there as well that would help people have a better sense of the assessment as it exists now. And in the idea of the shortened form would not use all of the newer item types. It would use some existing types. So let's pause there, and Chair Young, we'll come back to you and see what questions you might have or comments from the board.
I'm ready to get started. In fact, I think we have a call tomorrow. So
it's fast approaching, I think.
Use a Kentucky metaphor, champing at the bit. So can't wait to get going.
There you go.
Any questions, any board members? Frankly, on any of the items here regarding 2021 or beyond?
Holly may have her hand up.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Holly.
I just wanted to kind of tag on to what Randy was saying. As a former third grade teacher, I know it was always frustrating just to get a reading score. I didn't know if they did better on the multiple choice or on the constructed response. And that would have really helped me as a classroom teacher.
And having that diagnostic piece, yes. Thank you for that comment. Yeah, go ahead. I heard someone else.
I think Allison has her hand up.
Okay, Allison.
Looking ahead at these recommendations from Representative Bojanowski, I'm really excited to see that a focus towards using the data for analysis rather than comparing, just what the scores are to other schools, because I think, once we can drive instruction and really take a hard look of self-evaluation in our schools and our districts and how we can improve practice is a much better approach, because we all need to every year look at how we can do things better. And I think using our state data and our testing data rather than just accountability, but accountability on how do we change to make things better, I think is a great process. And I look forward to seeing this work.
All right, excellent. I think we have our marching orders, team.
I think so. And Lou, if you'll indulge me for just a second,
sure.
We are getting ready to lose one of our key members.
Stop! Everybody stop.
Roger Irvin, that I know, remember, and have worked with. Yes. Roger's been with the department since 1994. He and I came as mere babies together the same year. And so he is getting ready to join the world of retirement at the end of December and has been such a valuable member to OAA. So we wanted to recognize him and thank you for indulging us with that.
Well,
just
thank
for a
you.
second.
If Roger is on the call, tell him I have a question about item response theory.
He would be the guy to go to. He came to us from ETS and has done lots of things technical, and he's very much behind the scenes, always on making things work smoothly. So he's gonna be a great loss to us, and thank you for letting us recognize him for just a second.
Well, congratulations, old friend. If he's not, please virtually hug his neck for me. Thank you. Congratulations.
Very well. Thank you so
Jason,
much.
you got some gaps to fill, buddy.
We do. It's made more difficult, honestly, with the challenges that we have with compensation levels. State employees have been frozen for a number of years,
right.
And we just have not been able to keep pace with, honestly, what folks can make in many other industries. I hate to sort of hijack this conversation, but that point needs to repeatedly be made. Our state is not taking care of our state employees, and we are feeling the effects of that.
Definitely, I understand too.
Are we sure that Aaron didn't hire him?
Yeah, right. Aaron Thompson is the pillager. No, I don't think we can blame this one on him, right?
No, we can't blame this one on Aaron. Okay. At least not at this stage.
All right. Thank you so much, Rhonda and team. And
Thank you, board. For your
really
time.
appreciate your sharing so generously the feedback and all of the details with us. Thank you. The next item on our agenda, friends, is the audit update and expense reports for the Kentucky Board of Education. So I'll turn it over to Rhonda. Excuse me, not Rhonda this time, Robin. I get my R's mixed up. Forgive me.
Thank you very much, Chair Young. I have with me today Karen Worth, who is our director in our Division of Budget and Financial Management. And Karen's division really is the primary liaison on all the audit work and liaison with the Auditor of Public Accounts. Che Ritter's group also works with the A133 audits and the State Audit Schools Audit Committee. So, and we bring items to you as a board about twice a year. We just try to catch you up on all the audits that have occurred. I'm going to turn it over to Karen, and she's going to talk to you a little bit about the statewide single audit of Kentucky. We actually have a typo there on your staff note. It should be volume 2 that we are reporting out on. And then also touch on the A133 audits. Then we'll also turn to see if you have any questions about the Commissioner and KBE expense report. We provide those to you also twice a year so that we can keep you apprised of the expenditures in that area. So I'm going to turn it over to Karen at this time.
Thank you, Robin. Good afternoon. As Robin said, we typically report audit activities out to you guys about twice a year, every 6 months. And our first one we're going to talk about today is the statewide single audit, or we call the SWAC. And you've originally heard about this finding in the June meeting, but I just wanted to kind of give you guys an update today on where we were. This finding was actually a 2-part finding. The first part being in relation to our drawdown of federal funds process, specifically with our 21st Century Learning grants. We had several vacancies in the division, and our processes were slowed due to it, and we had a finding, but have since then filled vacancies and are working efficiently and timely, and processes have been improved. During the reconciliation of 21st Century, we did learn that there was approximately $22,906 that was due back to the U.S. Department of Education, and that refund was processed on February 25th of 2020. So that concluded the corrective action for that piece of the finding. So the second part of the finding was in regards to old federal fund programs that had expired, but that still had some balances against them. And prior to fiscal year 19, the statewide accounting system, or what we call EMARS, was updated from version 310 to version 311. And when that happened, there was some data on old expired programs, federal programs that did not transfer to the new version. So we are currently working with the Office of the Controller to manually reconcile all of those federal programs and get those all taken care of. And we anticipate that to be completed by April the 30th of 2021. So you'll be hearing back on this finding, hopefully the next time I report on it, that it's been concluded and that all corrective actions have been fulfilled. The other thing that I wanted to talk about, like Robin said, was the A133 or the desk audits at the local school district level. As you know, these audits are done from an independent auditor, and we have what's called the State Audit Committee, and they set certain standards that these auditors follow when they are performing audits in the local school districts. Then when those are completed, we post them on our KDE website, and then the APA's office does a review. And as you can see there in the staff note, it's detailed how many reports were found as acceptable, some acceptable with deficiencies, and then some technically deficient. So those that are technically deficient, those fall back on the auditor, not on the district, to complete a correction on their review. So those are the 2 audit pieces. And then lastly, as she mentioned, the Commissioner and the KBE expense report for fiscal year 20 has been completed and is in your board packet. So if you have any questions about any of these items, we'll be happy to take them.
Any members? All right, thank you. And I think then the bundled with the commissioner report, the expense report, Robin.
Yes, that should be in your packet for the commissioner and the board.
No comments though.
Yeah.
No comments on that one, Robin.
No.
Okay.
We're happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
All right, thank you, Karen and Robin and team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda, board members, is the discussion and approval of the Kentucky Board of Education policy priorities for the 2021 regular session of the Kentucky General Assembly. And this is an action item. And with us today, of course, are Dr. Glass, but also the interim director of government relations, Tracy Goff-Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tracy Goff-Herman has been working diligently over the past several weeks to pull together this set of policy priorities. She's done that by listening closely to those things that the board has raised up as concerns and priorities in your discussion. She's had the opportunity to visit with our staff internally, and then there's been an extensive amount of back and forth and work to arrive at the document you have before you today. We think that these priorities are important and they are reasonable for us to lift up in what's going to be a short session and one that's very focused on budgeting over this next spring. However, some of the things that raise up for us around anti-racism and equity, a focus on modernizing and stabilizing the funding system that's in place for the School for the Deaf and the Blind, and efforts around minority teacher recruitment. These are essential policy positions for us to work on, in addition to seeking some stability in school funding in the era of COVID that we have coming up. So without taking too much of Tracy's time or stealing her thunder, I'll turn things over to her to walk you through the specifics of what's in this policy proposal.
All right. Hello. Thank you, Dr. Glass. Good afternoon. As Dr. Glass just shared, we've got several priorities that have been identified by the board. And with any luck, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so that you will be able to see the legislative priorities that are included. So you can see the document. I know we've had a little problem with this today. I've had a little problem with Teams this morning too. So let's see if it will load it up for me. And it is not. Let me see if I can get it. Nope. It's not letting me share or bringing up any documentation. I'm sorry. I know we're all having a little issue with that, but you do have it in your board materials and your background in your packet. So.
Yes.
I was just going to spend a couple of minutes to go over the regular session. It is the 2021 regular session coming up. It's the short session. It's the 30-day session. So, but we do have something unusual happening, and that will be the budget that will have to be presented. The short session is really broken up into two sections. They come in on January 5th and convene, and then they adjourn by Friday, January 8th. That's part one. They go on about a 3.5-week hiatus, they will be having committee meetings and things like that to discuss the budget. And then part two convenes on February 2nd. They will go as a current calendar configuration. They will end their work on March 30th, and they have to adjourn by April 15th by Constitution. Oh, thank you. Joette's got it going. So I think that they do have a little bit of play in their calendar. In the last few years, they have played with that a little bit. So as of right now, March 30th is the end date, but it could very well change as they move forward. Couple of things going on right now. Generally, in that first week, we see the leadership races will be affirmed for the president and the speaker, as well as the pro tems for both chambers. And all of the leadership races have already taken place, except for the minority House membership caucus hasn't met yet. We'll see new legislators given their offices and moved around, and committee assignments will be finalized that first week. New legislators are actually being trained and oriented this week at the Capitol, and they've spent several days so far, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I think tomorrow, going through orientation and training on systems and processes at the legislature. So that's something that's happening now. We are seeing the December retreats have already started. The Senate Minority Caucus met on Monday and Tuesday. Their leadership decisions were made as well. There's only one change. Senator Turner lost his race, so Senator Reggie Thomas will be taking over his position in leadership. But that leaves Senator McGarvey as the floor leader for the House or for the Senate minority. No changes for the Senate majority leadership. We have one change in the House Republican majority leadership, and that is Representative Carney not being in attendance right now. He's been very ill, as everyone knows. Representative Rudy is no longer going to be A&R chair, and he's going to step into the floor leader position that Representative Carney had held. Those retreats are, the Senate minority retreat happened earlier this week, but the Senate majority and the House majority retreats happen next week. And each of those will spend 2 days going over legislative priorities for each of their chambers. And so what we have generally seen previously is that the House and the Senate like to save the first 10 bills in each of their chambers to be their special priority bills. And so House Bill 1 through 10 and Senate Bill 1 through 10, we probably will see that first week lots of legislation dropped. And that will probably include some of the provisions and priorities that they are going to try to finalize next week. Obviously, the biggest issue that the legislature will have to address is the budget. They will have to adopt a one-year budget for FY22, since they only adopted a one-year budget last year instead of the biennial budget. The governor has agreed and will provide his budget request to the General Assembly the first week in January. He's going to do a joint budget address along with the Commonwealth, the State of the Commonwealth address. I don't know what day that's going to be, but it will be that first week. And so the General Assembly will have the budget very quickly to move forward. That interim will be spent, obviously, the break between the first part and the second part will be spent with lots of committee meetings. The budget review subcommittees will be meeting, as well as appropriations and revenue, and asking agencies to come and testify, as well as the state budget director on the status of things. We don't have the standing committee schedule ready yet. I think the legislature will have a better idea of what their provisions and protocols will look like moving forward under COVID for the 21 session. I don't know. There's been talk that they would try to open it up a little bit more. I don't know if that's possible at this moment, but we'll have a little bit more about how they'll proceed with the committee meetings and how the general public will participate very shortly. Obviously, with the recent elections, this is a short session. It takes a 3/5 constitutional majority to pass a budget bill or an appropriation bill. With the election, we saw that the majorities expanded control. We have 75 out of 100 members in the House that are now part of the Republican Party, and 30 out of 38 Senate members who are part of the Republican Party. So they well exceed the 60 out of 100 and 23 out of 28 necessary to pass the budget provisions. The good news is and Ms. Kinney has already shared previously, the budget reduction is not moving forward. Agencies were asked to provide an 8% reduction plan to the state budget director's office, but they are saying at this point that that is not necessary. The consensus forecasting group will meet on Friday, and they will be looking at the road fund and the general fund provisions to see if there's any additional adjustments that would need to be made before the General Assembly convenes and before the governor finalizes his budget to present. That will be televised, and that's at 1 o'clock on Friday. If anybody wants to virtually sit in with me, I'm going to have snacks so that I can get through it. A couple of things just to go ahead and hit forward as we move through, and I'll turn off my camera so you can see the screen better for the document. The budget and policy priorities for the 21 session. We start with, for this document, really a focus on the vision statement for the board. This is your current vision statement, and obviously the next item up on your all's agenda is to look at vision and mission statements. What we'll do is, once you all adopt your new vision statement or whatever changes you have, we'll update this document to demonstrate what that is. So we start off with what your vision statement is, and then we move forward. The board has obviously made significant efforts around supports for racial equity. So we do provide a statement of support for our efforts and what that looks like moving forward, trying to keep at the forefront before the legislature what those issues are and why they're so important to the board and to the department. Moving forward, though, as you all know, it's the budget session. our budget priorities will really move forward. Last year, usually right before the biennial budget session begins in the even years, the state agencies go through an extensive budget review process, and it usually starts in the spring, goes all summer, goes into the fall until November, when we have to present and provide by statute budget recommendations to the State Budget Director's Office and to the Legislative Research Commission. Those budget provisions really have stood. The State Budget Director's Office has asked for some updated information, but nothing significant outside of all of the line items or provisions, mostly around seat, participation, and attendance, as has the General Assembly. So those budget provisions that the board had prioritized previously are still standing, but we do try to highlight a few things that are most important moving forward. During the 2020 regular session, Senate Bill 177 really did set forth the agreement that many agencies or K groups, the House and the Senate membership all agreed on how to move forward with funding schools in a COVID environment. Over the summer, we did emergency regulations in order to extend that, since the provisions for Senate Bill 177 only applied for funding for last school year. That being said, we did move forward with emergency regulations to extend those same provisions. We've met with the House, and the bill is already in drafting. Probably will be dropped, barring any problems with the caucus next week in that first week. But it does continue with the same language and provisions, essentially the funding provisions not based on attendance but on participation, as it has been done for the last end of last school year and the school year so far to date. Then we do highlight the budget deficit that's in effect for the Kentucky School for the Blind and the Kentucky School for the Deaf. As you know, those schools cannot generate any of their own tax dollars. They are completely reliant on the appropriation provided by the pleasure of the General Assembly. So we have provided, of course, the information on background on both of those schools and what the provisions are currently with their expenditures. And hopefully we will be able to secure the additional funding that's needed to cover those deficits. Currently, that's about $1.5 million in each fiscal year. Looking forward, and the board has spent quite a bit of time talking about this, and I know Dr. Woods-Tucker and Dr. Akers will provide us with additional information, but really, and as the Lieutenant Governor has discussed also, really focusing and broadening the efforts around the Kentucky Academy for Equity in Teaching. This document really kind of lays out three big areas where that funding, and we're asking for restored funding for that. The last time this program area was funded was in the last budget, biennial budget, 2018-20. We had $1 million a year for the programming. That was unfunded, defunded, zeroed out for FY21. So we are asking the legislature to restore that funding in order to provide and continue not only existing programming under this umbrella of services and initiatives for equity, recruitment, and development and retention in teaching. And there really is focused around those three big areas for recruitment, development, and retention. Some of those initiatives like Grow Your Own, we've already had in place for a while, but there's also significant efforts to really expand development, professional supports for minority teachers, and not only that, how to retain minority teachers to make sure that those supports and professional development opportunities continue after they are actually in the teaching profession. Those are the big highlights that we've included in the priority document for the legislature. I'm going to just hit a couple of things federally really quickly. Obviously, Congress is allegedly working on several things, but by December 11th, we have to really see either a continuation resolution or a new budget bill for several different areas for Congress to move forward. If not, we will have a no money at the end of the year and a shutdown pending. There are some efforts and initiatives currently being undertaken and discussed federally in terms of what that might look like, including a coronavirus aid package. Don't know how likely that is to be done by December 11th. I think there's a lot of talk, and a lot of it's continued funding and appropriations for state and local aid, additional unemployment insurance, additional supports around small businesses, I think the last number that I saw was an additional $82 billion for schools, and including something that the Senate has been discussing and we've discussed with them, liability provisions and protections. The other big piece that's happening, obviously, we have a new federal administration coming in. There's been a lot of discussion about who and what would possibly be taking positions. The Biden-Harris transition team has been releasing information about who has been filling positions for secretary level cabinet positions as well as White House staff. Right now, the big three names that have been actually published for the education secretary to replace DeVos include Randy Weingarten. Probably all of you know these names. She was the president for the American Federation of Teachers, Lily Garcia, who is a former NEA president, and then the latest name that's really kind of been hitting the paper in the last day or so is Sean Spiller, who is the vice president of the New Jersey Education Association. Obviously, we're going to see something soon. The only thing Biden has said publicly is that he would like to have an educator be in that position. But we should probably see a lot more names released across the board for his transition team in the next few weeks. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Thank you all.
Any questions at all? Well, I think the priorities have really shaped up well, and thank you for listening so deeply to this board and to the desires of this board. And I would also mention that I saw that the Kentucky Association of School Superintendents had added to their legislative priorities support for the KDE, KBE priority related to the schools for the deaf and blind. So it's nice to see some unity in the approach as well. And we look forward to hearing your updates throughout the session, or whoever, somebody's updates throughout the session, Tracy. Thank you. All right, anything else on that item, Dr. Glass?
No, I think Tracy did a great job covering that. Thank you.
Excellent. The next item is discussion and possible adoption of the Commissioner of Education's 2021 performance evaluation goals. And as you know, KDE Chief Performance Officer Karen Dodd has been supporting this work for us. And at this time, she'll present an overview of Dr. Glass's proposed 2020-2021 goals for our consideration. As a reminder, in accordance with the KBE policy manual, the board shall conduct its annual evaluation of the Commissioner of Education at its October meeting. Therefore, no later than December in each year, the board must approve annual goals to be used as part of that performance appraisal.
Yes, and Chair Young, I just want to interrupt you for just a second. I'm sorry. For the policy priorities, we will need a motion to consider it for adoption.
My goodness, I was just so happy to hear the report. So thank you for catching me, Jennifer. What am I going to do without you? So back up, still on item 18, my apologies. At this time, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the proposed KBE policy priorities for the 2021 regular session of the Kentucky General Assembly. Do I have such a motion?
This is Joanne Adams. I so move.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. We have a motion and a second. Do we have a second?
Randy Poe, I'll second.
Thank you, Dr. Poe. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I still thank you, Tracy. Jennifer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
This is Cody Johnson, and I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
And she had to step away.
Okay. Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Now, yada, 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 number 19. At this point, I'll turn it over to Karen and ask her to share the slide deck that she's already pulled up here about the commissioner's goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Young. Yeah, I went ahead and pulled it up just to make sure I wasn't going to have any issues with it. So yeah, so we just need to go through the 5 goals that the commissioner has set. We went through these in October and listened to the feedback that you had at that time. Since then, I met with Dr. Glass and we made a few revisions to them. So hopefully this will just be a quick review and approval of these goals. So I'll read through each. The first one is to build positive working relationships and obtain feedback from education policymakers, KBE staff, educators, and education policy and advocacy groups as measured by the commissioner's weekly summaries and survey results. The second goal is to lead a statewide effort to achieve consensus on the future of education as measured by the publication of a future vision document that defines Kentucky's optimal education system and gives a portrait of a Kentucky graduate. Goal number 3, work with legislators and the governor's office to secure passage of legislation aligned with the KBE, KDE legislative agenda as measured by proposed and or passed bills and the commissioner's weekly summary. Goal 4, expand KBE's supports and resources aligned with the KBE's resolution on anti-racism and equity as measured by a comprehensive review of current supports and resources, the execution of a targeted plan, and stakeholder feedback on the topic. And the final goal is to provide transparent reporting of pre-K to 20 indicators and long-range goals related to student outcomes, the educator workforce, including the diversity of the teacher workforce, and student engagement, benchmarked against other states as measured by the establishment of goals, benchmarks, and the deployment of a strategic dashboard. So those are the 5 goals, and we just need to approve those unless you all have any edits you want to make.
Thank you, Karen. Board members, any discussion on any of the goals or the goals in their entirety? I would simply add, I like how these are beginning to coalesce around a lot of the emerging planks of important work that this board has defined. And I really believe that we've gotten to a good place in a very short amount of time. And I'm very confident that our commissioner will be able to set about attaining these goals over the course of the coming months. Dr. Glass, anything you would like to add about the goal setting process?
Just thanks for the work on this board. I think they are good goals for this first year. They meet that SMART framework and that they're specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time bound. So we've got some important work to do, but all of this is within grasp with your support. So thank you.
Dr. Young, I would just like to say I am extremely happy that the resolution we adopted several weeks ago with regard to anti-racism, bullying, and bias training is prevalent in a lot of the documents that have been set forward. So we just didn't give mouth service to it. We've actually put some legs on this thing, and I'm very proud to see where it leads. So just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate the comment and agree wholeheartedly. Other thoughts or feedback, board members? Hearing none, I promise that I won't rush the process this time. So I would like to entertain a motion to approve the proposed Commissioner of Education's 2021 performance evaluation goals.
Albus Johnson, I'll make the motion.
All right, I think I heard Alvis for the motion, and Patrice, how about a second?
That's perfect.
Excellent. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Jennifer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth, I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Albus Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
This is Cody Johnson. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson. I think Sharon's will join us here shortly. Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. A companion item next on our agenda, also growing out of our fall retreat, is discussion and approval of the Kentucky Board of Education vision and mission and goals. Karen has already prepared the slide deck for our view here, and so I will turn it over to Karen to lead us through the discussion as we finalize our vision and mission work.
Thank you. Yes. So we went through this, started the brainstorming session in October, and then did some wordsmithing back in November. So hopefully today, again, we just need final approval from all of you on both the vision and the mission, and then we'll also skip forward to the board's goals. So first is your vision statement. Each and every Kentucky learner will become a productive, engaged citizen, prepared for school, work, and a happy life. And I don't know if you want to do the vision separately.
Yeah, let's pause after
done.
And then we'll go to mission. Yeah. Any thoughts or feedback for Karen on vision now that we've had a chance to look at it again with fresh eyes? All right, I think we can go on to the next one, Karen.
Okay. So the mission, we came up with two options for you. This first one is what you all came up with last month, and there was some comment that it might be too long. So we have a second version which takes just a couple words out, but I'm going to give my honest opinion. I like the one you originally did. I think it's very comprehensive. A mission can be a full paragraph, so I don't think it's too long. I think it's really good, but I will give you both options. So option A, improve the future of all Kentuckians by providing leadership, advancing policy, and cultivating community partnerships to ensure every student has equitable access to high quality, lifelong. On option B, like I said, we just took a couple of the words out, and it reads, improve the future of all Kentuckians by providing leadership, advancing policy, and cultivating partnerships to ensure every student has access to high quality, lifelong learning. So the words that were taken out were equitable before access to high quality, and community before partnerships. So if you want to leave those words in, we can go with option A. If you want to take those two words out, you have option B. Or you can edit.
This is Claire Batt. I prefer option A. I think the community, the idea of the community partnerships is important, as is equitable access. So I think those are two things that are very important to achieving what we want to achieve.
Thank you, Claire. Other feedback on this one, choices between A and B before we move these forward?
This is Lee. I'll go with A as well, based on Claire's comments.
Albus, I like A as well.
Excellent. I concur, and I love this even more when I read it today. Anybody want to make a case for losing 2 words in option B? All right, we're sticking with community and equitable. Thank you, Karen.
Great. All right. I don't know if you need to vote on those or if we just want to move on to the goals.
Right now, I currently have a motion that would allow us to approve vision, mission, and goals. But let's take a look at goals, make sure we are in agreement there. If we are, we'll bundle them into one motion. If not, we'll split them apart.
Okay. So on these goals slides, you're going to see that I added some actions just to give you an idea of some of the things the board would be responsible for in moving these goals to fruition. So the action items themselves would not be part of the goal. This is just for clarity purposes. So goal number 1, advance policies that increase the qualities and competencies of a more diverse education workforce as measured by resolutions, targeted communication with the Educational Professional Standards Board, and regulation reviews on this topic. Do you want me to pause in between these goals?
When I first read these, I didn't know how you were treating the actions. These would just be examples of ways we would know that we were attaining our goals. Okay, thank you. That helps.
Correct.
And I wondered too if there would be a way in this one to not limit it to resolutions, targeted communication, and regulation reviews on the topic, like such as in there.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe it's
as measured.
Yeah. Those are just, again, more examples of the way that we will hold ourselves accountable for meeting this goal. But it doesn't, I guess, just by the nature of the way it's written, it doesn't mean that we can't also say, and we did this and this and this.
Okay, and you're referring to the measured by part, right? That
Correct.
There could be other ways to measure this. Okay.
Correct.
Gotcha.
I don't want to short sight us on the possibilities.
Okay. Any other thoughts on goal 1? All right, moving on to goal 2. Rebuild and strengthen critical partnerships throughout Kentucky's education community, promoting the creation of a portrait of a graduate at key transition points as measured by documentation of partnerships and the portrait of a graduate included in KBE's Future of Education document. Now, this is one that you all came up with, but it's also almost identical to Dr. Glass's goal. So there is the option to remove this one, or unless you're okay with just having it duplicated from the work of the department.
I'm okay, and here we specifically go to the creation of the portrait of a graduate, which I know resonated with a lot of us, and frankly has since the very beginning. I remember Ms. Batt talking about it the day we worked with Jean Wilhoit, so I don't find it to be redundant. I find it to be emphatic.
Okay.
But other feedback?
Patrice McCrary here. I feel like it just shows us as a team that we're supporting each other in these goals.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
I like this one as well. I thought it was a little wordy, and I wondered if there was a way to simplify it, because it seems like it could be simplified. You know, if we did something like build critical partnerships to promote a collaboratively developed portrait of a graduate and its implementation. Would that get at what we want, or am I missing something?
I mean, it's not like a vision where you need necessarily for it to be really concise or anything. So unless you think it's missing the point.
I don't think it's missing the point. I just thought it wasn't maybe as clear as it could have been. But that's just me. I just thought it seemed to be very almost a little bit hard to understand in terms of what the goal actually is. Is it rebuilding the critical partnerships? Is it creating the portrait? Is it both? I guess.
Yeah, I think it does seem to be twofold. The critical partnerships was part of it, and that was capturing some of the conversation around working with legislators, and then also working with other members in the communities. And then we also did talk about the creation of the portrait of a graduate, like those partnerships help with that.
Yeah, it just seemed to me from a logical perspective, from a logic perspective, you're creating the partnerships to accomplish that goal in a sense. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the work around Portrait of a Graduate, as we originally thought of it in retreat, would catalyze the strengthening of these. We would probably recatalyze the partnerships moving forward.
Okay.
Yes. So are we okay with this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 3, promote anti-racism, justice, and equity as documented in the KBE's resolution affirming its commitment to racial equity in Kentucky's public schools. Everyone good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Goal number 4, prioritize individualized education for every student in the state through thoughtful implementation of Senate Bill 158, an act related to the statewide education accountability system, as measured by policies established and the adoption of a new accountability system.
I'm struggling to remember all the context of this one, but I wonder around the word individualized if we might have also talked about that in terms of personalized.
Okay, we can add that in there if you'd like.
Allison, are you on? I think that we had, I remember that you had some strong contribution to this goal.
I vaguely remember that. I'm trying to read over it again and familiarize myself with what we were thinking before. If I can think of it, I'll chime in again.
All right, thank you. My only concern there is that individualized might send the unintended negative transfer of IEP as opposed to going for a deeper, more personalized learning experience for all kids. And I don't think necessarily that would be the result. I would personally prefer personalized there, but not a hill to die on for me.
This is Claire. Claire Batt, I agree. I think using individualized really will bring IEP to everybody's mind. And I think personalized really gets at the idea that we want it to be something that is individual to that child in the sense of their interests and
I agree, Claire, thank you. We could somehow rework the sentence and use the phrase student-centered. In the circles that I run in, student-centered and personalized are often very much the same kind of notion. So if we prioritize student-centered education through thoughtful implementation of Senate Bill 158, that would strike a chord with me.
Student-centered education, prioritize student-centered education.
Through thoughtful implementation, yeah.
Okay. That's easy to make that change. Any other comments on goal 4? All right, last one, goal 5, strengthen strengthen support of strong, developmentally appropriate early childhood education as measured by taking steps toward universal preschool.
I wondered on this one, do we need to include kindergarten in that?
So I think it's a legit question, Claire. At last count, Jason may know, or Robin may know, I think we were down to only 6 districts that didn't provide full day kindergarten. The question, of course, is that the state still only pays for half day kindergarten. So one is the question here of more universal preschool versus paying for the full day kindergarten that's already in existence. But I mean, I don't want to split hairs when it comes to quality early childhood education either.
I kind of agree. I think we're on track for kindergarten, although the funding is not adequate. But at least we have it operational, and we do not have universal preschool anywhere near in the works.
Right.
So I think this is a jumping off spot for us.
And thank you for that. More conversation here. I do see a hand raised, but I can't tell whose it is.
I do, Lou. I guess
thank you, Randy.
We may have it operationalized, but that's because districts are paying for it, and whenever they're paying for it directly 100%, you're shifting other funds towards that. So the other thing so I think we do need to state about K. I know that that's been a major discussion point in the legislative session between superintendents and so forth in that funding mechanism, but also on this goal directly here with developmentally appropriate early childhood education. We've had this debate in Northern Kentucky in and around that. Are we talking about public preschool, or are you just talking about strengthening, private preschool? I think we need to make a distinction here that we're talking about our public preschools that we're talking about funding that notion for. So I would just caution us on that generic statement by itself.
So just adding public after universal?
Yes, yeah, I'm advocating for public universal preschool, not private preschool, where we're paying for private individuals to go to preschool in some type of tax scholarship or something else that the legislature would come up with from that.
Patrice, and that's a good catch. I concur.
No problem. We'll add that. So what about kindergarten? Did you want to include some wording about taking steps toward full-time kindergarten for all as a mandate, or what are you thinking there?
I spoke up about strictly preschool. As former kindergarten teacher, I'm certainly not opposed to including kindergarten if that is the will of the board. I just don't want to take away from the national focus on bringing in universal preschool as well.
And I think it's perfectly fine to say toward universal public preschool and full day kindergarten, but we know that the hitch is funding for full day. Like I said, we're down to very few districts that don't offer it now, but it does no harm. And eventually, when we're having more conversation about the possibility of funding for full day kindergarten, we will have noted it as a strategic goal. So
let me bring the issue about full funding for kindergarten now. Part of the reason that 6 districts that do not do it is not necessarily for funding.
Space.
It's space. So when we don't, if it was required to have full day kindergarten, then that is also then required on our facility plans that we mandate. Without it being on there, then we can't add that as a particular mandate on our facility plan. So it's not just about the funding, it's about the space and what goes in our facility plans on top of that.
Yeah, and so I have one other suggestion that maybe helps with that conversation, Karen. If we change the verb from strengthen to galvanize, And then the idea is, the difference in my thinking is that Galvanize is an intentional effort on our part to strengthen universal preschool and full day kindergarten and all that entails. I don't want this to devolve into a funding goal. I want this to remain aspirationally a goal for developmentally appropriate early childhood education across Kentucky. And I'm not shying away from the funding conversation, but I think it's a different battlefield. So I think if we use that kind of language, then we might be able to bring it all together.
Okay. So we'll change strengthening to galvanize, and then as measured by taking steps toward universal public preschool and full day kindergarten. Does that capture it?
I think so. Anybody?
Madam Chair, if I might just weigh in for just a second.
Please.
I think on this one, so I think the period of time for this is really this coming year until you get back together in a retreat in next September, October, to reevaluate your goals and your progress toward them. So there's a period of time associated with these goals. On this one, looking ahead at the legislative session, looking at the policy priorities that you just passed and approved, looking at the goals that you just passed and approved, for me, this is not really well aligned. This is hanging out there on its own. And I think, you know, the questions that have come up around where does kindergarten funding fit into this, and how do we move that forward in what form it takes, the complexity of districts are cannibalizing other funds to make that happen already, and it's complicated by facilities questions. When it comes to the issue that Board Director Poe raised around this, should it be limited to public preschool or universal preschool? That's a complicated policy decision, because when it comes to preschool, it's a different structure. In that it's a mixture of in-home, private, public, quasi-public providers that are offering preschool early childhood education options. So the system itself is different than the K-12 public education system, I would say. So I don't know if this one's ready to go in the oven yet. I guess is what I'm saying. To make it maybe a bad metaphor, it seems to me that this is just, it's not well aligned in terms of timing with the legislative session that we've got up. It's not well aligned with the policy priorities that you just passed. It's not in the goals that you established for me. And I think we've got some weighty decisions to come down, some values-based decisions to weigh in on this one, to determine what we really mean by it that have not happened. So my suggestion would be that you table or hold on this one, but I defer to the wisdom of the board to decide what you want to do with that.
I think that's really helpful, and I do think that some alignment or symmetry among all of those different things is really important. I might offer a compromise thought. I don't feel like I'm ready to not state our commitment to developmentally appropriate early childhood education, but it might serve us if we looked at that first goal, Karen, and articulated early childhood education in our long-range goals. No, not that one, sorry. Let's see, goal 2. Is that the profile of a graduate one? We may be trying to make it do too much work. And what I think, Jason, or maybe this would be a better compromise with 5. We just resolved today to support the education continuum work. And we heard from Aaron, and we heard from Randy, and from you, and from Jacqueline about the work. And we really thought a lot about the post-secondary end of the continuum. But I know none of those people, that all of those people support the front end of the continuum as well. So it really is a P20 education continuum. So maybe it's in that pipeline conversation that we need to ensure that we strongly state our support for early childhood. It's the continuum, I think I want to make sure that we capture in our goals.
Right. The Commonwealth Continuum effort, the goals for that are, and if Amanda's on, she might speak to it too. It's squarely focused on increasing college going, higher education going, and credential earning graduation rates. So one can certainly make an argument that if you increased access to high quality public preschool, that would have an impact on it, but it's a long lagging impact. And the same might be said if you had sufficient funding where school districts weren't forced to cannibalize their budgets to offer full day kindergarten, that would have an impact too. But I don't want to create the impression that the Commonwealth Continuum is being set forth as sort of early childhood through all the way to the workforce. It is more focused on how do we increase college going or engagement with higher education in some form, and then earning some kind of credential or a degree of some form. But I again defer to Amanda if she's got more information on that.
Yeah, so I'll just piggyback on that just really briefly. So it is the continuum, but we did talk about that we can't eat the elephant in a year. And so the first year, the focus is exactly what Commissioner Glass talked about. It's really focused on that transition from secondary into post-secondary. I mean, we had a long discussion to ensure that preschool was represented on that, because we know that's where it begins before they even come to us, right? And so certainly, I think within the year, that's not going to be where the focus is, just because we have to have some measurable objectives in that first year that focuses on one part of the system. Future-wise, though, my hope would be is that as we develop as an advisory, as this P20 continuum, is that we can be supportive. And my hope is that if KBE has a strategic plan around how they address universal preschool or addressing the kindergarten thing. This is what we've been dealing with for years, and where do we go with it? And how do we increase teachers, preschool teachers, and physical space, and dealing with culture about the value of early childhood? If that is something that is embraced by the department and the KBE, obviously it's a big discussion right now, but even as Commissioner Glass talked about, really synthesizing what your goal would be and really advocating for those funds or advocating for that change for it to be universal, then the continuum could certainly get behind discussing it with the people who would be on that board that would be the continuum, that it is valued at in the workforce. It is discussed with post-secondary, how they get credentialed, how do we help promote that, to increase teachers. So I do think, so this year we absolutely are focusing on one part of that pipeline because we can't do it all at once. And that was part of the problem before, is that it was too broad. And so we're really trying to be intentional, and Commissioner Glass and President Thompson and Lieutenant Governor Coleman and a bunch of us talked through that, like how we really needed to narrow the focus so we could measure our impact. But I think even moving forward, if that's an area of emphasis, then in year two, that if that's something that, this is why it's co-led, if that's something that Commissioner Glass would like to bring to the continuum for consideration, to start to think about what impact could CPE have on that? How could we be supportive of that? How could, the workforce be supportive? If you are familiar with any of the history of all this conversation, which obviously you are, even the chamber has that as part of their objective for improvement, because they know that it starts early in family development and importance of, words and all this with just brain development all the way through the workforce, and even the their companies offering high quality childcare so they can even keep their employees. So it's this cycle, but I do think it needs to, it definitely can be embraced, but just not like a drop in, because it's huge decisions, all extremely important, extremely. I don't know if that helped or muddied it, but.
No, it did. And I honestly think we would be remiss, and I see Patrice and Claire have hands raised. I can finally see them now. So I'll call on you, but I think we would be remiss, even if it's not half baked or fully baked, we have this goal and it's dough right now, then I still think it allows us to find a deeper hold with the chamber, with Pritchard, with the Commonwealth Continuum, and with other ready partnerships. Patrice.
I'm a proponent of early childhood. And after spending an entire career watching these babies come into my classroom, I have seen how preschool can equalize the playing field. So this is going to be tough for me to at any point in time let it go, because I've seen the difference it can make in the lives of our children as they move through the continuum of elementary school and beyond. If nothing else for the social purposes of it, but much more so as well for the academia that's involved. I would be okay with, under our actions, if we removed advocate for funding and replaced it with something along the lines of showing that we are supporting, looking into how we can promote it.
So keep in mind the actions part of it are not part of the goals. That's just an example of a way that we would track our implementation. So
right, but I'm afraid the action is what's throwing people off right here.
Right.
Yeah. See the word funding at a time when we're hurting.
We won't be publishing the actions, and you're right. Funding, I think, is the root of why it's a tough nut for us to crack right now, when we know that's not even a possibility this legislative session. But thank you very much, Claire.
I was going to make comments along the same lines. I don't think at this point we know that funding is not really going to be possible, but I think we can't let go of the goal of initiating those discussions and so showing that this is something that we want to see in process and start the process, because if we don't get it out there, I think it's not going to happen. So, if we're not acting on it in some way, I don't think it remains a strongly part of the conversation. So I really think we could reword it a little bit and keep that as a goal that does not require funding.
All right. Anybody want to make a case for striking goal 5?
Madam Chair, I was the one that suggested that, but I think this is a really good idea if the action statement could be changed in some way that indicates that the board would organize statewide discussions or hold meetings to have conversations. I mean, it just seems to me, and I apologize if I certainly share the passion around trying to bring this about. It's not anything around that. It just needs to be better aligned, and that takes work to figure out what is it you want to accomplish before you get to the asking for money behind something. Yeah. There needs to be clarity around what are we asking for, and there's a lot of variety around how states and individual communities go about that. So I'm not quite sure what the action statement would be, or maybe you just take it out. It doesn't require an action statement here. Or another alternative could be that instead of us having to come up with one here, you could pass goal 5 as it's written now, and then Karen and I can bring back to you some suggested actions around this.
All right. Yes, thank you. I would put a plug in for galvanize, and then thinking about those actions, I think it would be as we forge, strengthen existing and forge new partnerships around a plan for these steps toward universal public preschool and full day kindergarten. So even recognize it as an early phase goal for us as a new board team. And I don't want to disrespect former boards, because there have been other boards who've been really strongly devoted to the early childhood cause and have done great work for us in the past. But I hear consensus around wanting to ensure that we have early childhood at some form of implementation on our goal list. So Karen, is that enough clarity for you to move forward with these?
I think what I heard is that we're going to change strengthen to galvanize. I believe we still want public in front of preschool. Do you still want to include kindergarten as well or not?
I think yes, a universal public preschool and full day kindergarten.
And full day kindergarten, okay. All right, we can make that change.
And then when we publish, if at any point we're publishing examples via actions, we don't want advocate for funding at the top of the list, because that is clearly we're not prepared to move that work forward.
Okay.
Chair Young, that might have been just wishful thinking.
Yes, I'm afraid this year, but not forever. It's too important. All right, so then I think, Karen, if you're comfortable with, then I would entertain a motion to approve the proposed KBE vision, mission, and goals as amended by our discussion today. Are you okay with that, Karen? You got what you need?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, absolutely.
Board members, do I have such a motion?
This is Claire Batt. I'll make the motion to approve these.
Thank you, Ms. Batt. Do we have a second?
This is Joanne Adams. I second.
Thank you, Mrs. Adams. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion about vision, mission, or goals? Jennifer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Cody Johnson.
Oh, she texted too. She had to step away for a moment.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson. Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
Thank you, Chair.
And thank you so much, Karen, for all of your support of that work and for capturing our desires. Sometimes a little bit like herding moths, I think, but you did a good job. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you all.
The next item on our agenda is Todd time. We have our hearing officer's report with a couple of statements of consideration for action today. So I'll turn it over to KBE General Counsel Todd Allen.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. We're in the final stretch here.
Home stretch is Todd.
That's right. So the first matter is just the General Hearing Officer's report that we present to the board every month. That can be found in the board's portal materials for your review. And the hearing officer's report, I'm attempting to share it. Hopefully it will work for you to see. Just gives you all an overview of where all the board's regulations are in process. I'll pause for just a moment to see if there are any questions about that. Okay, hearing none. The next item that we have under the hearing officer's report is a statement of consideration for 702 KAR 4090. That's the property disposal regulation. If you'll recall, the board recently approved an amendment to the property disposal regulation, and we received one written comment from the Kentucky School Boards Association. So now the regulation is back before you all to approve a statement of consideration. And in this one, the department, staff, and commissioner are recommending a change, an amendment to the regulation based on the comments that we received. I think that we have Associate Commissioner Robin Kinney on the line, as well as perhaps her policy advisor, Matt Ross, to discuss that in more detail.
Yes, thank you, Todd. This is Robin. I'm going to let Matt go into the details. As Todd has indicated, we got some comments and we have decided to incorporate some of those comments and then not incorporate others. So I'm going to let Matt just walk us through it.
Matt, you may be muted.
Yep, sorry. So we got two comments from the Kentucky School Boards Association about this regulation. And if you, just to refresh your all's memory, this is how a district disposes of surplus real property. So a building or a piece of land that they no longer use. And sort of the idea is that a district has to get fair market value. That's sort of a constitutional requirement. And prior to this regulation, it was before we amended it, it was very bare bones, and most of the requirements were in AG opinions and case law. So districts really didn't have a clear roadmap. So we tried to amend this to sort of lay out how it should be done. And so it was approved twice by LSAC and reviewed twice by LSAC and reviewed twice by the KBE. When it went out for comment, KSBA had two comments. One, they asked us to consider using the transportation cabinet's fair market or minor acquisition review process, which is just a way that transportation values and small or less valuable pieces of property when they go to acquire them. So we really looked at that and consulting with our facilities people and our architects, they were really not comfortable with that. Because they, in their experience, sometimes it didn't value the property at the fair market rate. So while we're open to consideration of that in the future, just right now we're not comfortable using that process. And then the second, so we're not recommending amending the reg to add that. And so the second comment was around our conflict of interest provisions. We had added two conflict of interest provisions, one for board members and one for third parties like realtors. And KSBA brought up that there is existing KRS that applies to board members and conflict of interest. So after review by our legal, we agreed that that preempts any other conflict of interest provision. So we are going to remove that from our regulation and leave in the part about the conflict of interest provisions for third parties. So that's basically what we're doing.
So that one change, right, Matt?
Yes, just one change.
All right. Thank you, Todd. Anything else we should think about before we move on this one?
I don't believe so.
I think it is common practice, of course, when we get the feedback for minor changes like this to be made. All right, board members, any questions? If not, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to accept the recommended amendment to 702 KAR4:090 property disposal. Do I have such a motion?
This is Patrice McCreary. I so move.
Thank you, Mrs. McCreary. Do we have a second?
Alvis Johnson, I second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any further discussion? Jennifer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt votes yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and my vote is yes.
And I don't think Cody has joined us again, but just in case, Cody Johnson. Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson. Okay. And Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Todd, a statement of consideration for 702 KAR 1:190, and this was an emergency reg.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair. If you'll recall, this was the emergency regulation that the board promulgated around district employee emergency leave. Senate Bill 177 from 2020 provided that school districts could grant additional paid emergency leave to their employees as a result of the COVID-19 state of emergency. However, that provision in Senate Bill 177 expired at the end of the 2019-20 school year. I think, obviously when that was passed by the General Assembly, we were all hopeful that we would be through the COVID-19 pandemic by the end of the 2019-20 school year, but unfortunately we were not. So as a result, the state board took action and promulgated an emergency administrative regulation that is now in place. It's active and effective. It was effective as of the date of filing, that mirrored the provisions of Senate Bill 177 regarding this. That is, it allowed school districts to grant additional paid emergency leave to their employees for COVID-19 related reasons. Even though it is an emergency regulation and it becomes effective upon filing, it still goes through the notice and public comment provisions to allow for public comment, and we received one public comment in response. It was again from the Kentucky School Boards Association, and the comment was supportive of the regulation as written. And the comment is provided to you in the board materials. I'm displaying on the screen now the statement of consideration that generally summarizes that comment, but was just essentially in support of the regulation as written. So therefore, the response of the agency is that it won't make any amendment to the regulation as a result of comments.
Thank you. Any questions for Todd? All right, thank you. So Todd, on this one, the motion in my script is to ask for a motion to approve amendments, but that's not the case.
That's incorrect. So the motion would be to approve the statement of consideration that's been presented to the board, which is to not amend the regulation as a result of comments.
Excellent. Do I have such a motion?
Madam Chair, you do.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And a second?
This is
Joanne.
I second.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Batt. Any further discussion? Thank you. Jennifer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. Yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
This is Randy Poe. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Sloan, did you want to add a comment, please?
Yes, I'd just like to say that on behalf of our teachers across the state, that I hope more of our districts take advantage of this opportunity, especially when our teachers are literally being told they need to quarantine and are not allowed in our buildings. I think it would be a sad day that our teachers are not paid and taking advantage of these emergency days that have been granted for them. We're working harder than we've ever worked before and having to do some things that we're not used to doing. So I really hope that our teachers are treated as the professionals that they are, and that our districts take advantage of this. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. And agreed. All right, the next item on our agenda, litigation report, also presented by KBE General Counsel Todd G. Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The litigation report is on the board's secure portal. That's an attorney-client privilege document, so it's confidential. All of the changes that have occurred, all of the updates to various litigation appear in bold font in the report. Those are updates since the last time it was presented to you at the last regular meeting. I don't believe any action is required by the board on any of those matters at this point in time, but providing it to you and happy to answer any questions that you may have. If, of course, there's any discussion that is necessary regarding those items, I would encourage the board to go into closed session to conduct those discussions.
That's right. Board members, feel free to signal me if that is the need. Otherwise, any questions that you might be able to ask at open questions, please feel free. An open session, please feel free. All right. Thank you so much, Todd, for the detail. It really helps to see it in the bold print, by the way, as you scan the document. Thank you for that. The next item on our agenda is board member sharing. Just as a reminder, per board policy, the agenda for each regular meeting shall include an item under which board members may raise issues not included on the agenda for the purposes of clarification, referral to a committee, or scheduling for future board review and or action, if such is the consensus of the board. I'm not sure that Cody ended up having an emergency at work that she had to step away from. Cody, are you back? I'm sorry we missed her. KBE member Cody Johnson was going to share with us a brief update on the recent meetings of the Whole School, Whole Child, Whole Community Subcommittee, and I believe that group met yesterday. If she rejoins before any other board discussion happens, we'll invite her to share. Otherwise, we'll ask her for a report in February. Any other board members who would like to share an item at this time, feel free to unmute and maybe raise your hand, but I'm not sure I can see it. All right, thank you. I would only add one note that Mrs. Batt, Ms. Sloan, and I have been participating in the NASB Whole Child Committee at the national level, and we were thrilled to have been invited to be a part of that group. And the learning has been very rich for me, and it's fascinating and affirming to see so many state boards of education really embracing this idea of whole child policy, which includes a real emphasis on student-centeredness, social emotional well-being and social emotional learning, response to adverse childhood experiences. It's been a really awesome opportunity. So thank you for that. Any other board sharing? All right, thank you. At this point, then, we are ready to entertain a motion for adjournment. As always, I thank you so much for your productive contributions to our meetings and for helping us to tackle these very hefty and important agenda items. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Come on, Mr. Johnson, don't make me wait.
This is Elvis Johnson. I move we adjourn.
Excellent, thank you. And do we have a second?
Patrice, a second.
Thank you, Mrs. McCrary. And we don't have to have a discussion. So Jennifer, if you would call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. Happy holidays, everyone. And I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt, and I vote yes, and happy holidays as well.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I look forward to working with you in the new year. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
One of these meetings, I'm not going to make the motion to adjourn, so we're going to leave at about 6 o'clock. I vote yes. I vote yes. And Merry Christmas to everybody.
Thank you.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and Alvis, don't worry, I'll step up for you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to all of you. Please, please stay well. I'll see you in the new year. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
I echo Patrice. It's always great to follow her there, so you can just echo those great remarks there. So happy holidays, and I vote yes.
Lee, Todd.
Lee, Todd, happy holidays, and I sure look forward to doing this in person someday. Hopefully not too far from now.
So
I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
And I think we should sing a resounding round of For She's a Jolly Good Fellow. Just kidding, we're still recording. Jennifer, thank you for everything. Happy holidays, everyone. I vote yes.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone. I had an unexpected visitor drop a beautiful, beautiful gift. And Joette's put that in the chat so you can look at how beautiful they are. I appreciate it. And I certainly appreciate each of you and my time with you. Thank you again.
Excellent. Thanks, everyone. Andy, Megan, we're out.